You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj. And now, viewers, the war in West Asia has taken another turn. The Houthi rebels have now entered the war. They've struck Israeli territories. Israeli military assets have been struck by the Houthi rebels. They've in fact also said that Israel and US should be ready to get battered more in case the aggression against Iran does not halt. Getting you all the details, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Every 32 seconds, another airplane, a very fast plane, was coming off the deck of an aircraft carrier. That's actually the biggest aircraft carrier in the world. And it was 1 o'clock in the morning, so we said, okay, I think we're in trouble.
US President Donald Trump makes a big admission, says world's biggest aircraft carrier, USS Gerald Ford, was hit by Iran from 17 angles.
Just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me. He's got to be.
Another shocking remark from Donald Trump humiliates Saudi Crown Prince in his address and says Gulf nation leaders better obey him. The West Asia war escalates. Houthis have now entered the war with missile strikes against Israel. 5 Indians injured in UAE by debris following interception of ballistic missiles. Prime Minister Modi addresses the West Asia war, says India is resilient while other nations are reeling under the war's impact. 2 more Indian-flagged LPG carriers transit Strait of Hormuz, set to arrive in Indian waters soon.
यहाँ से दुनिया के लिए विमान तो उड़ेंगे ही, साथ ही ये विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश की उड़ान का भी प्रतीक बनेगा.
Prime Minister Modi inaugurates the first phase of Jewar International Airport in Noida, set to have a capacity of 12 million passengers per year. Union Home Minister Amit Shah releases a charge sheet against Mamata Banerjee's government in Kolkata, raising issues of corruption, governance failures, among other issues. Viewers, now as Tamil Nadu gears up for the assembly polls, the DMK and Congress have come out with the first list of candidates. In fact, that coalition has also announced that the DMK is going to contest about 168 seats and Congress will be contesting on 28 seats. Now, this comes as Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister and DMK's Chief M.K. Stalin held a press conference explaining that the DMK will be fighting for 168 seats in the poll-bound Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Meanwhile, the Congress will contest on 28 seats. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, for the Congress, this is an increase of 3 states from 25 seats that it contested for in 2021. Now, the list of constituencies where the Congress will field their candidates has also been finalized. This includes areas like Ponneri, Sri Perumbudur, Sholingur, Erode East, Nangoneri, among others, including Kodalur, Mailaduturai, etc. And now we're also being joined by Sharda to get us more details onto the matter. Sharda, just a few days back, the BJP and the AIADMK first released their numbers, and now the DMK and the Congress have done it too. The poll-bound state is really gearing up as the polls inch closer. Speak to us about the details of the matter.
Well, Tamil Nadu is just 30 days right down to the elections. 30th, the nominations are starting. After the NDA has announced the number of seats and the constituency divisions between the allies today, DMK announced the division between where DMK would be standing and where the other allies would be standing. As you mentioned, Congress is standing in 28 seats, where these 28 also include Congress strong-bound places like Sri Perumbudur, and also there are places that includes Krishnagiri, Pennagaram and all that, whereas DMK is retaining its majority of leaders in the same place where they constituency. For example, MK Stalin is again contesting from Kolathur. Udayanidhi Stalin is contesting from his already existing constituency, which is Shepok. And there's also the former Minister Nazar from Avadi, and OPS, who recently joined the DMK from the AIADMK. The former Chief Minister under J. Jayalalitha is standing from his hometown of Bodhinayakanallur, and PTR, the Tyagaraja, the minister, is also standing from his fort, which is Madurai. So we can see that the DMK is following a tactics where they're placing strong leaders there. And also, if we notice, DMK is standing in 168 seats exactly as the AIADMK. 164 all DMK's own candidates, plus 4 of small political infringements will be standing under the symbol of the rising sun. Same goes for the AIADMK. We saw 168 completely standing on own by the AIADMK party members, whereas 4 more, which becomes to 172, would be stood by the other allies that would be standing under the two-leaf symbol. So we can see that DMK is going head-on against the AIADMK, whereas the constituencies division are also separated in such a way that if we see Congress is heading on with BJP or PMK, the second strongest ally of the AIADMK. So we can see that the strategies that they are having for this particular election and the campaign is mostly focused on aiming at the AIADMK rather than the BJP and the PMK on the field. But however, MK Stalin, as we know, insists on fighting as DMK versus NDA is what the election strategy of the DMK seems to be. Now, with the announcements have been done, the Congress is yet to announce the nominees, the candidates who are standing. The important question whether Kanimuri, the MP, Lok Sabha MP, who will be saying that will be contesting in the elections this year, likely that she is not contesting. She continues to be an MP. There was multiple talks that she would like to become an MLA and not an MP anymore, and would like to take a ministerial position in the state. But however, that rumor has now been completely, the speculation has been completely stopped out, with the constituencies being announced for the retaining DMK leaders.
Sharda, thanks for getting us those details. We will continuously keep tracking the story with you, of course. But for now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and take a look at what's unfolding amid the ongoing West Asia escalations. Now, a massive admission from US President Donald Trump. He's admitted that the world's largest aircraft carrier, USS Gerald Ford, was hit from 17 different angles by the Iranian projectiles. Now, that's one of the biggest claims that he's made. He, in fact, a Pentagon had claimed that laundry fire put USS Gerald Ford out of action. That was the first statement that came in. And now Donald Trump has turned that statement over. He says that the carrier was struck from 17 different angles by Iran. Now, a lot of difference in the statement that Pentagon first made about USS Gerald Ford and what Trump says. Now let's listen in to the US President and his statement about the Gerald Ford.
We knew there was a problem when we noticed at 1 o'clock in the morning, every 32 seconds, another airplane, a very fast plane, was coming off the deck of an aircraft carrier. That's actually the biggest aircraft carrier in the world. And every 32 seconds, boom, boom, boom. And it was 1 o'clock in the morning. So we said, okay, I think we're in trouble. But they were ready for us, Johnny. And we were ready. He said we were ready. And then they hit us. And they came from 17 different angles. They were here, they were there. We ran for our lives. It was over.
And this is not the only statement. Another big shocker comes in from the US President Donald Trump, where he's completely mocked the Saudi crown prince. Now, he says that every leader in the Gulf must make one thing very clear, that they need to obey Donald Trump. He's also claimed that Arab leaders must obey all his orders. And this is exactly why the world now seems to be turning against Washington. Listen in to this statement where he completely comes off over the Saudi crown prince. Viewers, now these are the visuals of Donald Trump with the Saudi crown prince. In fact, and as the war takes its own course, takes its own trajectory, US president has come down heavily on the Saudi crown prince. He said that him, included with all the other Gulf him included with all the other Gulf leaders, need to obey him. That's the statement that US President Donald Trump has given. On the other side, the war only seems to be escalating, with more and more people now joining in the war. Now, Yemeni armed forces have confirmed that they have targeted Israeli military facilities deep inside Israel, and they have made it very clear that this resolve in the war remains, that in case the aggression against Iran does not deduce, does not stop, they will continue battering Israel, US and their allies, and they have now sounded the bugle of standing right next to Iran in the war that's ongoing in West Asia. Now, this also comes after Iran-backed Houthi movement in Yemen already warned that it will not hesitate from joining the war if the aggression against Iran does not reduce. Now, Houthi rebels, proxies of the Iranian regime, have entered the war, escalating the West Asia tensions by a huge margin and creating more trouble for the US and Israel joint war operations that are ongoing in West Asia.
بيان صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قال تعالى: يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن تنصروا الله ينصركم ويثبت أقدامكم. صدق الله العظيم. تنفيذا لما ورد في بيان القوات المسلحة اليمنية السابق بشأن التدخل العسكري المباشر دعما وإسنادا للجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران ولجبهات المقاومة في لبنان والعراق وفلسطين، ونظرا لاستمرار التصعيد العسكري واستهداف البنية التحتية وارتكاب الجرائم والمجازر بحق إخواننا في لبنان وإيران والعراق وفلسطين، فإن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بعون الله تعالى وبالتوكل عليه نفذت أول عملية عسكرية، وذلك بدفعة من الصواريخ البالستية، والتي استهدفت أهدافا عسكرية حساسة للعدو الإسرائيلي جنوبي فلسطين المحتلة. وقد جاءت هذه العملية تزامنا مع العمليات البطولية التي ينفذها الإخوة المجاهدون في إيران وحزب الله في لبنان، وقد حققت العملية أهدافها بنجاح بفضل الله. عملياتنا بعون الله تعالى سوف تستمر حتى تتحقق الأهداف المعلنة، وكما جاء في البيان السابق للقوات المسلحة، وحتى يتوقف العدوان على كافة جبهات المقاومة. والله حسبنا ونعم الوكيل، نعم المولى ونعم النصير. عاش اليمن حرا عزيزا مستقلا، والنصر لليمن ولكل أحرار الأمة. صنعاء 9 من شوال 1447 للهجرة، الموافق 28 من مارس 2026، صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
Now, viewers, while the US is already embroiled in a war in West Asia against Iran, the US President Donald Trump says that Cuba is next during a speech at an investment forum in Miami, during which he touted the success of US military action in Venezuela, where they picked up the country's president, Maduro. While the president did not specify what precisely he plans to do with the Cuban island nation, he has frequently said that Cuba is going to be the US's next target. Take a look at this as we also tell you that Russian and US's naval aggression is unfolding very quietly as the world is looking at West Asia. This is happening right next to the Cuban island.
You wouldn't have to use it. I built this great military. I said, you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that, please. Pretend I didn't say that. Please, 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 media, please disregard that statement. Thank you very much. You wouldn't have to use it. I built this great military. I said, you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that, please. Pretend I didn't say that. Please, 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 media, please disregard that statement. Thank you very much.
Now, viewers, what is the actual cost of this price, especially for the United States? Now, over 24 US soldiers have already been wounded in Iranian strikes on a Saudi airbase in the past week. Now, according to two people who have been briefed on the matter, they say that at least more than a dozen US soldiers have been injured. Iran fired 6 ballistic missiles and 29 drones at Saudi Arabia's Prince Sultan airbase in a Friday attack that wounded at least 15 of US's troops, including 5 who have now accounted for serious injuries. Now, according to sources who were not authorized to comment publicly and they still spoke on the condition of anonymity and said that US officials initially reported that at least 10 US troops were injured, including 2 that were seriously wounded. Now, this comes as Iranian strikes continue in retaliation against Israeli and US joint aggression as the war now enters its 29th day. Over 24 US soldiers injured, with some very serious wounds also recorded for at least 5 of them in just one airbase that was struck. Now, this airbase, located about 96 kilometers away from the Saudi capital of Riyadh, the base is run by the Royal Saudi Air Force, but it's also used by US troops as a landing pad, and this was struck by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Iranian military, and over 24 US soldiers were harmed. They were injured and wounded as part of this single strike. Now, initially, Washington and Pentagon maintained that the number was 10, but now the actual number is out, the number that's over 24. Now, viewers, against a backdrop of escalating international conflict and economic instability, the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, today positioned India as a resilient global outlier, asserting that the nation continues its rapid development even as other powers struggle with the fallout of the war. Now, speaking at the inauguration of the Yemen International Airport in Noida, he made some explosive remarks, not just about India's long-standing diplomacy, but also lauded India's efforts of energy revising amid the war. Take a listen.
अभी जो युद्ध चल रहा है, इससे पैदा हुए संकट का सामना कैसे करना है, इसके बारे में मैंने संसद में भी विस्तार से बताया है। मेरी कल देश के सभी मुख्यमंत्रियों से भी लंबी चर्चा हुई है और बड़ी सकारात्मक चर्चा हुई है। मैं आज आप सभी जनता जनार्दन से फिर कहूंगा, मैं देशवासियों से फिर से कहूंगा, हमें शांत मन से, धैर्य के साथ, एकजुटता के साथ, मिलजुल करके इस संकट का सामना करना है। ये पूरे विश्व में परेशानी पैदा करने वाला संकट है। हमें अपने देश की सबसे ज्यादा चिंता करने है और यही हम भारतीयों की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। ये जहां युद्ध चल रहा है ना, इस युद्ध से प्रभावित इलाके से मंगाता है। इसलिए सरकार हर वो कदम उठा रही है जिससे सामान्य परिवारों पर, हमारे किसान भाई बहनों पर इस संकट का बोझ न पड़े। साथियों, संकट के इस समय में भी भारत ने अपने तेज विकास को निरंतर जारी रखा है। मैं सिर्फ पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश की ही बात करूं तो पिछले कुछ सप्ताह में ही ये चौथा बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है। इन कुछ ही सप्ताह में, इस दौरान नोएडा में बहुत बड़ी सेमी कंडक्टर फैक्ट्री का शिलान्यास हुआ। इसी कालखंड में देश की पहली दिल्ली, मेरठ, नमो भारत ट्रेन ने गति पकड़ी। इसी कालखंड में मेरठ मेट्रो का विस्तार किया गया और इतने कम समय में आज नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट का आप सबके हाथों से उद्घाटन भी हो गया।
Viewers, now getting in a fresh breaking development. Croatia has now confirmed that the world's largest aircraft carrier docked in Split is in Croatia for repair. Now, Trump admitted that US's Gerald R. Ford was hit from 17 different angles, and now Croatia has given a confirmation over the fact that US's Gerald R. Ford, the world's largest carrier, has in fact been hit. Now, remember, Pentagon earlier said that the carrier was off its course. The carrier was not in works in the operation because of an internal collapse. But now the US's President Donald Trump has said that USS Gerald R. Ford, the world's largest carrier, is in fact hit from 17 different angles by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. In fact, Croatia has also confirmed that the USS Gerald R. Ford is docked in Split in Croatia for repair works as the US's naval capacity now seems reduced in the West Asian waters. Now, the Croatian waters have been chosen as a landing path for the ship for proper planned maintenance. Viewers, these are the visuals of the world's largest carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, which is now docked in Croatia, in Split, and that comes because the ship was hit from 17 different angles by Iranian military. Now, getting in some more breaking development, viewers, Rajnath Singh is once again, the defense minister is holding a meeting on West Asia. The meeting has been convened and called by the defense minister just day before yesterday. In fact, viewers, defense minister Rajnath Singh held a roundtable with all tri-services chiefs and the CDS over the escalating West Asia tensions. And now, once again, defense minister Rajnath Singh has convened a meeting on the West Asia escalations. The meeting is in fact going to take place shortly at the Ministry of Defense, and the defense minister will be holding the meeting next to senior ministers too, whose names we are yet to confirm. Now, another shocking remark from Donald Trump. He humiliated Saudi Crown Prince in his address and says Gulf nation leaders better obey him. Getting you this and a lot more after this break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित
Namaste. How's the Josh? High, higher, highest? Highest. We need that in this country, and I thank Arnab Goswami and the Republic Network for creating this national movement so that we are able to all come together with a collective consciousness and unity and strength as Bharat or India. You know, without this intangible spirit or Josh, we can never survive in this big bad world. I'm going to be talking about this big bad world today. What is geopolitics? I want to start with this fundamental concept of geopolitics for all the young people here before we go into why nationalism is necessary in an era of heightened geopolitics. This term is usually associated with great powers or big powers wanting to control, influence, or to dominate certain key regions or spaces in the world. It comes from geography and politics, the combination of geography and politics. So there are some strategic spaces out there, and they need to be under the control of some great power or the other. This is what classically geopolitics means. Which means that, you know, there are some coveted spots and areas that need to be under somebody's control. So it's an imperial concept, geopolitics. But now, increasingly, the way we use it, it just means competition and struggle for power among, various countries. So, why has geopolitics become so significant today? And why should we pay attention to it as nationalistic Indians? In the year 2014, about 12 years ago, there's a very well-known American scholar, Walter Russell Mead. So Walter Russell Mead wrote an article in the iconic Foreign Affairs magazine of the US. It's called The Return of Geopolitics. And his argument was that for a long time we thought that these rivalries and struggles and conflicts between countries for influence in different parts of the world had ended, and we are all going to live together in one big, shared universal family. हमारे संस्कृति में, हमारी सभ्यता में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का उच्चारण बहुत बार करते हैं हम, आप सब जानते ही हैं. तो इसे अगर आप अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर आप लागू करें तो ऐसा लगता है कि हम सब बंधु हैं, मित्र हैं, एक दूसरे के सगे हैं. तो आपस में अनबन क्यों, लड़ाई क्यों, सब साथ मिलकर let us live together in peace and harmony forever, right? That's the idea. But Walter Russell Mead was saying that actually geopolitics is returning after many decades of what looked like integration of the whole world. The world is one, is not just the name of a TV channel. It's actually, a concept that many what were called liberals had promoted. We will forget nationalism, we'll forget national boundary, we'll forget there need not be any struggle. The whole world will be like integrated into one single market under the umbrella of capitalism, and we will all live happily ever after. So what Walter Russell Mead was saying in 2014, Russia had occupied Crimea and taken over Crimea at the time. Chinese were flexing muscle in the South China Sea and also in our backyard in the Indian Ocean region. And so he was saying that essentially the era of a long peace is over, and we are now back in the era of fierce geopolitics and contention among major powers. And if I were to fast forward that return of geopolitics to today, 12-13 साल गुजर गए, अब ये और भी तीव्र हो गया है. भू राजनीति और प्रतिस्पर्धा और भी तीव्र हो गया है. And in fact, it's not, I think, an exaggeration to call the current era an era of war. ये हेडलाइन सुर्खियां आजकल अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ज़्यादा क्यों होती हैं, आप सोचिए. It's mostly because there is conflict and intense rivalry and endless, jockeying for power and influence among major powers. So, in a way, geopolitics is now the defining feature of the world. मैं as a professor of international affairs, as a host of my own TV show on Doordarshan, Indian Diplomacy, as a writer and as an author and a newspaper columnist, I've been, arguing that we need to reorient ourselves in this new era of heightened geopolitical rivalries. So what is this reorientation? And इसमें nationalism का स्थान क्या है? राष्ट्रवाद क्यों आवश्यक है जब भू राजनीति बहुत तीव्र हो जाती है? ये संबंध, इन दोनों जो अवधारणा है, कॉन्सेप्ट्स, इन दोनों के बीच में जो संबंध है वो समझना बहुत आवश्यक है. राष्ट्रवाद को कुछ लोग जैसे वामपंथी हैं वो कहते हैं कि राष्ट्रवाद जो है उसके कारण बहुत सारी जो देश के अंदर जो विविधता हैं, जो असमानताएं हैं, जो इनजस्टिसेस, ऑल दीज थिंग्स, इन सबको दबा देती है राष्ट्रवाद, और इसलिए राष्ट्रवाद हानिकारक है. वामपंथियों के हिसाब से राष्ट्रवाद हानिकारक है क्योंकि इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ ऑपरेशन ऑफ people who are actually suffering from injustices internally, and therefore they highlight more of the internal divisions and the what they consider to be extremely unfair and unequal and unjust practices within society. If you bring in nationalism, it will hide these dark corners of the society. That is the argument of the left. In our history, for example, Mahatma Gandhi and Bhimrao Ambedkar ke beech mein, if you see, the central contention was about this only during the freedom struggle. Should nationalism be prioritized or should social justice be prioritized? As if the two were seen as, contradicting each other. So, the left says that we should actually give up nationalism and should actually not promote it because that is a right-wing thing. It is meant to cover all the bad tendencies and practices and trends and phenomena in our society. And ये भारत की बात नहीं करो, विश्व भर में इसी तरह का ये बुद्धिजीवियों के बीच चर्चा चलता हमेशा यही है कि राष्ट्रवाद हानिकारक है करके वामपंथी बोलते हैं. But in this era of heightened geopolitics जिसका मैंने अभी परिप्रेक्ष्य रखा है, भू राजनीति बहुत तेज है, युद्ध हो रहे हैं चारों तरफ, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और राष्ट्रीय सम्मान और राष्ट्रवाद एक तरह से एक कवच है अपने आप को बचाने के लिए. It's a dog eat dog world out there because all the liberal values, the so-called liberal international order which was protected by the US and by Western countries, all have collapsed right in front of our eyes. So what is your ultimate recourse for survival and to yourself be a major player in the world? It is nationalism. एक बड़े महान लेखक हैं हांस मॉर्गनथौ, अमेरिकन स्कॉलर हैं. मॉर्गनथौ wrote a famous book called Politics Among Nations, and this is one of the classics of international relations. I urge you to all look it up. हालांकि अभी काफ़ी बदलाव हो गया. This was way back 1950s and 60s. So what makes a country powerful, or what are the elements of national power? So I'll just read out for you what are the elements of national power according to Morgenthau. Geography, natural resources, industrial capacity, military preparedness, population, quality of government and diplomacy, and last but not least, and which is relevant to my talk today, national character and morale. इसलिए मैंने शुरुआत आपसे पूछा कि how is the जोश. So, and to explain what he means by national character and morale, it means the psychological condition of a nation, including social cohesion and dedication to its goals. अभी हमने कर्तव्य के बारे में सुना कि कर्तव्य कितना अहम है एक राष्ट्र के लिए. So, there are some national goals and objectives. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें 2 गंतव्य दिए हैं 2047 तक. To be a developed country, a first world nation or whatever you want to call it, a high income society, Viksit Bharat, and the second is to be a leading power in the world in international affairs. तो इन दोनों के लिए it's not just economic growth or military might, you also need that psychological preparedness and mobility of the society. जो अर्नब गोस्वामी और ये नेशनलिस्ट कॉन्क्लेव कर रहा है, it is building up towards that only. So I think this is actually a historic contribution. It's not just an ordinary, media show that's happening here. This is something much beyond that. So national character and nationalism are very crucial. And if you go back in history, nationalism actually was a force for good. The leftists have, like I said, tried to deconstruct nationalism. ये जो टुकड़े टुकड़े वाले ये कहते हैं कि राष्ट्रवाद गलत हैं, खराब हैं. But if you go back in time in history, the advent of modern nation states, nationalism has been the most liberating force in the world, in world history and even contemporary in this current era of geopolitics. How has it liberated? आपको याद है, what were the political formations 400-500 years ago when there were no nation states? Empire था ना, साम्राज्यवाद था हर जगह. If you see the political map of the world in say 1500 or 1600, it was all carved up along empires only. There were very few nation states or nationalism. So nationalism was the force that actually broke the back of empire. Our own freedom struggle is the best example of that, but इस प्रकार के बहुत अनेकों जगहों पे राष्ट्रवाद उभरा और राष्ट्रवाद के आधार पर एम्पायर भी चलाया गया. जो यूरोपियन साम्राज्यवाद भी, it was on the basis of national greatness or the racial greatness of the civilizing mission of the white man and of those countries. But nationalism also ultimately became a force in the 20th century. पिछले शताब्दी की आप देखें, when most of Asia, Africa, Latin America, we all got independence in the 19th and 20th centuries. Nationalism was the greatest liberating force against empire. आज साम्राज्यवाद के विरुद्ध हम खड़े हैं, हम अपने आप को स्वाधीन मानते हैं, उसका श्रेय राष्ट्रवाद को ही जाता है. And today, in this heightened era of geopolitics or rivalries, where जो कहते हैं ना जिसकी लाठी उसी की भैंस, आज हम उस अवस्था में आ गए हैं. There's a law of the jungle running out there. Nobody is following any rules or ethics, right? Might is right. अगर आप में शक्ति है और आप प्रतिद्वंदी में नहीं है तो हमला कर दो, कब्जा कर लो और वहां पर अपना वर्चस्व बना लो. आज जब ऐसी अवस्था है, we need a huge rebound of nationalism. राष्ट्रवाद के बगैर, like I said, we cannot survive in this kind of what is called a Hobbesian world. थॉमस हॉब्स आप लोग जानते हैं, पॉलिटिकल फिलोसोफर हैं ब्रिटेन से. उनका एक बड़ा एक फेमस कॉन्सेप्ट है स्टेट ऑफ नेचर, वेयर लाइफ इज शॉर्ट, नास्टी एंड ब्रूटिश. आज हम उस अवस्था में विश्व अगर आप पटल पर देखें. सो व्हेन देयर इज नो वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर और व्हेन देयर आर पीपल ट्राइंग टू री इम्पोज नियो इंपीरियलिज्म, ग्रेट पावर्स आप दोनों के देख लीजिए. आज जो महाशक्ति माने जाते हैं, भारत अभी तक महाशक्ति नहीं बना है, लेकिन उसका बनना आवश्यक है. लेकिन और हम वो 2047 तक वो सपना हम साकार करके रहेंगे, ये मेरा विश्वास है. लेकिन फिलहाल हम नहीं है महाशक्ति. फिलहाल सर्वसम्मति यही है कि चीन और अमेरिका ही महाशक्तियां हैं दो विश्व में, राइट? सो बोथ ऑफ देम, यू लुक एट देयर कॉन्डक्ट, दे आर आउट टू इम्पोज देयर विल यूजिंग एनी मीन्स, including extreme force, interventionism, militarism, aggression, and so on. So what is the saving grace? It is not going to be the United Nations. वो तो दरकिनार हो चुका है, आप जानते हैं. The institutions are all broken. It is not going to be any moral values or talk about sovereignty of nation states or equality of all in the world order. There is no equality, and in fact there are no ethics and morals. It's a very dangerous world we are living in. So the only recourse for a country like ours, which is rising, is to unify ourselves internally and to be proud in terms of being nationalists. Without that, we are going to be divided, we are going to be penetrated, and we are going to be enslaved again. I'm not exaggerating. हमें कभी कभार लगता है कि भारत इतनी बड़ी शक्ति बन रही है तो हमें कोई चिंता नहीं है, हमारे ऊपर कोई धावा नहीं बोल सकता है. हम छोटे मोटे ईरान जैसे देश नहीं है, राइट? आपको लगता है ऐसा? हमारे पास परमाणु हथियार हैं. You go back to the history, even some of our strongest empires crumbled because of internal disunity, disharmony, and lack of a collective spirit. So all I'm saying is nationalism is the only talisman. And आप वो लेकर चलिए तो हम बेड़ा पार करेंगे, हम महाशक्ति बनेंगे, and we'll be right on top. और अगर उसका अभाव हो तो we can be attacked, we can be taken back several centuries and lose everything that we have. So जैसे 5 उंगलियों को एक साथ आप जब करते हैं तभी मुट्ठी बनती है ना. Nationalism is that kind of force. And some people say अच्छा भाई nationalism खराब है, patriotism is better. अंग्रेजी में there are a lot of semantics, there are a lot of debates among intellectuals which is better. But whatever you want to call it, patriotism or nationalism, some people say it should not become jingoism. Jingoism is, the extreme kind of nationalism. Maybe I agree with that. But what I'm trying to say is a kind of constructive nationalism based on a shared sense of common values and common identity. We need that. Or else, the history of this country, if you read V.S. Naipaul, the great, Trinidadian writer of Indian origin, he said, no country in the world, it was so easy to conquer India. You go back centuries, so easy to conquer India. Because भारतीयता का एहसास तो है, संस्कृति है, सभ्यता है, लेकिन politically we are not mobilized as one nation for most of the time in our history. तो अभी मोदी युग है, this is the time where people have come out for the first time in a very, very, self-confident way saying, nationalism, I'm going to wear it on my sleeve. ये पिन देख रहे हैं आप? ये मैं मेरे टीवी शो पे भी पहनता हूँ, हर जगह पहनता हूँ, बिना भूले. And it is not because, we are trying to show off that we are great nationalists, या हम बहुत ही, or we are arrogant vis-a-vis others, other countries. It's actually to show that there is a certain pride. गर्व से कहो हम भारतीय हैं, इसमें खराबी क्या है? आप बताइए. कुछ गलत है? We are not saying we are superior to others. In fact, if you see our cosmology going back to our Vedic period, we are comfortable with many powers in the world. And अभी वो बन रहा है. ये जितनी आप देख रहे हैं ना युद्ध का काल, ये transition है. We are moving from one era to another era. That liberal order is finished. A new illiberal, era of geopolitics has started. And we are going to, it could culminate in major wars. अभी तो regional wars चल रहे, we may see world wars in the future. Who knows? The way it's building up. Every year there's a major crisis that, continues this cycle of violence. So ऐसे में अपने आप को सक्षम बनाना, not only as a, militarily or as a strong economy, but as a society. राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ में व्यक्ति निर्माण, समाज निर्माण, राष्ट्र निर्माण पर पूरा they give the highest priority. And the reason is very simple. They realized it more than 100 years ago. अभी शताब्दी चल रहा है संघ का. आप देखिए, we have to unify as a society. एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत जो कैंपेन है प्रधानमंत्री जी का, what is the crux of it? काशी से लेकर तंजावुर तक we are one people. कश्मीर से लेकर अंडमान तक we are one people. From Dwarika to Puri we are one people. जो शंकराचार्य did this many centuries ago, the cultural unity of India, we have to not only revive it or reclaim it, but we have to actually make it even stronger. So strong that nobody can divide us from outside. आप जानते हैं बहुत सारे divisive forces हैं हमारे देश में. अर्नब गोस्वामी रोज लड़ते हैं उनके खिलाफ. And that's why he is so popular in this country, because people say कि एक fearless व्यक्ति हैं जो दिन रात लगे हैं to keep this country united and together. So all I'm trying to say is, each one of us in our own capacities, इतने सारे नौजवान बैठे हैं यहाँ पर, आप सबको मेरी विनती है, let us spread this spirit of nationalism, keeping in mind the international context. जिनको international context की कोई पड़ी नहीं है, and जो सब they are talking about how भारत कितना विभाजित है और भारत के अंदर कितनी त्रुटियां हैं. भारत एक गौरवशाली सभ्यता भी है, and which has given a lot to the world. We want power. Why are we diffident about it? Why do we want to be number 3 or number 4 in the world? Why should we not be number one? We want power, and not just because we want to dominate others, like I said, but because we have something to give to the world. And for that to happen, we have to preserve this nationalism in our country that's constructive. So, I'm writing a new book, my 7th one. It's called India Number One. India Number One. And the subtitle is ABC of the World's Next Superpower. I hope it comes out before end of this year or early 2027. The fundamental point is we should aspire to be that leading power, which the Prime Minister has set out as the goal. Viksit Bharat and leading power. They're two sides of the same coin. One is the economic vision, the other is a vision for international relations. So for that to happen, we need nationalism. And that spirit, that everyday nationalism, routine nationalism, mundane nationalism. It can be like, Yadavji mentioned, if you are just being punctual and if you are being committed and you have sankalpa and you are completing those, all of those add up to national power and strength. So let us be animated by the spirit of nationalism. Without that, this geopolitical era, we are going to be like small fish which will be eaten by big sharks. हमें भी बड़ा बनना है, उनके बराबर बनना है. There are projections that by 2075, a lot of young people here will still be alive at the time. I'm very confident. By 2075, we will still be the third largest economy only in the world, behind China and the US. According to these, financial consultancies and long-term future predictions. But we can actually leapfrog and become number one. तो ये जो 21वीं सदी है, there are a lot of these geopolitical headwinds. Many people don't want us to become number one or even to rise any further, and will impose a lot of constraints on us, बाहर से. And they will also look for opportunities within our country to try and divide and to break us. तो उन सब से सावधान रहना है. And दूसरा, एकत्रित होकर एक मन से एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत बनाना है. And that is how we will be able to not only survive but thrive in this era of extreme geopolitics. So, खेल हम में भी खेलना है जो बड़े शक्तियों का है, but at the same time, internally, democracies generally are considered more vulnerable to these kind of, external manipulation. कभी कभार आपको लगता है अच्छा भाई कोई एजिटेशन, कोई आंदोलन छिड़ गया है, कोई कहता है नेपाल और बांग्लादेश जैसी हालत हमारे यहाँ भी करें, जेनजी का कोई रिवोल्ट करा दो यहाँ पर, तख्ता पलट कर लेते हैं, then India will be weakened, it will break down. ये हम सबका दायित्व है to stop these kind of conspiracies. बड़े षड्यंत्र हैं यहाँ पर. हमें कमज़ोर और शक्तिहीन बनाने के लिए बहुत सारे लोग ताक में बैठे हुए हैं. चीन है, चीन तो चाहता ही है कि भारत कभी उसका बराबरी ना करें. अमेरिका को हमने अपना मित्र समझा था, अब भी हैं स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर, लाभदायी हैं, लेकिन जो आपने उनका भी रुख देखा वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा हाइपर नेशनलिस्ट हो गए हैं. तो ऐसे में हमें भी अपने आप को एक तरह का ढीठ बनाना है. आई एम गोइंग टू बी एडमेंट, आई एम गोइंग टू बी स्टबर्न, एंड आई एम गोइंग टू से नो टू मेनी थिंग्स. द वे वी हैव हैंडल दिस लेटेस्ट क्राइसिस ऑफ द वॉर इन द वेस्ट एशिया और द मिडिल ईस्ट, आप देखिए द वे वी navigated it carefully but preserving our core interests, it shows that this is a nationalistic India. We are not here. अच्छा कोई कहता है आपने निंदा नहीं की अमेरिका ने ईरान पे हमला कर दिया, या दूसरी तरफ आपने निंदा नहीं की ईरान टेररिज्म फैला रहा है पूरे क्षेत्र में. अरे निंदा करते रहेंगे तो हम राष्ट्र निर्माण कैसे करेंगे? And we have to strike a fine balance. So diplomacy is also important, but more important than everything else is that that sense that there is a national will and a core national interest. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संबंधों में हमेशा राष्ट्रीय हित की हम लोग बात करते हैं. What is the core national interest? मैं आप सबसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, आप सोचिए. It is for us to grow economically, to become more prosperous, and also a big player in world politics, a leading power. तो इन दो लक्ष्यों को साथ लेकर चलिए. हम सब जैसे एक मुहिम अर्नब जी ने छेड़ा है, उसके हम छोटे छोटे सिपाही बन सकते हैं. एंड वी कैन एम फॉर इंडिया बीइंग नंबर 1 इन द वर्ल्ड. लेट्स make this happen in our own lifetimes. And it is only possible with that energy and that enthusiasm and that josh. Thank you. Jai Hind.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Mr. President.
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
Nobody. We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while, you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it
and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
מוקדם יותר היום שוחחתי עם ידידנו הנשיא טראמפ. הנשיא טראמפ מאמין שיש סיכוי למנף את ההישגים הכבירים של צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית כדי
फौज एक सिविलियंस बच्चे को 9 महीने की ट्रेनिंग की आग की भट्टी में इसलिए तपाती है ताकि वो एक सिविलियन फौजी बन जाए, और फौजी इस राष्ट्र का विश्वास होता है, इस राष्ट्र का भरोसा होता है। जब वो अपने बदन पर वर्दी पहनता है, वो वर्दी कोई मामूली कपड़ा नहीं होती, वो वर्दी लाखों करोड़ों सैनिकों के खून से पावन और पुनीत होती है। 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों का विश्वास होती है, तिरंगे की आन बान और शान वो वर्दी होती है।
Brought to you by Zoho, business software trusted by 15 crore users. Powered by TVS Motor Company.
Jai Hind viewers, are witnessing the great fourth week in which the Gulf War has entered. And in this war, President Donald Trump carried out some kind of a miscalculation, which earlier they used to think they will come, they'll complete everything in 48 hours. Or other hand, Israelis were very happy because for them it is a kind of a historical opportunity to crush their enemy, that is Hezbollah. But whereas now, how the things have progressed, every day there is a new challenge which is imposed or posed by Iranian to US and its allies. President Trump has also this time has come to a kind of a conclusion he need to pause the war. It is one of the biggest indicator that US is losing the war out of their hands. And no victory is counted as a success till the time ground forces are not launched. In past 3 weeks, what we have seen, US fighters are coming down, they are refueling, tanker C-135 was brought down, and certainly Iranian effective missile technology and the system has really punished or degraded their targets in entire Gulf. Iranians have sent a very great message to entire world. Okay, look, it is primarily their area, and anyone which is endangering the sovereignty of their country in any form will be punished. Now, let's come to the factual. If there is any ground war, what are the options? Is it feasible for Americans to do so? Or is it going to be a tough? So let's see the geographical pattern first. If you see the Iranian geographical pattern, toward the northern and the western side is totally, it is encircled with mountainous region where Iranian forces very much well in advance is totally dug in. If Americans, they come out there, they are definitely going to suffer a lot of casualties. Firstly, because of the terrain, and secondly, because they are now familiar with that terrain in which Iranians are really practicing this war or the battle procedure, battle drills. If you go toward the eastern side, where Afghanistan and Pakistan, they are entangled in their own war. And definitely, Pakistan was instigated by US to go for the Bagram base, primarily to establish some kind of a foothold in Afghanistan, which Afghanis are not permitting. So that is also, in present day, impossible for US forces to come from that end. There is one silver ray for Americans, that is the southwestern approach, and that is, I'm talking about through Iraq, and Kuwait maybe or going to be their launching pad. If they want to come for that, or from this approach, their first option will be, or their first course will be, exactly they will be looking forward to take all the oil fields of Iran in their hand. Simultaneously, Trump has also involved additional troops, that is 82nd Airborne Forces, along with the expeditionary force, that is Marines, which were already existing there, that is 2,500, along with one aircraft carrier, that is Tripoli. Their task will be to go and capture Kharg Island and also the ports of Iranian, so that from all sides Iranians are contained. But is it going to be that easy? Now my second question comes to you. No. The reason is, if you see the Strait of Hormuz, which is so beautiful, but at the same time it has got tremendous defense potential because of the sea out there is very shallow. Any move in that area, any vessel is moving, has to slow down, and it becomes a kind of a target to Iranian missiles or the attack boats. And another thing is, it also provides Iranians a natural base or platform for them to fire their missiles on any movement which, if it takes place in that region. And second thing is, there are inherent camouflage, I won't call it a type of a concealment, that the speedboats can come outside, attack them, and retreat to their hideouts or the foxholes in this particular strait. So you can well imagine that how much defense potential Iranians have got along with their brilliant missile system. If there is a ground war, the Americans or whosoever is going to participate is going to suffer large amount of casualties. They should be prepared. And they should also be prepared that Iranians do have their strategic partners, that is China and Russia, so they should not forget about this particular part also. So it is kind of a wait and watch, and we only hope that this thing or this war should really slow down. The only option right now is a diplomatic angle for Trump. That's the reason he is looking for some time. He's trying to buy a time for his ground forces to be launched or for some type of a diplomatic chapter. Thank you.
All right, viewers, we have some breaking news coming in right now. And now we have confirmation that's coming in from Croatia. That's a visual from Split in Croatia, which shows the USS Gerald. It has docked at Split for maintenance work. Donald Trump today said that this largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, has been hit by 17 different sides. It has been hit on 17 different angles. That's a massive strike from Iran, one must say. And now You have the first visual coming in only on Republic TV of the USS Gerald Ford. As you can see on your screens, this is from the Croatian waters, Croatia helping in the maintenance work. And this is from the Croatian port city of Split that you see the USS Gerald Ford's latest image, latest visual, latest video that is coming in right now. So this is the breaking news we have right now. This is a big admission coming in, none other than Trump himself, that this carrier has been hit in Iranian strikes from 17 directions. And he went on to say that it has been hit from 17 angles, had to run for our lives. And this is the situation right now as far as the US side is concerned, viewers. Let's take a listen to what Trump had exactly said.
We knew there was a problem when we noticed at 1 o'clock in the morning, every 32 seconds, another airplane, a very fast plane, was coming off the deck of an aircraft carrier. That's actually the biggest aircraft carrier in the world. And every 32 seconds, boom, boom, boom. And it was 1 o'clock in the morning, so we said, okay, I think we're in trouble. But they were ready for us, Johnny. And we were ready. He said we were ready, and then they hit us. And they came from 17 different angles. They were here, they were there. We ran for our lives. It was over.
All right, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. So this situation continues to escalate as far as the war is concerned. And in the latest, we understand is that the Iranian drones have hit the Haifa Elta Electronic Warfare Center. That's the breaking news we have right now. So Iran is unrelenting in its attacks. And Ben Gurion Air Base fuel storage has also been hit by the Iranian drones. It has disrupted the radar, missile tracking, and air operations. That's, of course, a big cause of concern for Israel. The radar has been disrupted. The missile tracking and air operations have been disrupted. Iranian army drones hitting Haifa's Elta Electronic Warfare Center. These are military facilities. And even the Ben Gurion's air base fuel storage has been hit. So all the important infrastructure, the military infrastructure, the energy infrastructure, everything is on target, continues to be on target, even if Trump talks about extending the ultimatum, talks about back-channel dialogue. But Iran is unrelenting in its strikes against Israel and US assets. So this is the latest update we are getting in from the war zone. Iranian army drones hitting Haifa's electronic warfare. And it's completely crippling the missile tracking, air operations, disrupting the radar as well, which of course comes as a cause of concern. This is a drone, remember. We talk about how the Iranian drones have been a game changer for the Iranians in this war that is still underway. And viewers, meanwhile, there is not good news coming in for the American troops. At least 10 US troops have been wounded in Iranian attack on Saudi air base, but there are some sources telling us that dozens of them have been, in fact, affected. They have been injured. Over 24 of them have been injured as Iran fired 6 ballistic missiles and 29 drones at the US base. Now, this is the Sultan Air Base, Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. And this is a strike on at least 2 of the Air Force refueling aircraft. And this is the US troops were also deployed there. They're also there. It's an Iranian attack on the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, and dozens of American troops have been injured, some of them even seriously injured. You can see the visuals that are being released by the IRGC. But this is an update that's not, of course, at all a good sign as far as US is concerned. It is under pressure already. There have been a lot of casualties earlier as well for the United States of America. Meanwhile, viewers, we are getting in some more visuals and more updates coming in. Now, the IRGC Navy has targeted troops on Kuwait's island, one of the islands, that is the Bubiyan Island. It's a surprise operation, in fact, that has been launched by Iran, and that's the breaking news. Now, spokesman of the Khatam Al-Anbiya Central Headquarters say, and I quote, as part of the 84th wave of Operation True Promise, under the blessed code, the IRGC Navy conducted a surprise combined missile and drone attack on several gathering points of Zionist American terrorists, they say, on Bubiyan Island. I'm just quoting what they're saying. In this attack, a large number of American terrorist mercenaries were killed using various destructive drones and ballistic missiles. The wounded were transferred to Saleh al-Sabah, Muhammad al-Ahmad and Ali al-Salem hospitals. Now, IRGC says, and I quote, attacks against American terrorist soldiers in any part of this region will continue with their crushing strikes until their complete elimination, unquote. So there you have IRGC and its latest wave of Operation True Promise 4, targeting US troops now in Kuwaiti Island, in a surprise operation, what they call it. And now, meanwhile, back in India, viewers, we have the Raksha Mantri holding a meeting, an informal meeting, or informal group, in fact, of ministers. They have gathered today, and visuals from that meeting you can see on your screens right now, discussing the situation in West Asia. You're getting in visuals from Kartavyavan. You can see JP Nada, Nirmala Sitharaman, alongside flanking Rajnath Singh, along with other ministers there, holding this meeting on a Saturday afternoon, discussing the impact, the implications of the West Asia war at the Kartavya Bhavan, and other leaders also. You can see the Civil Aviation Minister, you can see even Kiran Rijiju and Jitendra Singh, Hardeep Singh Puri, and Prahlad Joshi there, all part of this meeting. Visuals coming in from inside Kartavya Bhavan, where Defense Minister is chairing this meeting. We've seen that there has been immense focus from the central government as far as fighting through the challenges that are being posed in this scenario, as the war is only escalating. It has also widened impact, and that has been studied and analyzed, and it's being prepared for. Last evening, the Prime Minister held meeting with the chief ministers of different states, and now we have Defense Minister Rajnath Singh holding the meeting with ministers. All right, viewers, now let's go back to the Donald Trump statements. Now he is completely losing the plot, and he has this pattern of embarrassing statements about world leaders, humiliating world leaders, and the latest in the list is MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi Crown Prince, who he has now openly mocked, and he also went on to say that the Gulf leaders should listen to him.
He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me. He's got to be. But it was really something. He said, though, it's amazing, President, because he's a very smart, but a regular kind of a guy. He said, it's amazing, President. A year ago, in that case, it was a year and a half. It was 6 months ago. But a year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're literally the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that was before we beat the hell out of our...
Yeah. All right. So there you have Donald Trump there taking on the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. And we've seen that how the United States have been pushing for Saudi Arabia to, in fact, join the fight and come out even more stronger in this fight to push their response against Iran. And just 3 days back, Trump had said that MBS is fighting with the U.S., and now he is mocking the Saudi Crown Prince. And this is, of course, we've seen that as Iran has also hit Saudi capital Riyadh with the shock missile storm, reports have been suggesting that Mohammed bin Salman has been pushing Trump to go all in. And now a wacky reference to MBS. All right, we are shifting focus to other stories now. The government of India has announced a landmark overhaul of India's TRP, or the television ratings measurement system, and it sends a strong message to the broadcasting industry. The days of gaming television ratings are over. Forced viewership has been phased out. A pro-content and pro-industry policy is here. Here's more.
TRP, or television rating points, determine how many viewers a channel attracts in the world of broadcasting. Those numbers mean everything. Advertisers pour billions into channels based on TRP data, making it the single most powerful metric in the television industry. But for years, that system has been vulnerable to manipulation, allowing corporate houses to hold monopolies and game the system. And the government has now decided to act. The most significant change in today's reform is the exclusion of forced viewership or landing pages from viewership measurement. Landing pages are the default channels that automatically appear on screen the moment a viewer switches on their television. Broadcasters have long used this as a backdoor marketing tool, ensuring their channel registers as viewed before a viewer has made any active choice. That practice, the government says, ends now.
Congratulations should be for the entire industry, which has always said that eventually we are in the news business and all monopolistic tendencies are bad, and landing pages are essentially a way of paying money and getting viewership. I can say quite candidly that together with other members of News Broadcasters Federation, I have been very strongly lobbying against this terrible practice of landing pages. And I cannot tell you how happy we are that this terrible thing of landing pages is gone. Now, when this goes, what happens is that you can't do capital dumping. It can't be that you have a lot of money, so you put your money to buy viewership. And most importantly, the rating agency, which is BARC, will now be compelled not to measure landing pages. And I hope that after this will introduce a new wave of democracy in the news broadcasting business in our country. This will allow fresh talent to do well. This will encourage journalists to focus on content. And this will most importantly restore the importance of the editors. Eventually, it is the editors who must control the destiny of news organizations. And the government's decision is fantastic. More than that, I think there will be many more rating agencies which will happen. Multiplicity is good, monopoly is bad. These changes bring in multiplicity and diversity in the news broadcasting business. And we're very happy with it, Niranjan. And I think that particularly for professionals like you, editors like you, and all editors in our broadcasting business, this could be a game changer. Because now you can compete on a truly level playing field, which I think it will turn out to be whenever the ratings are back.
The impact will be felt differently across the industry. For channels built on strong original content, for editorial-led newsrooms, this is a major win as their ratings will finally reflect genuine audience engagement. For those who have relied on technical tactics to artificially spike their numbers, this reform delivers a significant blow. The playing field is being leveled, and authentic viewership is now what counts.
Many of them have already spoken to me, all very, very happy, and more than that, I would say they're relieved because the news broadcasting business its survival has been in doubt. How do you survive when someone can just pay out viewership? Eventually, the advertiser would have gone by that fake viewership, coerced viewership, forced viewership. Now that goes. And now, therefore, our many partners in the channels, many of them are members of the News Broadcasting Federation, but even if they are not, now believe that they have a chance. So I think the owners and editors of these organizations can go to their professionals and say, let's do the news well, right? Don't worry, money will not determine the destiny of the news business in this country. your coverage will, your journalism will. So I think for them and for all of us, it's a defining moment. And very happy that this has happened. I think the broadcasting industry will skyrocket from here.
The government's reform is being seen as a decisive move to restore trust and transparency in a system that drives the commercial engine of Indian television. A move that helps broadcasters as we enter a new digital phase of disseminating news.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित,
देश ने और पिछले 9 वर्ष के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश ने ये डबल इंजन की सरकार आने के उपरांत जो स्पीड पकड़ी है, आज वह बॉटलनेक से ब्रेक थ्रू के रूप में अपनी एक नई पहचान को सबके सामने प्रस्तुत कर रहा है। मान्यवर, आपने इस एयरपोर्ट का आधार शिलान्यास 25 नवंबर 2021 को किया था और आज आपके कर कमलों से इस एयरपोर्ट के प्रथम फेज का उद्घाटन का कार्यक्रम भी हो रहा है। ये डबल इंजन की स्पीड यही है।
This is infrastructure designed not just for today, but for the next generation. But Jewar is not just for passengers. It is also a major cargo gateway. With a dedicated multi-modal cargo hub, the airport is built to handle over 2.5 lakh metric tons of cargo every year, expandable to nearly 18 lakh metric tons. From logistics to exports, from supply chains to speed, this airport is expected to power economic growth across North India.
साल 2014 से पहले देश में सिर्फ 74 एयरपोर्ट थे। आज 160 से अधिक एयरपोर्ट देश में है। अब महानगरों के अलावा देश के छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हवाई कनेक्टिविटी पहुंच रही है।
What makes Jewar truly future ready is connectivity. For the National Capital Region, this means faster access, better mobility, and a major step towards decongesting the skies and terminals of Indira Gandhi International Airport. Together, these two airports will now function as a combined aviation ecosystem for Delhi NCR.
मान्यवर, आपने पिछले 11-12 वर्षों में नए भारत को प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में जो विकसित भारत की दिशा में अग्रसर करने के लिए कदम बढ़ाए हैं, आज वह हमें हर एक सेक्टर में देखने को मिल रहे हैं। ये नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट इसी श्रृंखला का हिस्सा है। आज आपके कर कमलों से इस नव निर्माण की इस नई इकाई का लोकार्पण होने जा रहा है और यह नवसृजन उत्तर प्रदेश को ग्लोबल एविएशन के मैप पर एक नए सिरे से प्रस्तुत करने का कार्य कर रहा है।
And there is another defining feature, sustainability. Jewar Airport has been envisioned as a net zero emissions facility. Energy efficient systems, green infrastructure, and environmentally responsible design are at the core of this project. Even its architecture reflects India, inspired by traditional ghats and havelis, blending culture with cutting-edge design. 3 weeks ago, RE State reached Jewar before the inauguration, before the spotlight, to understand what this project truly means on the ground. Here is a glimpse from our exclusive report. From vast runways stretching across the horizon to terminals taking shape with precision. Even then, one thing was clear. This was not just an airport. It is a city of connectivity in the making. And today, that vision has become reality. What we saw under construction now stands inaugurated. What was once a promise is now operational. The journey from blueprint to runway is complete, and it signals a much bigger transformation. From Jewar to the world, India is ready for takeoff.
In a remarkable development in the India's aviation industry, today was the inauguration of Jewar International Airport, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself came here and inaugurated the phase 1 of the Jewar International Airport. There was this inauguration ceremony organized today where it was graced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Chief Minister of UP Yogi Adityanath, Deputy Chief Minister Governor Anandiben Patel, and also the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu. They graced the occasion and they were a part of this inauguration ceremony. All of them, they talked about what good would this airport bring, what good would Jewar International Airport serve, be it removing the congestion or easing the congestion from the Indira Gandhi International Airport, or be it being the largest airport in Asia.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Our Estate Building the Nation. My name is Nayan, and today what we're seeing is a sector that is becoming more dynamic, more data-driven, and increasingly influenced by both global and local forces. On the show today, we will track how global tensions are beginning to impact housing prices back at home, and why Tier 2 cities are witnessing a surge like never before, and how policy changes and commercial demand are reshaping the market landscape. Let's get you to the top developments driving real estate right now.
Global instability is now directly impacting India's real estate market. Ongoing tensions in the Middle East and disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are pushing up shipping and raw material costs, increasing the cost of construction across key markets. Industry experts say this could drive ultra-luxury housing prices up by at least 5% as developers face delays and rising input expenses. But that's not the only shift. There's also a noticeable movement of NRI capital. With uncertainty rising in the Gulf, especially in Dubai, many NRIs are redirecting investments back to India. Cities like Mumbai are seeing increased demand for short-term rentals and safe haven assets. Global conflict is no longer distant. It's actively reshaping pricing, demand, and investment patterns in Indian real estate. India's next real estate boom is unfolding beyond the metros. A recent report indicates that land prices in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities could rise anywhere between 25 to 100% over the next few years, driven largely by infrastructure expansion. What's changing is the timing. Land prices are now rising at the announcement stage of highways and airports, not after completion. Alongside infrastructure, another powerful driver is emerging: spiritual tourism. Cities like Ayodhya, Varanasi, Vrindavan, and Prayagraj are rapidly transforming into real estate hotspots. In parts of Vrindavan, land prices have surged from around 20,000 rupees to nearly 1 crore rupees in just 4 years. Faith and infrastructure together are creating India's newest high-growth property corridors. India's real estate sector is expanding at both ends, scale and regulation. The commercial office market is now on track to cross 1 billion square feet by 2026, driven by global capability centers and flexible workspace demand. 2025 alone saw a record 61 million square feet of absorption, signaling strong corporate expansion. Major deals continue to close with large office leasing activities in cities like Hyderabad and Bengaluru. At the same time, the luxury housing segment is evolving into a core investment asset, expanding beyond Delhi NCR and Mumbai into newer markets. But alongside growth, regulation is tightening. The Central Board of Direct Taxes has introduced stricter HRA rules requiring more transparent landlord disclosures starting April. And regulators are stepping up enforcement with Maharera recovering over 200 crore rupees for home buyers. India's real estate story is now defined by rapid expansion backed by stronger accountability.
And while the market continues to grow and evolve, one of the most important shifts is actually happening on the regulatory front, where the buyer rights are finally taking center stage. Transparency, accountability, and timely delivery are no longer optional, they are becoming the norm. To break this down, we have with us the industry expert, Mr. Ashwinder, who will share with us his perspective on how this RERA-led transformation is changing the balance of power in real estate. Here's our big story.
Let's be very clear. Indian real estate is going through one of its most important transitions. And this is not a story of developers versus buyers. This is a story of the market finally becoming more balanced. For decades, the system had its gap. Projects got delayed, information was not always transparent, and dispute resolution was slow. At the same time, developers were also navigating complex approval funding constraints and regulatory fragmentation. So the truth is, both sides operated in an imperfect system. What we are seeing today is that system is becoming stronger. This is not cyclical recovery. This is not just demand improving or prices moving up. This is a structural reset, a shift from an unstructured ecosystem to a far more regulated, transparent, and accountable market. And this shift is not theoretical. It is visible, it is measurable, and most importantly, it is enforceable. Let me give you an example with one sharp data point. In Maharashtra alone, 7,000 home buyer complaints have been resolved in a single year. Even more interesting, the disposal rate has crossed 130%. Now, what does that mean? This means that the system is now clearing more cases and complaints than what are being filed. Now, pause and think about that. For the first time, home buyers are seeing time-bound resolution and not endless litigation and years of uncertainty, but actual closure. This is a fantastic confidence-building situation, and this changes behavior across the system, because when trust improves, participation improves. And what does it mean? So what has changed? Why has this happened? Because RERA has matured from being a regulatory framework to now becoming an enforcement-driven system. Importantly, this is not just about resolving disputes after problems happen. Now the real shift is happening before a project even reaches the buyer, and this is important. Today, approvals are far more stringent. Developers are being evaluated not just on land ownership, but on financial strength, execution capability, and delivery track record. Now, what does that mean? This means serious developers are getting rewarded and the weak projects are getting filtered out. That is what the home buyer wanted. And that is a very important transition, because now the system is moving from reactive correction to a proactive prevention. And the same time, enforcement has become sharper and more visible. We are seeing cases where developers have faced heavy penalties for violations. Projects marketed without RERA registration, where buyers are being refunded. The message is now very clear. No RERA registration, no sale, no compliance, no tolerance. But equally credible developers are benefiting from this environment because when rules are clear and enforcement is consistent, the market begins to reward discipline, governance, and delivery. Now, let's step back for a moment. Real estate is not just another sector. It is a life decision for most Indian families. We need to understand that. It is where savings go, it is where aspirations live, and it is where security is built. And increasingly, it is also about renters who are now expecting better standards, better contracts, and more accountability. So when the ecosystem becomes stronger, everyone benefits. Home buyers get protection, renters get better living standards, developers get more credible market, financiers get more confidence, and capital flows more efficiently. And this is important because India is now moving towards a real estate market that is not driven by speculation, but by structure, not by opacity, but by transparency, not by promises, but by accountability. Now, what are we seeing today is not just tighter regulation. It is the rebalancing of the entire ecosystem where the buyer is protected and the developer is respected and the system finally is being trusted. And in the long run, that is exactly what will make Indian real estate stronger, cleaner, and more institutional, and far more investable and trustworthy. Because ultimately, a market that creates trust for the buyer and fairness for the developer is the market that sustains growth. And that is what was wanted when RERA came into picture. So the real story is unfolding in Indian real estate today.
Now, beyond the big picture, the real action is unfolding across markets in pricing trends, investment flows, and evolving buyer preferences. From emerging cities gaining momentum to global capital backing India's growth story, a lot is shaping how and where people are investing today. To unpack what this really means for investors and buyers, here's our business expert with a deep dive into the top 3 market stories.
Thank you, Nain. Now, India's real estate story is not just about growth, but where it truly originates from. Right from emerging cities in India to global capital inflows and changes in buyer behaviors, here are the 3 big shifts you need to look out for. Cities like Lucknow, Jaipur, Bhubaneswar, Indore, and Coimbatore are already seeing strong developer interest. What's driving this surge is improved connectivity, significantly lower land costs, and a clear first-mover advantage. The next phase of India's real estate cycle is now taking shape in these emerging urban corridors. Viewers, India's real estate story is no more just metro-led, especially after the fact that the government allocated Rs 5,000 crores in its FY 2026 budget. It has truly placed the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities in India as investment hotspots. Now, beyond that fact, surprisingly, a study suggests that the land prices in such locations can exceed in the bandwidth of 25 to 100%. Office assets continue to dominate, accounting for more than half of total investments. This growth is being driven by strong corporate interest, the expansion of global capability centers, and India's economic stability. And the momentum is expected to continue well into 2026, with global capital increasingly viewing India as a long-term bet. Global investors are betting big on India. Now, this is truly supported by the fact that last year, a record $8.5 billion in terms of institutional inflows flowed into the South Asian country. Beyond that fact, this has truly established India as one of the largest and the fastest moving real estate markets globally. Locations like Goa, Alibag, Lonavala and Rishikesh are seeing strong traction. Improved connectivity through airports and expressways is making these destinations more accessible and more attractive for investments. This reflects a broader shift from affordability-driven buying to aspiration-led and lifestyle-focused ownership. There's clearly a shift in what India is buying. Now, houses priced over 1 crore are accounting for nearly 78% of total residential sales in the South Asian country. Beyond that, there's a lot of demand when it comes to second homes, buying them across lifestyle destinations in India.
But if you step back from the headlines, one question really matters. What actually drives real estate value over time? Is it location? Is it timing? Or is it something bigger? In Finance Ka Funda, we decode the fundamentals behind property wealth creation and why infrastructure continues to be one of the biggest game changers in this space.
If there's one factor consistently driving real estate wealth in India, it is infrastructure. From highways to railways, connectivity is no longer just about mobility, it's about value creation. The Ministry of Railways recently commissioned nearly 1,900 kilometers of key projects, including major lines such as Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla rail link and the Bairabi-Sairang rail line. Track expansion has also accelerated to about 8.6 kilometers per day, more than double the pace seen a decade ago. So what does this mean for real estate? The moment a railway line, a highway or an airport is announced, land prices in surrounding areas begin to rise. This is because connectivity brings faster access to cities, increased economic activity and higher rental and resale potential. We've already seen this play out in multiple corridors across India where early investors benefit the most. This is why Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities are also gaining traction. They are the biggest beneficiaries of this new infrastructure. For investors, this strategy is simple. Follow infrastructure, not just location. But in today's market, the biggest returns are not in already developed cities, but in areas about to be developed. In Indian real estate, infrastructure is not just about development, it is the foundation of wealth creation.
And it's not just roads, railways, or physical development that's reshaping the real estate anymore. It's India's digital push that is quietly transforming the sector. And from how transactions happen to how businesses operate and how spaces are designed. In What's New, we look at how digital and telecom infrastructure is redefining the future of real estate.
India's digital and telecom infra is reshaping real estate. India's next big real estate driver isn't just physical, it's digital. The country's digital public infrastructure is expanding at an unprecedented scale. Under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, deposits have crossed 2.94 lakh crore, reflecting deeper financial inclusion. Meanwhile, UPI processed nearly 21.7 billion transactions in a single month. This rapid digitization is transforming how people earn, spend, and invest, including in real estate. But the bigger shift is happening in telecom. The Department of Telecommunications has now allowed enterprises to set up their own private captive telecom networks without requiring a full telecom license. So why does this matter for real estate? Because digital infrastructure is now a key factor in commercial leasing decisions. Smart buildings and offices, data centers and tech parks. Cities and business districts with stronger digital ecosystems are becoming more attractive to global companies. From payments to connectivity, digital infrastructure is now redefining how and where India builds its future real estate.
With that, it's a wrap on this episode. What is clear is that India's real estate sector is entering a new phase. One that's being driven by stronger policy frameworks, expanding infrastructure, and evolving buyer aspirations. Now, whether you're a home buyer, an investor, or simply tracking the market, these shifts are creating new opportunities and new ways to think about real estate. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Nayan. Stay tuned and we will see you in the next episode.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
महफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching the Saturday edition of 6 Stories at 6, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with the top story that we're going to track for you in the next 25 minutes. The first one, of course, coming in from the war zone. We'll bring you the latest updates from the West Asia war. We are also going to get you an update on a latest testimony or latest example of Trump is losing it. He's losing the plot. He's humiliating the world leaders. And latest in the list is Mohammed bin Salman. Also on the show, we're going to get you the latest update coming in as far as the US strikes on nuclear facilities in Iran are concerned. Much more lined up for you. First, let's take a look at the first story we're bringing to you. And in fact, let me just tell you the lineup. We're still continuing with the lineup. So the nuke strikes are on target. Story number 4. We can go to story number 4. And that is how NCR has got a major boost. Noida Airport has been inaugurated today by the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Jewar. That's the Jewar International Airport. And also, we're going to get you updates from the poll-bound state of West Bengal. BJP gears up for the polls. Amit Shah today released a charge sheet against TMC government, and in fact even TMC has now countered it with another charge sheet against the BJP. So it's a war of charge sheet, it seems, before the manifesto. And viewers, we conclude this bulletin with updates coming in from Nepal. Just a day after rapper turned politician Balendra Shah takes oath as Nepal's Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli is arrested. So let's start with the top story on 6 Stories at 6. Now, President Trump, Donald Trump, has done it again. He has humiliated another world leader, and this time it's the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And in fact, he has also gone on to say that the Gulf leaders should be listening to him. Take a look at this report. In fact, Donald Trump, he was speaking in Florida, and in his address, we can see that he was completely losing it. It's not the first time he has humiliated any world leader. And we've seen that how many times that he's done that. And Saudi Arabia, as per reports, has been pushing, egging US on to attack Iran. And Trump has been making statements. 3 days back, he said that MBS is with him. He's fighting with him, fighting with the United States. And now he's also humiliating him at the same time. So we'll try and get you more updates on that. He humiliates the Crown Prince, even says that he better be nice to me in sort of a threatening tone. And this could be a message that is being sent out to him. Trump knows the reasons best. But clearly we can see with Trump not being clear of an exit strategy from this war, he is losing the plot. He's losing track, losing control of his words as he often does, not the first time though, but he clearly is scrambling for options to now back out from this war. And he's now talking about the Gulf leaders, saying that the Gulf leaders should be listening to him.
He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me.
US President Donald Trump, in his address in an investment summit in Florida, made explicitly shocking remarks. Trump made tall claims about himself while mocking other leaders. On Pakistan, the US president confessed a strategic preference for losers, noting that their presence provides a significant boost to his own self-esteem, while also expressing a distaste for people more successful than him.
You know, I've watched a lot of people, leaders, great leaders. And, you know, the one thing about sports is you break it down into, a 2-hour period, something nice. You don't have to wait a lifetime to find out is somebody a winner or a loser. You got a lot of losers, mostly losers, fortunately. It's a good thing to have a lot of losers. I always like to hang around with losers, actually, because it makes me feel better. I hate guys that are very, very successful and you have to listen to their success stories. I like people that like to listen to my success.
In a shocking claim, Trump made explicit remarks about the future king of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman.
He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me. He's got to be. But it was really something. He said, though, it's amazing, President, because he's a very smart, but a regular kind of a guy. He said, it's amazing, President. A year ago, in that case, it was a year and a half, it was 6 months ago, but a year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're literally the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that was before we beat the hell out of him.
He made a gaffe about the Strait of Hormuz and called it the Strait of Trump, while maintaining there are no accidents, with him admitting that the slip of tongue was intentional.
We're negotiating now, and it'd be great if we could do something, but they have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Excuse me I'm so sorry. Such a terrible mistake. The fake news will say, he accidentally said, no. There's no accidents with me, not too many. If there were, we'd have a major story.
In a statement, the president announced the immediate annexation of the Gulf of Mexico and rebranding it the Gulf of America, while also claiming that Cuba is next.
You wouldn't have to use it. I built this great military. I said, you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that, please.
Trump also addressed the Nobel Prize snub, saying the committee has lost credibility, claiming he saved 50 million people and stopped 8 wars. As the war in West Asia reaches a 1-month mark, Trump continues to say he is a peacemaker.
Well, I'll tell you what. So I told you that I settled 8 wars. That means millions and millions of people. Some of those wars were going on. One was 34 years, one was 32 years, one was 29 years, one was 22 years. They were long-term wars and a lot of people being killed every year. So I've saved millions and millions of people. And I know it doesn't sound right for me to say this, but I'd love my legacy to be made as a great peacemaker, because I really believe I'm a peacemaker. It doesn't seem it right now, but I think I'm a peacemaker.
The latest statements from Trump raise concern whether these remarks are calculated power plays or intentional provocations as the global community suffers from the consequences of the war in West Asia.
Now, tensions in West Asia continue to escalate as Israel is striking multiple nuclear sites in Iran, targeting key plutonium and uranium facilities, while the United States maintains a growing military presence in the region. Officials warn that repeated attacks, particularly near the Bushehr nuclear plant, raise the risk of radiological disaster, drawing sharp condemnation from Tehran and the concerns from the nuclear watchdog IAEA as well. And with President Trump citing a pause in certain operations, but keeping pressure on Iran, analysts say that the coming days will be critical in determining whether the situation is going to intensify or will de-escalate.
In the ongoing West Asia war, US-Israel allies have once again targeted energy infrastructure. Fresh strikes on Bushehr nuclear plant are furthering concerns of a radiological disaster. The International Atomic Energy Agency has expressed deep concern, warning that any damage to nuclear facilities could lead to a major nuclear accident. Iran, on the other hand, condemns the strikes as a violation of the international law and calls them a threat to regional security. This is not a one-off incident. Before this, Israel struck Iran's Arak nuclear complex, a key plutonium production site for nuclear weapons. Further, to dismantle Iran's nuclear capabilities, Israel struck a uranium production plant in Yazd's strike and Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant. A pattern to dismantle Iran's nuclear enrichment program that comes with warnings of nuclear blackmailing.
As you know, we're gathered at a moment of bold action and historic decision to make America and our allies safer and stronger, more prosperous, more successful than ever before. And that's what's happening. Tonight, we're closer than ever to the rise of the Middle East that is finally free at last from Iranian terror, aggression, and nuclear blackmail. That's what's happened. It was nuclear blackmail for years and years, and beyond that.
With the war escalating and President Trump claiming a pause on certain military actions, even as the US builds up troop presence and pressure on Iran, it remains to be seen how the upcoming days will unfold.
All right, now, Noida International Airport is the second international airport in Delhi NCR now. It has been inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi alongside UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in Jewar, Uttar Pradesh today. The first phase of the airport, developed at an estimated cost of 11,200 crore rupees. Here's more on that.
Noida International Airport, the second international airport in the Delhi NCR region. It has been inaugurated today. The airport has annual passenger handling capacity of 12 million. It is India's largest greenfield airport. The first airport in the country constructed with net zero emissions. The airport features extensive connectivity to neighbouring Uttar Pradesh cities, including Noida, Greater Noida, Agra, Mathura and Ghaziabad. Addressing the inaugural event, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke on boosting connectivity through the project.
यहाँ किसान जो उगाते हैं, यहाँ उद्योग जो कुछ बनाते हैं, वो जमीन से, हवाई मार्ग से दुनिया के कोने कोने तक तेजी से जा पाएगा। ऐसी मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी के कारण यूपी दुनिया भर के निवेशकों के लिए बहुत बड़ा आकर्षण बन रहा है। साल 2014 से पहले देश में सिर्फ 74 एयरपोर्ट थे, आज 160 से अधिक एयरपोर्ट देश में है।
Modi also said that the Noida International Airport will also provide opportunities to the youngsters.
आज यहां जेवर में भी MRO सुविधा का शिलान्यास हुआ है। ये सुविधा जब तैयार हो जाएगी तो ये देश विदेश के विमानों को सेवा देगी। इससे देश को कमाई भी होगी, हमारा पैसा भी देश में ही रहेगा और युवाओं को अनेक रोजगार भी मिलेंगे।
in the India's aviation industry. Today was the inauguration of Jewar International Airport, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself came here and inaugurated the phase 1 of the Jewar International Airport. There was this inauguration ceremony organized today where it was graced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Prime Minister said that India is tackling West Asia crisis with full strength.
एकजुटता के साथ मिलजुल करके इस संकट का सामना करना है। ये पूरे विश्व में परेशानी पैदा करने वाला संकट है। हमें अपने देश की सबसे ज्यादा चिंता करना है और यही हम भारतीयों की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है।
PM Modi also targeted the Congress government, saying that the centre and previous state governments did not allow the foundation stone to be laid. But politics aside, the airport is going to benefit the common citizens of the country and will be a massive boost for the aviation sector.
Now the Battle of Bengal is only getting sharper and sharper. Home Minister Amit Shah today took on the ruling Trinamool Congress while tabling a political charge sheet. Not a manifesto, but first a charge sheet. Shah highlighted the TMC government's failures in the last 15 years, right from governance to economic discrepancies. Home Minister, in fact, called this election a test between fear and trust. Listen in.
The battle for Bengal is getting sharper.
BJP party, vanished party.
As the state readies to go for polls, the BJP has begun its campaign in the state.
26 में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी बंगाल में सरकार बनाने जा रही है, ये मैं बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से देख रहा हूं।
While on his visit to the poll-bound state, Union Home Minister Amit Shah today released a political charge sheet against the ruling TMC and traced its failures in the last 15 years of rule in Bengal.
ये जो चार्ज शीट है, टीएमसी के 15 साल के काले चिट्ठों का संकलन है। सोनार बांग्ला का स्वप्न दिखाकर सिंडिकेट राज स्थापित कर बंगाल की जनता का शोषण करने वाले शासन की कहानी है।
Calling the upcoming elections a choice between fear and trust, Amit Shah highlighted everything from infiltration, corruption and scams to law and order charges against the Mamata government.
बंगाल टीएमसी के पोंचो बिपोर जॉय से ग्रसित यहां घुसपैठियों को प्रोटेक्शन दिया जाता है। तुष्टीकरण को अपना मिशन बना चुकी है सरकार। भ्रष्टाचारी प्रस्तापित रूप से राजनीतिक सिस्टम में पहुंच चुके हैं। कट मनी का कलेक्शन आम बात हो चुका है और सिंडिकेट पर नो एक्शन ये सरकार का स्वभाव बन चुका है।
Accompanied by state BJP leaders Suvendu Adhikari and Samik Bhattacharya, Shah said that BJP is here to course correct TMC's mistakes while it was ruling the state of Bengal.
एक प्रकार से आने वाला चुनाव बंगाल की जनता को तय करना है कि भय को चुनना है या भरोसे को चुनना। भय के आतंक से मुक्ति पाकर भरोसे के साथ देश जिस तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है, इसके साथ बंगाल को जुड़ना चाहिए। ये तय करने का चुनाव है।
West Bengal goes to vote in two phases. First on the 23rd and second on the 29th of April. And the heat for the seat is gaining pace.
Meanwhile, Nepal's political landscape has seen a dramatic turn. Now, former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli has been arrested along with his Home Minister, the former one, Ramesh Lekhak. Both are being now probed over the deadly protest last year that shook the nation, the Gen Z protest as they were called, and it brought down his government. This comes just a day after Balendra Shah takes over. He takes oath as the new Prime Minister of Nepal.
म बालेन्द्र शाह नेपालको सार्वभौम सत्ता र राजकीय सत्ता शपथ लिन्छु कि प्रधानमन्त्री पदको जिम्मेवारी प्रचलित कानुनको पालना गरी कुनै किसिमबाट पनि प्रकट वा संकेत गर्ने छैन.
Less than 24 hours after taking charge and vowing justice for protest victims, Prime Minister Balendra Shah's government has acted fast. Nepal police moved in early Saturday morning, arresting former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli from his residence near Kathmandu. Former Home Minister Ramesh Lekhak was also taken into custody in connection with a violent crackdown on last year's protests. The arrests stem from the September 2025 unrest, a Gen Z-led uprising against corruption and economic distress. In just 2 days of violence, at least 70 people were killed and over 2,000 were injured. Government buildings were torched, top leaders forced to flee, and Oli's government collapsed overnight. A high-level probe later found serious lapses, not a direct order to fire, but a failure to stop the use of lethal force. Acting on that report, the new government has wasted no time. Home Minister Sudan Gurung made it clear that no one is above the law and this is just the beginning of the justice. A promise made and action delivered within a day. Nepal's new regime is sending a strong message that justice over last year's bloodshed has now begun.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट.
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है. स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान. अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से. MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MDH.
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है. इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा. जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं. आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं. हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है. आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं. इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Mr. President.
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader.
जय हिंद, जय हिंद। ये भारत माँ के बेटे और बेटियों की तो आवाज़ है नहीं, क्योंकि भारत माँ ने बेटे और बेटियां पैदा ही नहीं किए। भारत माँ ने तो शिंगने और शेर पैदा किए, और शिंगने और शेर जब दहाड़ते हैं तो 100-100 किलोमीटर दूर खड़ा हुआ दुश्मन भी थर्राता है। तो कम से कम इतनी तेज आपकी बुलंद आवाज़ होनी चाहिए कि इस रिपब्लिक टीवी के इस प्रांगण में कम से कम पता चले कि इस हॉल में कुछ हो रहा है। तो जय हिंद, जय हिंद। थैंक यू सो मच। आपका जोश यूं ही निरंतर बना रहे। और आज जो रिपब्लिक टीवी ने राष्ट्रीयता के ऊपर जो एक कॉन्क्लेव रखा है, और ये बहुत ही सराहनीय कार्य है कि हम सबकी पहचान इस राष्ट्र से है। इस राष्ट्र ने हमें जन्म दिया, खाना दिया, शिक्षा दिया, संस्कार दिया, और हमें क्या चाहिए? हमें इस राष्ट्र को देने का वक्त आ गया है। और हम सब एक भारत की वो ताकत हैं जिस ताकत से ये राष्ट्र ऊंची बुलंदियों तक पहुंच सकता है। हम भारत को कैसे देखते हैं? आप भारत को कैसे देखते हैं? कैसे देखते हैं? अरे वो 21-23 साल का लड़का हंसते हंसते फांसी के फंदे की तरफ जाता है और फिर भी कहता है मेरा रंग दे बसंती चोला। वो 24 साल का लड़का जो 15 साल की अवस्था में अदालत में खड़े होकर के कहता है आज़ाद हूँ, आज़ाद ही रहूँगा, और इतनी मोहब्बत उस राष्ट्र से करता है। आप भारत को उस नज़र से देखिए जहाँ इस भारत की बेटी अपने कमर पर दत्तक पुत्र को बांध करके युद्ध के मैदान में कूद जाती है। आखिरी क्षणों तक वो डरती नहीं है, घबराती नहीं है, बल्कि अंग्रेजों का सामना करती है। ये भारत वो भारत है। ये वो भारत है जहां 16 साल का लड़का दुनिया के सबसे बड़े धनुर्धरों द्वारा रचित चक्रव्यूह को तोड़ता है। ये वो अभिमन्यु का, वो अर्जुन का, वो कृष्ण का, वो राम का भारत है। वो कबीर का भारत है, वो मीरा का भारत है, वो रैदास का भारत है, और हम उसी भारत की संतान हैं। हम कितने बड़े सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि 84 लाख योनियों के बाद अगर एक मनुष्य का शरीर मिला तो वो भारत माँ के गर्भ से मिला। ये धरती जप की, तप की, ज्ञान की, विज्ञान की, पुरुषार्थ की, परमार्थ की, वीरों की, वीरांगनाओं की धरती है। शायद हमने 100 पिछले जन्मों में कोई पुण्य किया होगा, तब हमें ये भारत माँ का गर्व मिला होगा। पूरी दुनिया में 200 से ज़्यादा मुल्क हैं। हर मुल्क अपने देश को भूमि का एक टुकड़ा समझते हैं, लेकिन हम इस भूमि के टुकड़े को माँ समझते हैं। यही हमारी पहचान है। माँ एक मातृत्व की, एक त्याग की, एक साहस की प्रतिमूर्ति होती है, जो अपने बच्चे में साहस भरती है और इस राष्ट्र नहीं दुनिया के लिए एक नई मिसाल कायम कर देती है। इसी भारत माँ की धरती पर मुझे पैदा होने पर गर्व है। मैं यहाँ से लगभग 50 किलोमीटर दूर एक छोटा सा गांव औरंगाबाद अहीर जिला बुलंदशहर में है, एक किसान और जवान के घर में पैदा हुआ। पिता से बचपन से अपनी युद्धों की दास्तानों को सुनकर के बड़ा हुआ, किताबों में ऐसे योद्धा सैनिकों की वीरता को पढ़कर के बड़ा हुआ, खेत खलियानों में काम करता बड़ा हुआ, जिन्होंने 65 और 71 में 8 पैटर्न टैंकों को अकेला सैनिक उड़ा देता है और वो भी मां भारती की गोद में सो जाता है। मैंने उस योद्धा की कहानी को पढ़ा जिसने 21 साल की अवस्था में 1971 में टैंक से टैंक की लड़ाई लड़ी और दुश्मनों के टैंकों को नस्त नाबूद कर दिया। उनके जब हम पढ़ते हैं, सुनते हैं और देखते हैं तो हमारे मनोभाव जागृत होते हैं। मैंने उनको पढ़ करके सुन करके जब मन के अंदर वो हृदय में वो भाव जागृत हुआ, यार फौज में जाना है। बच्चों, एक इंसान दो तरह की जिंदगी जीता है, सक्सेस ऑफ लाइफ और पर्पज ऑफ लाइफ। सक्सेस आपको मेहनत से मिल सकती है, लेकिन लाइफ का पर्पज नहीं मिला तो वो सक्सेस बेकार हो जाती है। तो अपने आप से पूछा, फौज में क्यों जाना है? युद्ध लड़ना है। क्योंकि पिता से वो स्थितियों और परिस्थितियों के बारे में सुना कि जब 71 में वो लाहौर तक पहुंच गए तो उन्होंने नलकूप के अंदर पाकिस्तानियों ने जहर डाल दिया था, जिससे हमारे सैनिक बहुत सारे वहां पर शहीद हुए। तो पिता बताया करते थे कि चारों तरफ साथियों की लाशें पड़ी होती हैं, ना खाना मिलता है, ना सोना मिलता है, ना पानी मिलता है, लेकिन फौज फिर भी लक्ष्य की तरफ बढ़ती है। ऐसे कैसे होगा? बस उन परिस्थितियों को जीने की परिकल्पना अपने हृदय में जीने लगा। और ये सच है कि सपने उसी के पूर्ण होते हैं जो उन सपनों को जीता है। आंखों से जो देखता है उसके सपने बहुत कम पूर्ण होते हैं। ये हृदय, ये सोल, ये आत्मा तो उस परमात्मा का अंश है। अगर परमात्मा हमारे उन सपनों में शामिल हो जाए तो दुनिया की कोई ऐसी ताकत नहीं कि हमें सपनों को साकार होने से कोई रोक सके। कोई नहीं रोक सकता। उन खेत खलियानों में काम करता हुआ बड़ा हुआ, 11th पास किया, 12th में आया ही था, मात्र 16 साल 5 महीने की अवस्था और फौज में भर्ती होकर के चला गया। फौज की ट्रेनिंग आग की तप्त भट्टी होती है। जब हम आग का नाम सुनते हैं तो लगता है कि आग जला देगी, लेकिन आग जलाती नहीं है, आग पिघलाती भी है। जितने भी आप इंस्ट्रूमेंट देख रहे हैं तमाम आग में पिघल करके एक नए रूप में परिवर्तित हुए। तो फौज एक सिविलियंस बच्चे को 9 महीने की ट्रेनिंग की आग की भट्टी में इसलिए तपाती है ताकि वो एक सिविलियन फौजी बन जाए। और फौजी इस राष्ट्र का विश्वास होता है, इस राष्ट्र का भरोसा होता है। जब वो अपने बदन पर वर्दी पहनता है, वो वर्दी कोई मामूली कपड़ा नहीं होती, वो वर्दी लाखों करोड़ों सैनिकों के खून से पावन और पुनीत होती है। 140 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों का विश्वास होती है। तिरंगे की आन बान और शान वो वर्दी होती है। उस वर्दी को पहन करके पहली पोस्टिंग कश्मीर में गया। आज एहसास होता है, मैं गया नहीं था, मुझे मेरे परमात्मा ने वहां पर भेजा था। क्योंकि हम इन आंखों से सिर्फ उतना देख सकते हैं जितना देखा जा सकता है, लेकिन हमारा परमात्मा हमारे जन्म से लेकर के मृत्यु तक के जीवन के पथ को देख सकता है। उसको मालूम था उस कश्मीर की धरा पर एक बड़ा युद्ध होने वाला है, और बड़े युद्ध को लड़ने से पहले छोटे छोटे युद्धों का हिस्सा बनना बहुत जरूरी होता है, ताकि बड़े युद्ध को लड़ने लायक बन सकें। इतनी क्षमता, इतनी शक्ति हमारे मन और मस्तिष्क में हो कि जब वो परिस्थिति, वो युद्ध सामने आए तो ये पैर न लड़खड़ाएं, ये हाथ न कपकपाएं, बल्कि सीना तान करके उस चुनौती और उस युद्ध में जीत को हासिल कर सकें। हम सब के हर सेक्टर के अंदर 3 पोजीशन होती हैं, फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड, लेकिन फौज के अंदर कोई ऐसी पोजीशन नहीं होती है। वहां विजय या वीरगति होता है, वहां फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड नहीं होता, दोबारा मौका नहीं मिलता है। तो उस परिस्थिति के लिए तैयार किया, क्योंकि आप सब जानते हैं कि 1990 से आज तक कश्मीर की धरा पर हिंदुस्तान की फौज दहशतगर्दों के साथ, मिलिटेंटों के साथ एक युद्ध लड़ती चली आ रही है। उस युद्ध का हिस्सा बना और धीरे धीरे समय व्यतीत हुआ। आप जानते हैं जीवन की सबसे बेशुमार कीमती चीज क्या है? जानते हैं? कोई भी नहीं जो जानता हो जीवन की सबसे बेशुमार कीमती चीज टाइम होता है, समय। समय इस जीवन की सबसे बेशुमार कीमती चीज है। जो आज अभी इन पलों को बैठ करके आप जी रहे हो, कल पूरी दुनिया की दौलत भी किसी के कदमों में ला करके डालोगे, आज के इन पलों को खरीद नहीं पाएंगे। और दुनिया में कोई इतना बड़ा धावक नहीं हुआ कि आज के इन पलों को कल दौड़ करके पकड़ सके, कोई नहीं पकड़ सकता। ये जीवन, ये समय नदी के बहते हुए जलधारा की समान है। जो जल के कण अभी हमें स्पर्श कर रहे हैं, अगले पल वो हमें स्पर्श नहीं कर सकते। तो समय अपनी गति से चलता है। समय व्यतीत हुआ, वर्ष 1998 में आया। आप सब जानते हैं 1998 में भारत और पाकिस्तान दोनों ने परमाणु परीक्षण किया। तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री माननीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी, उनको यह आभास और एहसास हुआ कि दोनों ही मुल्क बारूद के ढेर पर आकर के खड़े हो गए। छोटी सी भी नफरत की चिंगारी पूरी मानवता का विनाश कर सकती है। उन्होंने शांति का पथ अपनाया। और ये सच है, जहां शांति होती है वहीं उन्नति और प्रगति भी होती है। किसी मुल्क की उन्नति और प्रगति के लिए मुल्क में शांति चाहिए। एक सोसाइटी की उन्नति और प्रगति के लिए सोसाइटी में शांति चाहिए। एक घर की उन्नति और प्रगति के लिए घर में शांति चाहिए। और एक इंडिविजुअल इंसान की उन्नति और प्रगति के लिए उसके मन और मस्तिष्क में शांति चाहिए। आप तो साइंस के स्टूडेंट हैं। साइंस कहती है इस बॉडी में एनर्जी है। और एनर्जी की डेफिनेशन आप जानते होंगे कि एनर्जी को ना पैदा किया जा सकता, ना डिस्ट्रॉय किया जा सकता, बल्कि उसको ट्रांसफॉर्म किया जा सकता है। आध्यात्म कहता है इस शरीर के अंदर आत्मा है। और आध्यात्म उस आत्मा की को परिभाषित करता है कि आत्मा ना जलती है, ना भीगती है, ना सूखती है, बल्कि शरीर को परिवर्तित करती है। शरीर परिवर्तित करती है। तो आप ये भी जानते होंगे कि जो एनर्जी का जो केंद्र है, जो भंडार है, वो यहां पर है। और वो भी लिक्विड फॉर्म में है। आप जानते हैं शांत पानी कैसा होता है? कैसा होता है शांत पानी? कोई भी? कैसा होता है शांत पानी? जी मैम? गहरा होता है, शांत होता है। लेकिन शांत पानी दर्पण होता है, दर्पण, जिसमें आप अपना चेहरा देख सकते हो। जब आपके मन और चित्त शांत होगा, तब उस परमात्मा की दी हुई शक्ति का आप आभास कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि हर एक इंसान इस यूनिवर्स का यूनिक है। उसके जैसा परमात्मा ने दूसरा नहीं बनाया है। तो इस उन्नति और प्रगति के लिए मन और चित्त में शांति चाहिए, तभी आप समय पर अपना डिसीजन ले पाएंगे और जीवन में आगे भी बढ़ पाएंगे। तो उसी शांति को, राष्ट्र की उन्नति और प्रगति के लिए, शांति स्थापित करने के लिए भारत सरकार ने समझौता एक्सप्रेस शुरू किया, लाहौर बस यात्रा शुरू करी, ताकि दोनों मुल्कों की आवाम के बीच शांति हो, सौहार्दपूर्ण वातावरण बने, दोनों मुल्क तरक्की की राह पर अग्रसर हों। लेकिन पाकिस्तान का जनरल परवेज मुशर्रफ, वो नहीं चाहता था कि दोनों मुल्कों की आवाम के बीच शांति हो, सौहार्दपूर्ण वातावरण बने। तो उसने कारगिल, बटालिक, दराज, तुर्तुक, ऐसे सेक्टर, ऐसी जगह जहां पर सर्दियों में -60 डिग्री टेम्परेचर, कल्पना कीजिए -60। दिल्ली और एनसीआर के पास जब 4 डिग्री 3 डिग्री टेम्परेचर आता है, तमाम संस्थान बंद हो जाते हैं। हम घरों में, बिस्तरों में दुबक जाते हैं। लेकिन आपके गांव का, शहर का, प्रदेश का, देश का बेटा और बेटी उसी -60 डिग्री टेम्परेचर में खड़े होकर के दिन रात अपने कर्तव्य और दायित्वों का पालन कर रहा होता है, ताकि इस देश की आवाम अपने घरों में चैन की नींद सो सके और आप जैसे युवा अपने स्कूल कॉलेजों के अंदर आराम से पढ़ सके। उसी जहां -60 में जीवन यापन करना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है। ऐसे दुर्गम इलाकों के ऊपर उन्होंने हमारे तमाम पोस्टों के ऊपर कैप्चर कर लिया। इतनी मजबूती के साथ वहां पर वो बैठ गए। अम्युनिशन, वेपन्स, मैन पावर का इतना स्टॉक कर लिया, उन्होंने कभी सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था हम यहां से वापस जाएंगे। उनकी जो युद्ध नीति थी कि जोजिला पास से नेशनल हाईवे को ब्लॉक करके, कट ऑफ करके पूरे ले वाले क्षेत्र को अपने कब्जे में करना। लेकिन वो भूल गए ये हिंदुस्तान की धरती है और इस हिंदुस्तान की धरती में सिंगनिया और शेर ही पैदा होते हैं। इन्हीं हिंदुस्तान के सैनिकों ने, शेरों ने कंधे से कंधा और कदम से कदम मिलाते हुए उन पहाड़ों के शिखरों की तरफ जो 13,000 से 18,000 फीट ऊंचे थे, -20 डिग्री टेम्परेचर, मई और जून का महीना जब मध्य भारत गर्मी से तप रहा था, ये चढ़ते रहे, लड़ते रहे, संघर्ष करते रहे और उनके बंकरों को उनका कब्रिस्तान बनाते रहे। मेरी बटालियन 18 ग्रेनेडियर्स को हमें भी द्रास सेक्टर भेजा गया। सबसे पहले तोलोलिंग टॉप के ऊपर हमें युद्ध लड़ने का हमें अवसर प्रदान हुआ। बटालियन कमांडर कर्नल कुशाल चंद ठाकुर ने अपनी युद्ध नीति रणनीति के तहत उस पहाड़ी पर हमले शुरू कराए। 22 दिन तक उस पहाड़ी पर हम युद्ध लड़ते रहे और इस 22 दिन के दौरान 2 ऑफिसर, 2 जूनियर कमीशन ऑफिसर्स और 21 जवानों को खोया है। तब जाकर के 12 जून 1999 को उस तोलोलिंग पहाड़ी पर हिंदुस्तान की फौज ने विजय पताका फहराया था। अभी मैं कुछ दिन पहले एक यूनिवर्सिटी में था, तो वहां के एक प्रोफेसर साहब ने सवाल किया, बोला यादव साहब एक फौजी और सिविलियन में क्या फ़र्क है? मैं कहा सर अगर ऐसे देखा जाए तो कोई फ़र्क नहीं, 2 हाथ 2 पैर 2 आंख आपके भी हमारे भी हैं, लेकिन एक फ़र्क है, ये युवा बच्चे बैठे आपको बहुत कीमती चीज़ बता रहा हूँ कि सर सोच का फ़र्क है। बोला कैसी सोच? कि एक सिविलियंस को छोटी सी भी उपलब्धि सफलता मिल जाए तो सर वो 10 दिन तक काम नहीं करता है। क्या करता है? वो जश्न मनाता, पार्टियां करता है। लेकिन हमारी फौज हर रोज एक बड़ी सफलता, बड़ी उपलब्धि प्राप्त करती है, पल भर के लिए सिर्फ जश्न मनाती है और फिर सफलता को बूट की ठोकर मार करके 4 कदम दूर फेंक देती है, ताकि वो सफलता उसके यहां पर नहीं बल्कि उसके बूट की ठोकरों पे रहे, ताकि उसमें अभिमान ना आए और वो जवान संघर्षशील रहे और वो ट्रेनिंग एंड ट्रेनिंग करता रहे, एक नई तरीके की नई तकनीक सीखता रहे। तभी तो आज बोरविल में बच्चा गिरता है तो फौज को बुलाया जाता है, कहीं रेल एक्सीडेंट हो गया तो फौज को बुलाया जाता है, बाढ़ आ गई तो फौज को बुलाया जाता है। ये फौज के काम नहीं है, लेकिन देश को विश्वास है हमारी फौज पर कि देश का सैनिक आएगा तो सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा। उसी विश्वास को कायम रखने के लिए वो हर समय अपने आप को प्रशिक्षित करता रहता है, अपने आप को तैयार करता है और इस देश के विश्वास को बरकरार रखता है। तो हमें तो वो पहाड़ी को फतेह करते नीचे आए और अगला टास्क दे दिया गया टाइगर हिल। और टाइगर हिल द्रास सेक्टर की सबसे ऊंची पहाड़ी जिसने पूरे द्रास सेक्टर को डोमिनेट किया हुआ था। पूरे सेक्टर की हर गतिविधि के ऊपर उनकी नजरें थी और ऊपर से गोलाबारी उनकी बहुत भयंकर जारी थी। उस पहाड़ी को पुनः प्राप्त करने के लिए विशेष टीम का पुनर्गठन हुआ, जिसको सिविल भाषा में कमांडो टीम और हमारी यूनिट की भाषा में उसको घातक प्लाटून कहते हैं। बहुत सारे जवान शहीद हो गए थे, नए जवानों का चयन शुरू हुआ। तो मैं आपको बच्चों बताना चाहता हूं, व्यक्ति की पहचान किसी ओहदे या रैंक से नहीं होती है, व्यक्ति की पहचान उसके कर्म, उसके कार्य से होती है। मैं कोई बड़ा शक्तिशाली व्यक्ति नहीं हूं, आप लोगों की तरह एक मां के गर्भ से पैदा हुआ एक आम बच्चा हूं, आम इंसान हूं। लेकिन उस 22 दिन की लड़ाई के दौरान हम 15 जवानों की एक टीम को जो टास्क मिला कि फॉरवर्ड में लड़ रहे जवानों को राशन और अम्नेशन पहुंचाना, उन 15 में से हम 3 जवान ऐसे थे जो 22 दिन तक बिना खाए, बिना सोए, बिना रुके, बिना थके सुबह 5:30 बजे सामान उठाते थे, दिन भर दुश्मन की गोलाबारी को पार करते, रात को 2:30 बजे ऊपर पहुंचते, पूरा सामान वहां पर देकर के सुबह 2 घंटे में नीचे भी आते। उसी काम से हमारी पहचान बनी कि ये तीनों जवान फिजिकली और मेंटली बहुत स्ट्रांग हैं, इनको इस घातक कमांडो टीम के अंदर शामिल किया जाए। इस तरह से मुझे उस टीम का हिस्सा बनने का सौभाग्य मिला। तभी एक नए ऑफिसर कमीशन होकर के आए थे लेफ्टिनेंट बलवान सिंह, उनको उस टीम की कमान दी गई। 1-2 दिन का रिहर्सल का समय मिला और आखिरकार उस पहाड़ी पर चढ़ने का हमें आदेश दे दिया गया। हाइट ज्यादा थी तो दुश्मन के पास एडवांटेज बहुत ज्यादा था, वो दूर तक हमें देख सकता था तो दूर तक मार भी सकता था। और मुझे ये कहते में कोई शर्म नहीं है कि बहुत सारे लोगों की एक मानसिकता है, अरे फौजी हैं तो मरने के लिए तो हैं, लेकिन मैं बड़े गर्व से कहता हूं उनकी मानसिकता को ठीक करने के लिए फौजी मरने के लिए नहीं होता, फौजी तो मारने के लिए होता है। हमें मरना नहीं था, मारना था, इसलिए रात का सहारा लिया ताकि वो हमारे मूवमेंट को ना देख सकें। रात भर चलते थे, दिन भर पत्थरों में चुपचाप पड़े रहते थे, फिर रात भर चलते थे। जितनी देर अभी आपसे वार्तालाप करते हो गया, इतनी देर अगर कमरे से बाहर खड़े हो जाएं तो चेहरे की स्किन फट करके खून टपकना शुरू हो जाता। हिंदुस्तानियों के चेहरों के खून टपक रहा था, दुश्मन की भारी गोला बरस रही थी, लेकिन उन सब की परवाह नहीं करते हुए ये हिंदुस्तान के सैनिक कंधे से कंधा और कदम से कदम मिलाते हुए उस टाइगर हिल टॉप के शिखर की तरफ बढ़ते रहे, चढ़ते रहे। 2 रात और 1 दिन का सफर तय करने के बाद तीसरी रात का वो मंजर आज ही मेरी आंखों के सामने ऐसे दृश्यता है, शायद वो कल की ही तो बात है। 26 साल हो गए। सुबह का वक्त होने वाला था, बिल्कुल 90 डिग्री की चट्टान जिस पर चढ़ना असंभव सा प्रतीत हो रहा था। हमने रस्सियों के सहारे उस पर चढ़ना शुरू किया। ऊपर से पत्थर गिरने लगे, पत्थरों की आवाज हमारी आहट से, दुश्मन शायद सो रहा होगा, दोनों तरफ उनके बंकर थे, उन्होंने हमारे ऊपर फायर खोल दिया और हमारी चढ़ने वाली टुकड़ी का रास्ता कट ऑफ हो गया। 21 जवानों में से केवल हम 7 जवान ऊपर चढ़ पाए। ऊपर चढ़े तो इस स्टेज के बराबर प्लेन स्पेस, सामने दुश्मन के बंकर। हम 7 जवानों ने जाकर के आधाधुंध फायरिंग किया और उसमें बैठे हुए तमाम पाकिस्तानियों को पल भर के अंदर मौत के घाट उतार दिया था। वहां से टाइगर हिल टॉप मात्र 50-60 मीटर रहा होगा। टॉप पर तो उनकी एक कंपनी का डिप्लॉयमेंट, एक कंपनी की स्ट्रेंथ 150, 150 और हम केवल 7। लेकिन बिना डरे, बिना रुके, धैर्य और विश्वास के साथ हम लड़ते रहे और लड़ते लड़ते 5 घंटे हो गए। 5 घंटे के बाद फिर ऐसी परिस्थिति, फिर ऐसे दृश्य भी आए जो आज तक सिर्फ आपने फिल्मों में देखा होगा कि गर्दनें कटती हैं और धड़ चलते हैं। मैंने उनको देखा नहीं, जिया भी है। मुझे वो पल आज भी याद है जब मैं सर से लेकर के पैर तक लहूलुहान था, नाक से खून की धार बह रही थी। मेरा साथी मुझे फर्स्ट एड करने लगता है, उसको यहाँ पे गोली लगते इधर से पूरा सर निकल करके बाहर चला जाता है। उसका हाथ पकड़ा, सर क्या हुआ, लेकिन एक शब्द तक नहीं बोल पाया। से मेरी बगल में बैठा मेरा ट्रेनिंग का साथी रूममेट था। मैं उसको बोला, अनंतराम सर को तो गोली लगी है। क्या? ये उसके जीवन का आखिरी शब्द था। उसको सीने में गोलियां लगती हैं, फेफड़ों से खून की फुहारें छूटती, मेरी गोद में आकर के ऐसे लेट जाता। एक ही पल में दोनों साथी शहीद हो गए। एक साथी पीछे से दौड़ करके आया, जैसे वो नज़दीक पहुंचता है तो उनकी आर्टिलरी का एक बम गिरता है, उसकी यहाँ से गर्दन कट करके दूर जा करके गिरती है। चारों तरफ खून की बौछारें ही बौछारें थीं। मैं पड़ा हुआ देख रहा था। उस धड़ पर सर नहीं था, लेकिन हाथों से बंदूक नहीं छूटी थी और वो सैनिक 2 कदम चला, फिर जमीन पर गिर गया। एक और साथी दौड़ करके पीछे से आया, एक और वहाँ पर बम गिरता है, उसके दोनों हाथ दोनों पैर कट करके दूर जा करके गिरते हैं। जब ये शरीर के अंग कट करके ज़मीन पर गिरते हैं, किस तरह से उछलते और तड़पते हैं, शब्दों में बयां नहीं कर सकता हूँ। सब कुछ खत्म हो गया, मैं भी उनकी तरफ से मर गया। 35-40 पाकिस्तान के जवानों ने इस तरह से आकर के हमको घेर लिया। उनका एक कमांडर, उसने अपने सैनिकों को आदेश दिया कि जरा इनको रिचेक तो करो, इनमें से कोई जिंदा तो नहीं बच गया है। पाकिस्तान के जवान हमारे जवानों की बॉडियों में जब गोलियां मारने लगी तो बॉडियां ऐसे उछलती थीं। उसने सामने वाले को मारा, उसकी बॉडी उछली, बगल वाले को। मैं इस तरह से पड़ा था, उसने फर्स्ट में यहाँ पे गोली मारी, मैं देख रहा हूँ कि धुआं निकल रहा है। फिर बाजू पैर में गोली मारता, यहाँ से भी धुआं निकल रहा है और उस गोली की पीड़ा को चुपचाप पड़ा सहता रहा। उनको यकीन हो गया कि इनमें से कोई जिंदा ही नहीं है। फिर तो उन्होंने अमानवीय क्रूरताओं का तांडव शुरू किया। हमारे जवानों की बॉडियों में पत्थर मारने लगे, बूट की ठोकरें मारने लगे ताकि ये बॉडी छत विछत हो जाए, गालियां देने लगे। बहुत देर तक ये सब कुछ बड़ा सहता रहा और देखता भी रहा। बहुत देर ये तांडव चलने के बाद फिर उनके कमांडर ने बोला, इनके हथियार उठाओ और नीचे जो हिंदुस्तान का पोस्ट है उसके ऊपर भी हमला कर डालो। हमले वाली बात जब मेरे कानों तक पड़ी तब मुझे लगा कि आज तो मेरी पूरी टीम खत्म हो जाएगी। तब ऊपर वाले से एक ही अरदास, एक ही प्रार्थना करी कि मुझे सिर्फ इतने जिंदा रख दे कि मैं अपने साथियों तक सूचना दे सकूं। और ये सत्य है, अगर आप निस्वार्थ भाव, सच्ची श्रद्धा, सच्चे समर्पण के साथ उस परमात्मा को याद करते हैं तो वो परमात्मा तो साक्षात आपके सामने आकर के खड़ा हो जाता है। इस 40 साल की अवस्था में 2 बार उस परमात्मा का दीदार करने का मुझे सौभाग्य भी मिला है। चुपचाप पड़ा रहा। दोबारा से गोलियां मारने लगे। जब वो नजदीक आया तब अपने मन और मस्तिष्क के अंदर एक विश्वास को पैदा किया, अपने आप से कमिटमेंट किया। कमिटमेंट की पावर जानते हैं कितनी बड़ी है? महाभारत देखी होगी। महाभारत में पितामह भीष्म, जिन्होंने जीवन पर्यंत क्या किया था? कमिटमेंट किया था, प्रतिज्ञाएं की थी। और इन्हीं कमिटमेंट और प्रतिज्ञाओं की बदौलत उन्होंने इंद्रियां ही नहीं, अपनी मौत को अपनी मुट्ठी में बांध लिया था। आपने पढ़ा सुना देखा होगा कि अर्जुन ने इतने बाण उनके शरीरों पर मारे थे कि रोम रोम बाणों से बिध गए थे, बाणों की सरसैया पे थे, अर्जुन उनके प्राणों को नहीं हर पाया था। ये ताकत होती है कमिटमेंट की। विकल्प बहुत मिलेंगे आपको जीवन से भटकने के लिए, लेकिन संकल्प एक ही काफी है मंजिल को पाने के लिए। आप संकल्प तो करके देखिए, आपकी शक्तियों का आपके अंतःकरण के अंदर संचार होने लगेगा और आप असंभव को भी संभव बना सकते हैं। पड़ा रहा चुपचाप, गोलियां मारने लगे। उसने फिर बाजू में पैर में गोली मारी, 2 कदम चला, रुक गया। उसके रुकते ही मुझे लगा कि शायद इसको पता चल गया मैं जिंदा हूं। अभी मन में वो विचार चल रहा था, तब तक तो वो वापस मुड़ा। मुड़ते उसने राइफल जब सीने की तरफ करी, तब लगा योगेंद्र अब नहीं बचेगा। लेकिन कहते हैं जाको राखे साइयां मार सके ना कोई, और इस देश को भारत मां बोलते हैं। ऐसे नहीं बोलते, ये कंकर और मिट्टी वाली जमीन नहीं है, ये सजीव है। मैंने पढ़ा था किताब में बैटल ऑफ रजांगला, जहां मेजर शैतान सिंह भाटी के नेतृत्व में हिंदुस्तान के 120 जवान चाइनीज सैनिकों के साथ युद्ध लड़ते रहे और 3000 से ज्यादा चाइनीज सैनिकों को मौत के घाट उतारा। 114 जवान वो शहीद हुए। और वो पता शहीद होने वाले जवानों का रिलेशन क्या था? पिता और पुत्र था, मामा और भांजा था, जीजा और साला था। जब विपत्ति आती है तो बाप अपने बच्चे को सुरक्षित करना चाहता है, लेकिन ये हिंदुस्तान ही ऐसा है जहां बाप और बेटा एक साथ अपने राष्ट्र के लिए कुर्बान होते हैं। तो ये ऐसी धरा है। शायद मां भारती किसी न किसी को जरूर माध्यम चुनती है। मुझे शायद वो माध्यम चुन लिया होगा कि उसके बेटों ने जो शौर्य, जो वीरता, जो पराक्रम दिखाया, मैं देश और दुनिया तक पहुंचा सकूं। तभी तो उसने जब गोली चलाई सीने की तरफ, यहां पे पर्स रखा था, क्योंकि पूरी पैंट फट गई थी पहाड़ों पे चलते चलते। उस पर्स में कुछ 5-5 रुपए के सिक्के थे। शायद मां भारती ने उन सिक्कों को इकट्ठा कर दिया होगा, और जब गोली चली तो जाकर के सिक्कों से टकराई और रिकोचित हो गई। गोली के धक्के से, फोर्स से, पावर से लगा मैं तो मर गया हूं। अगले ही पल पाकिस्तान का जवान आया होगा, उसने आकर के मेरा वेपन उठा करके जा रहा होगा, तो शायद उसका पैर मेरे पैर से टकराया। तब मुझे एकदम से चेतना आई, मुझे लगा मैं तो जिंदा हूं। तब एक अंतःकरण से, अंतर्मन से आवाज है कि योगेंद्र अभी तक नहीं मरा, तो अब मरेगा भी नहीं। मेरे पास एक हैंड ग्रेनेड था, मैंने हैंड ग्रेनेड से उसके ऊपर हमला किया। उस ग्रेनेड से उसका ये सर फटा, हमारे ऊपर आ गिरा। उस धमाके से पाकिस्तान के जवानों में खलबली मची कि इनमें से कोई जिंदा है। कुछ बोले जिंदा नहीं, नीचे से रेनफोर्समेंट आ गई है। बस वही एक मौका था मेरे पास। मैंने दोनों हाथ उसकी राइफल को उठाने की कोशिश करी, लेकिन ये हाथ की हड्डी पूरी निकल के बाहर थी, तो कंधा कंधा हिला। एक हाथ से राइफल उठाई, ऐसे पलटा खाया, फायर किया और 3-4 पाकिस्तानियों को पल भर के अंदर मौत के घाट उतार दिया। फिर पलटा खाया, दूसरे पत्थर, तीसरे पत्थर, 4-5 जगह से जब फायर किया, तब उनको यह आभास और एहसास हुआ कि यहां अकेला नहीं, नीचे से रीइंफोर्समेंट आ गई है। फिर उनके पैर उखड़ के भाग खड़े हुए। बेबस और लाचार था, चल नहीं सकता था, क्योंकि पैर की पूरी मसल्स निकल के बाहर थी, तो इस हाथ की हड्डी निकल के बाहर थी। लेकिन फिर भी हताश निराश नहीं हुआ, विश्वास और आस के साथ खिसकता, रेंगता, फायर करता 4-5 मीटर तक आगे गया। और 4-5 मीटर आगे जाने के बाद देखता हूं सामने तो उनका लंगर चल रहा है, उनके लिविंग टेंट लगे हुए, वेपन के डिप्लॉयमेंट है, और वो सब कुछ छोड़ करके भागते चले जा रहे। बहुत देर तक पड़ा हुआ उस मंजर को देखता रहा। फिर मन और मस्तिष्क में फिर एक पागलपन छाया, योगेंद्र नीचे जाना है, साथियों को बचाना है। हिम्मत टूटने लगी थी। फिर इस हिम्मत को बटोरा, वापस चलने लगा, तो टूटी हुई हड्डियां जब आपस में टकराने लगी तो असहनीय पीड़ा होने लगी। इस हाथ को ऐसे बांधने की कोशिश करने लगा तो ये हाथ बंद नहीं पा रहा था। फिर इसको उठाया, पीछे कमर पे फेंका, बेल्ट में फंसाया। फिर खिसकता खिसकता अपने उन साथियों तक पहुंचा जहां पर वो शहीद हो रखे थे। फिर मन में ख्याल आया, देख इनमें से कोई जिंदा तो नहीं है। आकर के देखने लगा तो किसी का ये सर फटा हुआ बाहर था, तो किसी का धड़ अलग था, तो किसी का सर अलग था। एक एक को गोद में रख करके रोता रहा, बहुत देर रोया। ये 19 साल का लड़का, जिसकी 2.5 साल की सर्विस, जिसको ये पता नहीं इस पहाड़ी से हिंदुस्तान किधर है, पाकिस्तान किधर है, कहाँ जाना है, कुछ भी पता नहीं। जिधर नजरें उठती उधर पहाड़ और बर्फ के सिवा और कुछ नहीं दिखाई दे रहा था। आप कभी जीवन में रोए होंगे, रोना कोई कायरता नहीं, रोना भी एक थेरेपी है। जैसे डांसिंग और लाफ्टर एक थेरेपी है, वैसे रोना भी एक थेरेपी है जो हमें अपने आप से जोड़ती है। और हम क्या हैं? हम ये बॉडी या शरीर नहीं है, हम एक सोल है, एक आत्मा है जिसको ये शरीर कुछ दिन के लिए धरती पर काम करने के लिए दिया है। तो मैं रोता हुआ अपने आप से कनेक्ट हुआ, तो मैं अपने परमात्मा से कनेक्ट हुआ, और जैसे ही परमात्मा से कनेक्ट हुआ होऊंगा वैसे ही उस सुदर्शन चक्रधारी से कनेक्ट हो गया, और तुरंत एक आवाज आई, योगेंद्र बेटे इस नाले से नीचे की तरफ लुढ़क जा। 500 मीटर उस पहाड़ी पर लुढ़कता हुआ नीचे आया, फिर एकदम से गड्ढा आ गया, एक हाथ से पत्थर पकड़ करके लटका हुआ था। तब मन में ख्याल आया, तू पाकिस्तान की तरफ तो नहीं आ गया है? नीचे की तरफ देखा तो मेरे साथी थे, उनको आवाज दिया, वहां से उठा करके लेकर गए। जिस तरह आप फिल्मों में देखते हैं ना, कोई ग्रेनेड फटने के बाद उसके कपड़े चीथड़े हो जाते हैं, सेम कंडीशन थी। कोई कह नहीं रहा था कि ये जिंदा रहेगा, सबको था कि थोड़ी बहुत देर के बाद मर जाएगा, लेकिन मेरे अंदर विश्वास था कि मैं जिंदा रहूंगा। अपने साथियों को ऊपर की तमाम इंफॉर्मेशन दिया। ये दिन का 1:30-2 बज रहा था। मेरे कमांडिंग ऑफिसर तक सूचना पहुंची तो उन्होंने कहा इस लड़के को जल्दी से मेरे पास पहुंचाइए। साथियों, पहाड़ियों पर चढ़ना बड़ा आसान है लेकिन उतरना बहुत मुश्किल, और वो भी कैजुअलिटी को लेकर के। कोई ऐसे साधन संसाधन नहीं होती जिस पे बिठा करके लिटा करके पीछे ले जाया जा सके। जवान कंधे पे डाल करके पीछे की तरफ ला रहे। शाम हो गई थी, इतना लहू बह गया था कि दिखाई देना बिल्कुल बंद हो गया था। जब कमांडिंग ऑफिसर के पास पहुंचा, उन्होंने कहा बेटा मेरे को पहचानता मैं कौन हूं? मैं कहा साहब मुझे दिखाई कुछ नहीं दे रहा लेकिन आवाज़ सुनाई दे रही है। मैं तेरा कमांडिंग ऑफिसर कर्नल कुशाल चंद ठाकुर। मैं जय हिंद साहब, बहुत तेज सर्दी लग रही है। उन्होंने अपने टेंट के अंदर लिटाया, 3-4 स्टॉप जलवाए, थोड़ी सी गर्मी महसूस हुई। मैं कहा साहब थोड़ा सा पानी पिला दो। बड़े सख्त थे, बोला पानी तो नहीं मिलेगा। तभी शायद डॉक्टर ने सुन लिया होगा, डॉक्टर दौड़ करके आया, उसने थोड़ा सा ग्लूकोज पिलाया। थोड़ा सा ग्लूकोज पीते ही थोड़ी सी एनर्जी महसूस हुई। तब कहा कुछ बता सकता? हाँ साहब बता सकता हूँ। तब ऊपर की तमाम घटनाक्रम, तमाम इन्फॉर्मेशन से अवगत कराते कराते तभी डॉक्टर ने कौन सा इंजेक्शन लगाया, फिर मुझे पता नहीं मैं कहाँ पर हूँ। 3 दिन के बाद होश आया, देखा ऊपर पंखा चल रहा है, पता चला 92 बेस हॉस्पिटल श्रीनगर में हूँ। और वहीं पर मुझे सूचना मिली उसी रात को दोबारा से हमारी फौज ने उस पहाड़ी पर हमला किया और बिना किसी कैजुअलिटी के टाइगर हिल टॉप के ऊपर विजय पताका फहरा दिया। टाइगर हिल की जीत कारगिल युद्ध का यू टर्न था, सीज़फायर हुआ, और आज हम 26 जुलाई को कारगिल विजय दिवस के रूप में मनाते हैं। 16 महीने हॉस्पिटल में रहा और 16 महीने के ट्रीटमेंट के बाद वापस भारतीय सेना में गया। 25 साल भारतीय सेना में सेवा किया। अभी 4 साल पहले सेवा निवृत्त हुआ हूं, लेकिन अपने कर्तव्य और दायित्वों से निवृत्त नहीं हुआ। मैं अपने आप को बड़ा सौभाग्यशाली इसलिए भी समझता हूं कि मेरे साथ उस युद्ध में 527 मां भारती के बेटों ने अपने प्राणों की आहुति दी, और उनमें से 300 से ज़्यादा उन वीरांगनाओं से, उन वीर माताओं से मिलने का सौभाग्य मिला जिन्होंने अपने मांग के सिंदूर को और अपने कोक को इस राष्ट्र पर कुर्बान किया है। पता है, जब उनसे मुलाकात, एक जब सैनिक लास्ट अटैक के लिए चलता है, ब्रिगेडियर साहब बैठे हुए हैं, ये आपको बताएंगे कि आज तो मोबाइल का ज़माना, उस समय लेटर का ज़माना है। तो कमांडर क्या कहता है? आखिरी लेटर लिख दो। अगर आपसे आज कहा जाए आखिरी कॉल कर दो, शायद नंबर नहीं बट दबेगा आपसे, लेकिन एक फौजी अपने घर के लिए लास्ट लेटर भी लिखता है। और क्या लिखता है? मैं ठीक हूं, तुम अपना ध्यान रखना। लेकिन ये दीवानों और मस्तानों का टोला जब शहादत की बेला की तरफ बढ़ता है, बड़ा हंसता और मुस्कुराता हुआ, और अपने साथियों से पता क्या कहता है? यार अगर मैं मर गया तो एक बार मेरे घर जाना और मेरी बीवी से मिलना, मेरे बच्चों को देखना कि क्या कर रहे हैं, और मेरी बीवी से कहना मेरे मरने के बाद, उस समय 25 लाख रुपए मिल रहे थे, मेरे मरने के बाद जो 25 लाख रुपए मिलेंगे तो बीवी से कहना 15 लाख की एफडी मेरी बिटिया के नाम से कर देगी, ताकि जब वो शादी लायक हो तो किसी से पैसे मांगने की जरूरत नहीं होगी। मैं 25 साल के बाद जब उनसे मिला तो किसी के 3 महीने का पेट में गर्भ था, तब उसने अपने मांग के सिंदूर को इस राष्ट्र पर कुर्बान किया। किसी के 1 साल का बच्चा था, और एक ऐसी वीरांगना भी मिली जिसने कहा यादव साहब जिस दिन मेरे घर आंगन मेरे पति की बॉडी आई थी उस दिन बिटिया को जन्म दिया था। समझ नहीं आता था कि बिटिया के जन्म की खुशी मनाऊं या पति के शहादत का गम मनाऊं। लेकिन एक ऐसी मां भी मिली जिसने बड़े गर्व से कहा कि जिस दिन मेरा पति शहीद हुआ था उस दिन मेरा बेटा 12 साल का था। जिस दिन 18 साल का हुआ उस दिन बेटे से कहा जा अपने बाप का बदला लेकर के आ। और 25 साल के बाद जिस जगह पर उसका पिता शहीद हुआ था बेटा उस जगह पर एक सैनिक के रूप में खड़ा था और बड़े गर्व से नौजवानों के बीच कहा कि ये जो मेरी बहू बैठी है इसको कह रखा है जिस दिन तेरा पति और मेरा बेटा शहीद हो गया उस दिन तेरा बेटा मेरा पोता अपने बाप का बदला लेने जाएगा। ये हिंदुस्तान की मां ही कह सकती हैं, क्योंकि ये मां जब अपने बेटे और बेटियों को रण क्षेत्र में भेजती हैं तो विजय का तिलक लगा करके सिर्फ एक शब्द कहती हैं कि सीने का दूध पिलाया है, सीने पर गोली खाना, कभी पीठ पर गोली मत खाना। आज हिंदुस्तान के ये जवान सीमा पर खड़े होकर के अपने सीने पर गोलियां खाते हैं। मेरे नौजवान साथियों, कभी भविष्य में किसी सैनिक का पार्थिव शरीर देखने का सौभाग्य मिले तो उस सैनिक के कफन तिरंगे को हटा करके देख लेना, उसके सीने पर गोलियों के निशान मिलेंगे, पीठ पर आपको एक भी निशान मिलने वाला नहीं है। यही हमारी सेना और इस राष्ट्र की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है, सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। तो मैं पुनः आप सबका हृदय की गहराइयों से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ये वर्दी वाला ही फौजी नहीं होता, बिन वर्दी का भी एक सैनिक होता है। सैनिक मन, वचन और कर्म से होता है। जिस क्षेत्र में आप काम कर रहे हैं उस क्षेत्र में नेशन फर्स्ट, इस मूल मंत्र को अगर याद रखेंगे तो कभी जीवन में नकारात्मकता नहीं आएगी, जीवन में कभी व्यसन नहीं पैदा होंगे, हमेशा सकारात्मकता का भाव जागृत होगा और आप अपने राष्ट्र के लिए जिएंगे। आप अपने राष्ट्र को किस ऊंचाई पर देखना चाहते हैं, किस स्तर पर देखना चाहते हैं, ये आपका प्रयास और आपकी कार्यशैली आपको बताएगी। क्योंकि पूरा दुनिया कहती है ना भारत युवाओं का राष्ट्र है। सच में भारत युवाओं का राष्ट्र है। 65% भारत में युवा है। लेकिन मुझे कहते हुए बड़ा शर्म भी महसूस होती है कि इस 65% में से 80% युवा को ये पता नहीं है सूरज कितने बजे निकलता है। ये सच है। क्यों नहीं है? क्यों नहीं पता है? क्योंकि इंस्टाग्राम रील का जमाना आ गया। दिन भर रील बनाते हो, शाम को इंस्टाग्राम पर अपलोड करते हैं, रात को 2:30 बजे तक रील की लाइक चेक करते हैं। अगर रात को लाइक अच्छे नहीं आए तो रात को डिप्रेशन आ जाता है। 2:30 बजे आप सोएंगे तो सुबह कैसे उठेंगे? जीवन में सकारात्मकता कैसी आएगी? तो मैं आप इस रिपब्लिक टीवी के मंच से आप सब भारत के युवाओं को सिर्फ एक आह्वान और आपसे प्रार्थना करना चाहूँगा कि आप अपने जीवन की लाइफ स्टाइल बदल दीजिए। आपके जीवन में चमत्कार होने शुरू हो जाएंगे। दिन में अपने जो दिनचर्या है उसको सही से, जो आपको काम मिला उस कर्म को पूजा समझ करके, क्योंकि पूजा ही समर्पण है, समर्पण ही भक्ति और भक्ति ही शक्ति है। हमारी फौज का एक स्लोगन है, कर्म ही धर्म है। आप जिस कर्म को कर रहे हैं वही आपका धर्म है, उसी में आप अपने आप को डुबो दीजिए। रात को 10:30-11 बजे सो जाइए, सुबह 4:30 बजे उठ जाइए और उठ करके एक काम कर लीजिए सिर्फ, बस इस भारत माँ को अपने नतमस्तक होकर के नमन कर लीजिए। घर में कोई पेरेंट्स के साथ रह रहे हैं उनके चरण स्पर्श कर लीजिए, थोड़ा सा योग कर लीजिए, आपकी भक्ति हो गई है। किसी मंदिर, मस्जिद, गुरुद्वारा जाने की जरूरत नहीं, आपके घर में ही आपके भगवान हैं। देखिए आपके जीवन में परिवर्तन होते हैं कि नहीं होते। जानते हैं आप दुनिया के बारे में जानते हैं लेकिन अपने बारे में नहीं जानते हैं। आप 1 मिनट में कितनी बार सांस लेते हैं? आप नहीं जानते हैं। सबको रटा हुआ 72, वो तो हार्ट बीट है, दिल की धड़कन है। 72 बार सांस लोगे तो 10 साल की भी उम्र नहीं होगी। हम 1 मिनट में औसतन व्यक्ति 15 से 17 बार सांस लेता है, तब हमारी औसतन आयु 65 से 70 वर्ष है। इसलिए अपने आप को जानने की कोशिश करो कि हम धरती पर क्यों आए, हमारा मकसद क्या है, और इस धरती पर पैदा हुए तो इस धरती के प्रति कर्तव्य क्या है। अधिकार मांगने के लिए आप बड़े जल्दी रोड पर खड़े हो जाते हैं, लेकिन कभी अपने कर्तव्यों के बारे में भी खड़े होते हो? कि मेरा ये कर्तव्य है, मैं उस कर्तव्य को पूर्ण करूंगा, तब मेरा राष्ट्र सशक्त और समृद्ध बनेगा। तो मैं पुनः आप सबका आभार व्यक्त करता हुआ सिर्फ 2 लाइन कह करके वाणी को विराम देता हूं। ये सांसों की लाइन ही है कि ये सांसों के तराने हिंद का नवगान गाएगा हमारा शौर्य ध्वज लेकर। किसका? इस भारत के युवाओं का। और युवाओं के लिए दुष्यंत कुमार ने 2 लाइन बड़ी अच्छी लिखी कि हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, मेरी कोशिश है ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए। आग मेरे सीने में लगे या तेरे सीने में लगे, लेकिन ये राष्ट्र भक्ति, राष्ट्र प्रेम की आग, लेकिन ये आग जलनी चाहिए, ये आग लगनी चाहिए। तो हमारा शौर्य ध्वज लेकर वो चंद्रयान गाएगा। हमारे प्राण माता भारती के पक्ष समर्पित हैं। हमारे लहू का हर कतरा हिंदुस्तान गाएगा, हिंदुस्तान गाएगा। जय हिंद, जय भारत। थैंक यू।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, everyday.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to, my life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest...
Now, in the past 24 hours, Iran has claimed a series of major military and defense operations, including the destruction of 3 U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft and damage to at least 5 more in Al-Kharj Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Now, attacks on communication radars in Kuwait have also been reported. Strikes on U.S.'s landing craft at Al-Sheikh port, targeted assaults on U.S. positions in Bubia Island and Dubai. Now, also missile attacks on multiple sites across Tel Aviv and Haifa, and a cyber attack on the FBI director's emails reportedly carried out by the Hantala group. Now, all of this in the last 24 hours, Iran has claimed major responsibility of multiple strikes across Gulf, targeting U.S. military assets and U.S. intelligence assets in the Gulf region. Now, in the past 24 hours, Iran has claimed a series of major military operations. This includes the destruction of 3 U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft and damage to 5 others at the Al-Kharj Air Base in Saudi Arabia, the visuals of which are playing on your screens right now. In fact, attacks on communication radars in Kuwait have also been reported. Not just this, a cyber attack on the FBI director's emails has been reported as well. Viewers, now the war in West Asia has reached its 29th day, and Iran has issued a stern, blunt warning. Iran says that they will turn the entire Gulf region into a graveyard for American soldiers. Now, this comes from one of the spokespersons of the Khatm al-Anbiya, who said in a televised statement that the region, the Gulf region, will be turned into a graveyard for US soldiers. Now, this comes after Israel struck Iran's nuclear power plant facility in Bushehr. However, no radioactive leakage was reported after the strikes, right after Iran vowed to retaliate, and in fact also struck a base in Saudi Arabia, wounding over a dozen US soldiers in the Saudi Arabia-US joint base. They've also managed to damage their high-value assets, including the KC-135 aircraft. And now, Iran's resolve remains clear. Iran has issued a stern warning. Their military says that they will turn the entire Gulf region into a graveyard for the American soldiers. Listen in to the Iranian military.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. در ادامه موج 84م عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا صاحب الزمان عجل الله تعالی فرجه و شریف، نیروی دریایی سپاه طی یک عملیات غافلگیر کننده چندین مرکز تجمع تروریست‌های صهیونی آمریکایی در جزیره بوبیان را مورد تهاجم ترکیبی موشکی و پهپادی قرار داد. در این تهاجم با انواع پهپادهای انهدامی و موشک‌های بالستیک تعداد زیادی از تفنگداران تروریست آمریکایی کشته و مجروحین این تروریست‌ها به بیمارستان‌های صالح الصبا، محمد الاحمد و علی السالم منتقل شدند. تهاجم علیه سربازان تروریست آمریکایی در هر نقطه‌ای از این منطقه تا نابودی کامل آنها از سرزمین مسلمانان به فضل الهی با حملات کوبنده ادامه خواهد یافت و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
Viewers, now inside Israel, their rescue authorities have revealed that at least 7 people have been majorly wounded after strikes hit the Israeli territories. Now remember, this statement comes moments after the Houthi rebels took responsibility of striking various territories inside Israel. However, the Houthi rebel group maintained that they only struck military targets, but now Israeli rescue services say that at least 7 people have been wounded in an Iranian missile attack on a town in central Israel. That's the latest that we're getting in. Civilians once again paying the price for the war that's enraging in West Asia between Israel, Iran and the United States. Now, this happened after Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility of striking multiple targets deep inside Israeli territories, while they maintain that they only struck military targets. Now, Israeli rescue services have said that at least 7 people have been wounded in Iranian strikes in central Israel and the cities surrounding that area. Now, some from the impact of the explosion and others have been hurt while trying to run for shelter as the strikes rained down. Viewers, now getting in a big breaking development as Pakistan looks to mediate the West Asia tensions. A US congressional report has now stated that Pakistan continues to harbor and to shelter terror groups that are targeting India. Now, according to this US congressional research report, Jaish-e-Mohammed has around 500 armed supporters, while Hizbul Mujahideen maintains a cadre strength of nearly 1,500 terrorists inside the Pakistani territories. In fact, this report further notes that counter-terrorism operations have failed to completely dismantle these groups, which continue to operate right from the Pakistani soil. A big breaking development just when Pakistan is trying to mediate for peace talks. A US congressional research report now says that Pakistan, Islamabad, continues to harbor terror groups and terror camps that are continuing to harm India inside their soil. Now, as per the report, Jaish-e-Mohammed has around 500 armed supporters, while Hizbul Mujahideen maintains a cadre presence of nearly 1,500 terrorists in the Pakistani soil. Now, viewers, the war in West Asia is not linear at all. While on one hand, US and Israel are acting as allies for Iran's rescue, various proxy groups, including Hezbollah, have been pitching in. But now there is a new turn to the war as Yemen's Houthi rebels, have also entered the war. They have issued a stark warning to the US and Israel, saying that if the aggressions against Iranian regime do not end, they will not hesitate in striking US and Israeli targets inside the Gulf region. Take a look at this.
The West Asia conflict is widening and a new player has stepped in. The Houthis in Yemen, who have been backed by Iran for a long time, launched a barrage of ballistic missiles towards southern Israel. Sirens blaring across cities like Beersheba and near key strategic sites including sensitive zones. Israel says its air defense systems intercepted the threat. No casualties reported, but the message is loud and clear. This marks the Houthis' first direct strike on Israel since the US-Israel war began on Iran a month ago. The group has now openly declared its entry into the conflict, opening up a new front in the war. Houthi spokesperson Yahya Sari says ballistic missiles targeted key Israeli military sites and claims coordination with Iran and Hezbollah, further warning that strikes will continue till objectives are met.
بيان صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قال تعالى: يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن تنصروا الله ينصركم ويثبت أقدامكم. صدق الله العظيم. تنفيذا لما ورد في بيان القوات المسلحة اليمنية السابق بشأن التدخل العسكري المباشر دعما وإسنادا للجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران ولجبهات المقاومة في لبنان والعراق وفلسطين، ونظرا لاستمرار التصعيد العسكري واستهداف البنية التحتية وارتكاب الجرائم والمجازر بحق إخواننا في لبنان وإيران والعراق وفلسطين.
Iran's deep ties with Houthis go beyond ideology. From weapon supply to intelligence support, Tehran has played a key role in strengthening the Houthi capabilities in Yemen. The alliance also extends to strategy and politics, with Iran backing the Houthis diplomatically and recognizing their authority in Yemen. And now the Houthis have also signaled possible escalation at sea, with threats to key global shipping routes. The number of players in the Middle East conflict is only increasing, with the Houthis stepping in. The war is now nearing 1 month, and Tehran remains firm in its intention to face the US threat head-on. With militia groups active across Iraq, the Hezbollah in Lebanon, and now the Houthis in Yemen up in arms, the scale of attacks can only be expected to increase.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of The World at War. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, UAE air defences have successfully intercepted 20 ballistic missiles and 37 unarmed vehicles launched from Iran. We're getting you all the details and breakdown on that story right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Mr. President.
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
Nobody. We have not heard from the son.
Namaste. Let's begin with Vande Mataram. I'm just wishing you Vande Mataram. It's the 150th year of our national song, and something which we all should feel very proud about. The reason I'm not very comfortable talking about media, because then a whole lot of truths need to be told, and then a whole lot of friends get upset about that. But the whole narrative of what constitutes nationalism in our context, it needs to be looked at. And from that we should extrapolate why the media should be a part of that narrative. The idea of nationalism is not something which we just want to make into an exclusive zone where there's no entry for others. And to make it broad-based, to democratize it, to take it to the people, we need the media, and therefore the media narrative becomes important. The problem really begins sometime around 1970s and 80s, when the left collaborated very heavily with the Congress, which by then was losing out on the ideological front, and it used the left to prop up its diminishing ideological appeal. That nationalism started, it started being projected as a dirty word, as something which we shouldn't really be proud about and we shouldn't really be talking about. And a whole lot of reasons were given that nationalism narrows down you to just one identity. It denies space for those who may not be part of that one identity. And that ultimately nationalism is something which leads to conflict both within the nation and among nations. Now that is the most spurious argument. It's as spurious as people quoting Tagore's essay on nationalism, in which he was quite vituperative and rejected the idea of nationalism. But what people don't tell you is that Tagore wrote that essay after the First World War, which was essentially a war triggered by European nationalism. Europe never had permanent nation states. They were all Westphalian states that had fluid borders and therefore fluid identities. And the First World War and subsequently the Second World War was essentially a contestation between those identities, and as I said, the fluid borders. Yes, European nationalism, if you look at it, it's exclusionary. It will not embrace others as part of themselves. For instance, Hitler's Germany never accepted anybody else in Europe as part of the German concept. Unlike that, Indian nationalism essentially stems from our identity as a civilizational state, as a civilizational nation. We are not a Westphalian state. We are not just a landmass which was made into a nation. We are historically a civilizational entity. We have a civilization that dates back 5,000 years or more. And we are among the few countries in the world who can claim a civilizational tag. And therefore, our identity and our concept of nationalism is inclusive. It is definitely based on our identity as Indians. But while we assert that identity, we also assimilate, we also gather people into our community. Now, if you look at it historically, India has never gone to war with any other country to expand its territory. On the other hand, others have come into India to expand their own ambitions of power. But we will not go into that. That's a different subject altogether. But communities have come, I mean, the Jews came to India, the Christians came to India, the Parsis came to India, and we assimilated them in our own larger family. We have also assimilated Muslims into our larger family, although the origin of the Muslim identity in India may not be a very happy one, and it's a history written in blood. It's very strange that, every time you talk about nationalism, people will pipe up and say, I would rather be a patriot than a nationalist. But what does being a patriot mean? And how is it different from being a nationalist? A patriot would say that I love my country, yes, but my country is not above criticism, my country is not above abuse, my country is not above mocking, etc. A nationalist, on the other hand, will say that for me, the nation comes above everything else. It's Rashtra Sarvopari, and everything else is secondary to that. And this, in a sense, also binds us together as a people. If you look at the vast expanse of India, geographically, culturally, physically, politically, socially, linguistically, there has to be something which binds us together. Even Nehru, who was not very comfortable with the idea of nation and nationalism, had to concede that there's a silken thread which binds us together. And that silken thread is our identity as Indians, our identity as a civilizational people. We are not a people who were founded out of an artificially created state. We are not a people who can sort of date back our past to only 100 years, 200 years, or 300 years. Lastly, I would like to bring in why it is important that we celebrate our icons, our national icons, and make them a part of our national life. As I said, it's the 150th year of Vande Mataram, and the government, as you would know, has made the entire song now the national song. And while it may not be easy for all of us to sort of sing that song or to get used to the idea of singing that song, but think in terms of future generations. For them, it will come easy. It will also come naturally. Similarly, at some point, I hope the entire national anthem or the song from which the national anthem has been excerpted, it should be introduced in its fullness. The argument that it becomes very long doesn't hold. If you should listen to the national anthem of Sri Lanka, it's pretty long. You should listen to the national anthem of Bangladesh, again it's very long. And the whole idea that it should be a very brief song is again a very Western concept, because they have nothing to say for their own nations and their own national identity. Therefore, they make their national anthem into just one stanza or half a stanza. Now, where does media come into all this? Politicians practicing nationalism, or some of them practicing anti-nationalism, and anti-nationalism I mean in a wider context, not in the narrow concept of working against the nation. They have their own zones, they have their own areas, let that be. But we have to bring people into the fold. People have to become more and more aware of the need to see their identity as something unique, something globally unique, and therefore to be proud of it, and also to be proud of the entity that gives them their identity, that is their nation. The media has to be convinced, either willingly or unwillingly, that to work in the interest of the nation is in the interest of the larger public good. To constantly question the nation, to constantly berate the nation, to constantly mock the nation does no good to anybody. The speaker before me was recounting his experiences as an officer in uniform. There was a time when the uniform, whether it is the Army, the Air Force, or the Navy, or even the Central Forces, they were treated with utmost respect, and it would be considered a blasphemy to criticize them or to call into question their intent, their work, etc. But in the last few years, what we have seen is that people whose own contribution to the national life, whose own contribution to the nation in terms of building the country is questionable and possibly non-existent, they have become the biggest critiques of those in uniform. Why? You have a Kanhaiya Kumar who very blithely says that this is what the army does in Kashmir. How does he know? Had he ever visited Kashmir to find out what the army is doing over there? He hadn't. We have a tax-funded, a university which you and I fund with our taxes, where after a particularly major massacre of our security forces in Chhattisgarh, I think it was the Sukma massacre, that students came out to celebrate it. And perchance a uniformed person, a soldier in the army who had gone to visit somebody in the campus, he found himself caught in the quote-unquote celebrations, and the amount of humiliation he had to suffer and physical injury he had to suffer is unthinkable, yet nothing happens to them. We have a situation where a man who publicly, and he is not some illiterate he's not some illiterate person, somebody who's ill-informed. He's an IIT graduate doing postgraduate from JNU. He calls for cutting off India's chicken's neck. That is the point which joins India to the rest of the Northeast. And he makes a public statement on how this can be done. He is arrested because subsequently it was found he was also involved in organizing the Delhi riots. He is arrested. He is denied bail, consistently denied bail. He is under trial right now. And then he gets a 10 days interim bail to go attend his younger brother's wedding celebrations. And what sort of a country are we? Which half-decent country would allow this? This is not about humanity. This is about normalizing people who have little respect for humanity. I mean, I could keep on giving you example after example. You have teachers who are again tax funded, but they work against the national interest. In such a situation, it becomes doubly important for media to step up to the plate and insist that come what may, the national interest comes first. And I am not conflating the national interest with any one political ideology. I am not conflating the national interest with any one government, but I look at national interest as anything that is in the interest of India. Whatever. It is not for us to take a moral position, an ethical position in terms of dealing with conflicts around the world, in terms of alliances and partnerships. No. Everything has to be seen from the prism of national interest. And hence it's a good idea to move away from long-term alliances which ultimately erode our national interest and superimpose on us others' interest. And we are moving towards that direction, and I think it's a great idea that to have transactional relations instead of long-term quote-unquote friendships that do not carry us forward. It is actually important to note that the media in our country has also changed over the last 10 years. Whether they have done so happily or unhappily, but they have changed. And they would not easily work against the national interest as they would have, say, 10 years ago or 15 years ago. They would not run down India on global platforms, and media as a whole, I think, continues to project India on the global stage, which is good, and it also continues to project the India story which is happening now and which everybody is interested in. Thanks. Namaste.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses.
We had really good meetings. I mean, obviously it was an opportunity to talk to our allies on the G7 and outline the perspective of what we have going on with Iran in particular. We talked about a lot of things, but obviously in the Iran operation. And we're very clear, as we've been from the very beginning, the objectives of this mission have been clear from the very first night the President announced it. We're going to destroy Iran's Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force. We're going to basically destroy their ability to make missiles and drones in their factories.
The US wants a global plan to keep the Strait of Hormuz open after the strikes end. Marco Rubio said it was an opportunity to talk to their allies on the G7 and have a perspective of what has been going on with Iran in particular.
These countries have a lot at stake, not just the G7 countries, but countries in Asia and all over the world have a lot at stake and should contribute greatly to that effort to ensure that neither the Straits of Hormuz or frankly any international waterways should ever be something that's controlled or told by a nation state or by a terroristic government like the one that exists in Iran today in that radical clerical regime. So there seemed to be a lot of buy-in to that concept. There's a lot of work happening right now. The UK has played a prominent role in bringing that together, but other countries as well. And there seems to be a lot of acceptance of all that. And our allies and partners here, at least to me, seem to be appreciative of updates on our operation and an understanding of what lies ahead over the next few weeks.
Rubio highlighted the core mission of the US was to destroy Iran's ability to produce missiles and drones in order to stop them from threatening the world. He also said that the US is ahead of its schedule in the operation and most likely will come up with its completion in a matter of weeks. In another round of conversation, Rubio said that it's illegal, unacceptable, and dangerous to set up a tolling system in the Strait of Hormuz. Japan has reportedly paid around $2 million per oil tanker to Iran to pass through the Strait of Hormuz amid rising regional tensions. What began as a military standoff is now evolving into a controlled, fee-based access system, with Iran tightening its grip over one of the world's most critical shipping routes. The US Secretary of State highlighted that not just the G7 nations, but no nation in the world should have to pay in international waters.
Immediately after this thing ends, we're done with our objectives, one of the immediate challenges we're going to face is an Iran that may decide that they want to set up a tolling system in the Straits of Hormuz. Not only is this illegal, it's unacceptable, it's dangerous to the world, and it's important that the world have a plan to confront it. The United States is prepared to be a part of that plan. We don't have to lead that plan, but we're happy to be a part of it.
He also underscored UK's prominent role in the Middle East security, while urging European allies to step up in Iran-related maritime security in the last week.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, everyday.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Mr. President.
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. Now, we were talking about West Asia and the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iran has started levying heavy taxes on the shipments that are crossing the contentious strait. And on the other side, US State of Secretary Marco Rubio says that this is completely illegal and will disrupt trade and shipment through the crucial waterway. We're getting you all the details. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me. He's gotta be.
Another shocking remark from Donald Trump humiliates Saudi Crown Prince in his address and says Gulf nation leaders better obey him. West Asia war escalates. Houthis now enter the war with missile strikes against Israel. Fresh US strikes on Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant raise fears of a radiological disaster.
साथियों, संकट के इस समय में भी भारत ने अपने तेज विकास को निरंतर जारी रखा है.
Prime Minister Modi addresses the West Asia war, says India is resilient while other nations are reeling under the war's impact. Viewers, now starting first with a breaking development that's coming in. US's Central Command has now issued a statement along with the satellite footage saying that for yesteryears now Iranian naval capacity has been threatening the waters in West Asia, but now that time is over. They say that Iranian naval vessels have threatened and harassed global shipping in regional waters, but those days are now over. A statement that inches close to a remarkable escalation that's ongoing in West Asia now. US's Central Command, their military says, and I'm quoting, that for decades Iranian naval vessels have threatened and even harassed global shipping routes in regional waters, but now that day, those days are over. This is in fact the footage that they have released alongside the tightening message against the Iranian naval capabilities in the waters of West Asia as the war rages on. Now, viewers, these are the visuals on your screens. You can see the CENTCOM has released satellite images. Now, potentially, this shows an Iranian naval vessel being completely destroyed, obliterated by joint US-Israeli strikes. Now, that missile hits the ship and it completely changes into plumes of smoke. Now, CENTCOM, along with publishing this footage, has said that now the era of Iranian naval threat in the West Asia waters over ships and vessels is going to end. And a message that makes it clear that the war is not eyeing any slowdown and it is only inching closer and closer to a wider escalation. Viewers, now the tensions in West Asia continue to escalate as Israel has struck multiple nuclear sites in Iran, targeting key plutonium and uranium facilities, while the United States maintains a growing military presence in the region. Now, officials have also warned that repeated attacks, particularly near the Bushehr nuclear plant in Iran, raise the risk of a radiological disaster, drawing sharp condemnation from Tehran and concerns from the International Atomic Energy Agency, with President Trump now citing a pause in certain operations but keeping pressure up on Tehran. Analysts suggest that the coming days will be critical in determining whether the situation intensifies or de-escalates in West Asia. Take a look.
In the ongoing West Asia war, US-Israel allies have once again targeted energy infrastructure. Fresh strikes on Bushehr nuclear plant are furthering concerns of a radiological disaster. The International Atomic Energy Agency has expressed deep concern, warning that any damage to nuclear facilities could lead to a major nuclear accident. Iran, on the other hand, condemns the strikes as a violation of the international law and calls them a threat to regional security. This is not a one-off incident. Before this, Israel struck Iran's Arak nuclear complex, a key plutonium production site for nuclear weapons. Further, to dismantle Iran's nuclear capabilities, Israel struck a uranium production plant in Yazd strike and Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant. A pattern to dismantle Iran's nuclear enrichment program that comes with warnings of nuclear blackmailing.
As you know, we're gathered at a moment of bold action and historic decision to make America and our allies safer and stronger, more prosperous, more successful than ever before. And that's what's happening. Tonight, we're closer than ever to the rise of the Middle East that is finally free at last from Iranian terror, aggression, and nuclear blackmail. That's what's happened. It was nuclear blackmail for years and years, and beyond that.
With the war escalating and President Trump claiming a pause on certain military actions, even as the US builds up troop presence and pressure on Iran, it remains to be seen how the upcoming days will unfold.
Viewers, getting in another breaking development that comes, a statement that has been released by the US where they say that the situation at the Bushehr nuclear power plant in Iran is only deteriorating after another strike hit the nuclear power plant facility deep inside the Iranian territories. Now, that's a big claim that's being made by the US, where it says that the Bushehr nuclear power plant continues to deteriorate after another attack occurred around it. Now, remember, the Bushehr power plant has already come under attacks at least thrice, and this is the fourth suggested attack that the US is speaking about, where they say that the situation, the condition of this nuclear power plant in Bushehr in Iran continues to deteriorate by the day as each attack hits the nuclear facility. Now, remember, the International Agency, Atomic Agency, has taken full cognizance of all these strikes. They have said that there are no radiological leaks that have occurred until now, but they have constantly been warning warning of a major nuclear disaster in case the strikes and counter-strikes in the war that's ongoing between Iran, Israel, and the United States do not stop targeting energy infrastructure and especially nuclear-powered energy infrastructure. These are the visuals of the periphery of the Bushehr nuclear power plant inside Iran that has been struck for the 4th time. Now, US says that the situation is worsening and the condition of the power plant is deteriorating. Also comes when the Iranian media actually claimed that the Bushehr nuclear power plant facility is completely intact and only the premises have been hit. Even the Atomic Agency internationally says that no leaks have been reported, no radiological leaks have been reported so far, but US on the other hand claims that the situation is worsening for the energy infrastructure in Bushehr. Now we were shifting focus to another breaking development that comes from Israel. At least 7 people were lightly wounded in a missile attack on a central Israeli town. Now some were wounded by the blast. Meanwhile, others were wounded while they were trying to run and take shelter. Now Megan David Adams says there's in fact also footage that shows massive damage that's been taken by a local house. Now, Houthis have taken responsibility of striking Israel just a few hours ago. Houthi rebels from Yemen, a proxy that's standing shoulder to shoulder with Iran in the war. In fact, they also warned that they will enter the war in case the aggression against Iran does not go down. And now attacks continue on civilian infrastructure as well. Now, inside Israel, at least 7 people have been wounded. In fact, those are the visuals of the emergency services, first responders scrambling. This is a local house in central Israel that has been completely damaged, roof completely blown off by missile strikes that were rained down. Now, Houthis have taken full responsibility of the strikes that have hit central Israel and its surrounding areas just a few hours ago. Getting in another breaking development, the Iranian forces have struck UAE with about 20 ballistic missiles and 37 drones. At least 20 Iranian ballistic missiles and 37 UAV drones have targeted the UAE airspace. Now, the country's defense ministry has given these numbers, and they also say that all of these missiles have been intercepted. Now, these attacks bring the total number of ballistic missiles launched at UAE to 398, a staggering number that includes 15 cruise missiles and over 1,800 drones since the start of the war and its escalations on the 28th of February. Now, overall, these launches have caused deaths of at least 2 members of the UAE armed forces. A Moroccan civilian was also contracted by the armed forces, and 8 people of Pakistani, Nepali, Bangladeshi and Palestinian and Indian descent have also been killed. At least 178 people have been injured in UAE since the beginning of the escalations. Now, this comes just as UAE air defense has now intercepted 20 ballistic missiles and 37 drones that were fired by the Iranian military. Now, these are the visuals on your screens of the interception happening. These are the footage that was taken in real time as the interception happened. In fact, 178 people inside UAE have been injured till now since the beginning of the conflict. Now, remember, the war has spread to the larger Gulf region, and now UAE defense forces say that 20 Iranian ballistic missiles and 37 unarmed vehicle drones have been intercepted by the UAE air defense systems. Now, first responders continuously working to keep the situation under control, and as UAE has been hit, at least 2 members of the armed forces have been killed. Not just that, 8 people from across different countries, including Pakistan, Nepal, India, Bangladesh, and even Palestine, have been killed in UAE. These are the visuals of the missiles and drones, the 20 ballistic missiles that were intercepted by UAE's air defense. At least 178 people have been injured since the beginning of the war just inside UAE. Now, viewers, US President Donald Trump has been making long claims. He's in fact also coming after global leaders, not just that, specifically targeting Gulf leaders. And this time around, he has targeted Saudi's crown prince. He says that they have to, all of the leaders in Gulf must obey what Trump has been saying. Now, remember, this comes after a war that was waged by US and Israel and has now put the entire Gulf out of balance. And even then, US President goes on and tears into the Saudi crown prince and says that all leaders across the Gulf nations must obey Trump's order. Listen into his remarks.
He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me.
US President Donald Trump, in his address in an investment summit in Florida, made explicitly shocking remarks. Trump made tall claims about himself while mocking other leaders. On Pakistan, the US president confessed a strategic preference for losers, noting that their presence provides a significant boost to his own self-esteem, while also expressing a distaste for people more successful than him.
You know, I've watched a lot of people, leaders, great leaders. And, you know, the one thing about sports is you break it down into, you know, a 2-hour period, something nice. You don't have to wait a lifetime to find out is somebody a winner or a loser. You got a lot of losers, mostly losers, fortunately. It's a good thing to have a lot of losers. I always like to hang around with losers, actually, because it makes me feel better. I hate guys that are very, very successful and you have to listen to their success stories. I like people that like to listen to my success.
In a shocking claim, Trump made explicit remarks about the future king of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman.
He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me. He's got to be. But it was really something. He said, though, he said, you know, it's amazing, President, because he's a very smart, but a regular kind of a guy. He said, you know, it's amazing, President. A year ago, in that case, it was a year and a half, it was 6 months ago, but a year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're literally the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that was before we beat the hell out of him.
He made a gaffe about the Strait of Hormuz and called it the Strait of Trump, while maintaining there are no accidents, with him admitting that the slip of tongue was intentional.
We're negotiating now, and it'd be great if we could do something, but they have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Such a terrible mistake. The fake news will say, he accidentally said, no. There's no accidents with me, not too many. If there were, we'd have a major story.
In a statement, the president announced the immediate annexation of the Gulf of Mexico and rebranding it the Gulf of America, while also claiming that Cuba is next.
You wouldn't have to use it. I built this great military. I said, you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that, please.
Trump also addressed the Nobel Prize snub, saying the committee has lost credibility, claiming he saved 50 million people and stopped 8 wars. As the war in West Asia reaches a 1-month mark, Trump continues to say he is a peacemaker.
Well, I'll tell you what. So I told you that I settled 8 wars. That means millions and millions of people. Some of those wars were going on. One was 34 years, one was 32 years, one was 29 years, one was 22 years. They were long-term wars and a lot of people being killed every year. So I've saved millions and millions of people. And I mean, I know it doesn't sound right for me to say this, but I'd love my legacy to be made as a great peacemaker, because I really believe I'm a peacemaker. It doesn't seem it right now, but I think I'm a peacemaker.
The latest statements from Trump raise concern whether these remarks are calculated power plays or intentional provocations as the global community suffers from the consequences of the war in West Asia.
Viewers, now getting in another breaking development as the UN Human Rights Council took up a debate that was called in for by Iran, Cuba and China, where Chinese envoy has raked up the Minab school entire thing that unfolded where 168 schoolgirls were killed by joint US-Israeli strikes. Now a Chinese envoy condemned the US-Israeli strikes on the girls' elementary school in Iran's Minab. These are the visuals. Now remember, this was done, at least 3 strikes by US's Tomahawk missile rained down on an elementary school inside Iran, killing 168 schoolgirls aged just 7 to 12 years old. And now a Chinese envoy has condemned this attack on the Minab girls' school, which claimed the lives of 168 schoolgirls. Now they've called the strikes a violation of human morality. Now this happened just yesterday at the UN Human Rights Council during an urgent debate that was requested by Iran, China and Cuba. Now Ambassador Jia Guide outlined China's position, condemned the strike on the Minab elementary school that killed 168 schoolgirls, and also called the joint US-Israeli strikes on the school a violation of human morality. As the cost of the war in terms of civilian casualties rises up, Chinese envoy has now condemned the US-Israeli strike on civilian areas, especially highlighting the Minab strike, which claimed the lives of 168 schoolgirls in Minab in Iran. They've called it a violation of human morality. Those are the visuals of the graves on your screens. Now also being joined by retired Major General A.K. Sivach to get us more updates onto the matter. So thank you very much for speaking to Republic. You know, on one hand, where US continues saying that there is a peace deal, there is a truce on the papers, and that's going to happen, they continue to batter Iran, and likewise, Iranian regime also continues to batter the rest of the Gulf region. But now what's unfolding in the UN Human Rights Convention is the Chinese envoy now condemning the Israeli-US strikes that hit an elementary girls' school inside Iran. How do you read this entire situation? In dialogue, there is a truce, but on ground, nothing changes.
No doubt. As far as this war is there, it will not finish it off so fast. The war is going on. In fact, the intensity is increasing as well as the scope is increasing. Now, if you see it, that basically US and Israel underestimated the capability of Iran. They thought that if they kill Ayatollah al-Khamenei and his top military commander, political commanders, the Iran will come to its knees and it will not able to fight for long. But that has not happened because Iran was well prepared. They have made a mosaic defense system. By wing, they have a succession plan up till 4 stages, and they have decentralized their power, given to the IRGC, divided the whole country in 31 provinces. Yeah. So nothing has changed. And in fact, if you carry out the SWOT analysis of Iran, that strength, weakness, opportunity, threat, they have a weakness. They don't have a very good air defense. Their air power is not there. Their navy is quite small. But their strength is their missile rockets, which are almost about 8 to 10,000. They have got drones up to almost 1 lakh. So the point is that Iran is not calming down. Iran is responding with might, and Iran has surprised the whole world. And Iran has made this war into asymmetric and hybrid warfare. And very cleverly, it has changed the military war into military economic war by basically blocking the Strait of Hormuz and also striking on these countries where there are military bases of US. So the point is now, though there is a sort of a talks which is going on, one can understand as to how things are going. As far as the US is concerned, it has not able to achieve any its military objective. And today, Donald Trump wants an honorable exit because his popularity is going down in US. There are midterm elections in November. He wants to show that as if he has won the war and he wants to come out of it. But the point is that Israel does not want to come out of the war. Israel wants to continue till the time Iran becomes much weaker. As far as Iran is concerned, Iran also do not have unlimited resources. It will like to come out, but today he is in a better position to basically negotiate because he is not backing down, he is hitting hard, and he is relevant. You see, Iran doesn't have to be victorious. The fact Iran remains relevant, it's a victory by itself. So the point is the churning effect taking place. Now, as US is concerned, it has already given 10 days. Up till 7th April, it is not going to hit on the power sector of Iran. But what having said so, now can there be a peace? The point comes in, this mediation is a tricky issue.
Definitely.
To me, to me, it looks like one point. To me, it looks like at once way US is trying to have a truce, but at the same time preparing to attack on Karaj, because he's already moving 82 Air Division as well as a Marine Commandos, and he's
Major General Siraj, yes. So also borrowing from the point that you just raised, an important one. You know, the nuclear facilities, Donald Trump very ironically saying that we're pausing all strikes on their energy facilities, Iran being in question. He in fact also extended this pause. But just today, the Bushehr nuclear facility was also struck by Israeli forces. Now, does this suggest a deep divide on the war's narrative when it comes to the US and Israel? Because it looks like they are allies, but they are acting on their own accords.
They are not on the same page. The objective and aim of US and Israel are two different. As far as Israel is concerned, it wants to continue the war. It wants to hit the nuclear facility of Iran. It also wants to hit the energy sector of Iran. It wants to make Iran as weak as feasible, because they feel that this is an opportunity which they have got it, that Iran, of course, have got a lot of beating. They have almost 70% of major cities have been destroyed. But at the same time, the US doesn't have that. US want to have honorable exit. US is not hitting the energy sector of Iran. But as far as Israel is concerned, it is hitting, and Iran is also hitting. If you remember that Dimona, as well as an Arad, that is basically a nuclear plant which is very close to Dimona, it was also hit. And not only that, Iran has also displayed by firing a missile as long as Digogracia, about 4,000 kilometers, which has surprised everyone. No one thought that they have missile more than 2,000 kilometers. It means they can hit.
Yeah.
So the point is very rightly brought out. The US and Israel, though are the contemporary fighting together, but they are not on the same page. Their aims and objectives are different. And Israel is not following what America is telling. They are doing what they think is in their national interest. Remember, there are two other actors which have come into this war. One is Hezbollah, which is attacking from the southern. Have fired a missile in the southern part of Israel. So the whole situation is, instead of coming in under control, it is deteriorating. And the scope of this war is enlarging.
Right, sir. Major General A.K. Siraj, always a pleasure to have you on Republic. Thank you for giving us such a detailed analysis of what's ongoing in West Asia. For now, viewers, now shifting focus, at least 10 US troops have been wounded in Iranian strikes that hit a Saudi Arabia air base. Now, remember, this comes after Iran retaliated and struck the Saudi Arabia base. The Prince Sultan Air Base was struck, and over 24 US soldiers have been injured in a single strike. Not just that, take a look on the visuals on your screens. Their refueling aircraft, their high-value asset aircrafts have also been destroyed by the Iranian strikes that were rained down on the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Now remember, this air base is operated by Saudi Arabia's Air Force, but also houses US troops, the US Air Force in heavy numbers. In fact, their TASMACs, their hangars are present in the Saudi Arabia Prince Sultan Air Base, and over a dozen US troops were wounded in one single Iranian strike on the Saudi Arabia Prince Sultan Air Base, which also damaged at least 2 Air Force refueling aircraft and underscored that despite weeks of strikes, Iran still poses a significant threat to US bases across the Gulf region. Over a dozen US troops wounded in just one strike. These are the visuals of their aircraft being destroyed. Multiple aircrafts that were struck in a single attack by the Iranian military. Now, that's the latest that we're picking up. Iran fired about 6 ballistic missiles and 29 drones at the Prince Sultan Air Base, damaging the entire facility. Viewers, now on the other side, as the West Asia war escalates, Yemen's Houthis have entered the war with missile strikes and a warning against Israel and the US military bases in Gulf. Getting you all the details of how the war is unfolding after the short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. We return after a brief hiatus due to the ongoing war in West Asia. In terms of sheer number of countries directly hit by bombs or missiles, this is perhaps the most global war after the World War II. While the news wheel was heavy with all the action and reaction from the war zone, I noted something interesting away from the headlines. The use of religion as a justification for this war. In the case of the Americans, it was overt, almost sounded like the Crusades. In the case of others, it was subterranean, but equally strong. It's a Zionist war, it's a Shia-Sunni war, it's a Christian crusade, all rolled into one. Stay with me for going deeper in segment 1. Second, we go to Nepal, as it gets a generational shift in its government. After decades of gerontocracy that got thrown out during the Gen Z protests last year. Would Balen, the new Prime Minister, get the rap right for the people of Nepal? Let's get going.
A year and a half from now, the capabilities they would have to inflict damage on us. It's an unacceptable risk, especially in the hands of a regime that's run by radical clerics. The Ayatollah was a radical cleric. That entire regime is led by radical clerics who don't make geopolitical decisions. They make decisions on the basis of theology, their view of theology, which is an apocalyptic one. That has to be taken very seriously as well.
This was United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio in a press conference a day before the Iran war started on February 28. According to this justification, Iran was led by a bunch of religious fanatics, lunatics, ayatollahs who run their country on theology which is apocalyptic and has to be taken seriously and taken down. Let's listen to him again.
And strike and strike and strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God.
Oops, a wrong video got plugged in. But aren't you curious what was that? That was Paula White, spiritual advisor to President Donald J. Trump. Listen to her again, now in full.
And strike and strike and strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Fika hata anda ata. Ora bata rata anda eke eke manda rasata. For I hear the sound of victory. 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 This right now, we just ask right now that you weaken it. You said you would weaken it and bring it to naught. That you would bring evil upon it. Let whatever entity has yielded itself for this spirit to invade in this last moment as an attempt to hijack the plan of God, to hijack the will of God, to hijack what God has already established in the earth. Let it be broken right now.
Victory is coming. Angels are coming from Africa and South America. That's what she says as she's seen ratcheting up a trance, even as a guy in the background walks seemingly unconcerned. I hope the angels Paula is eliciting support of are not crossing the border illegally, or Tom Homan would catch them. But Paula White is essentially praying for victory of the United States in this war, in this video. But guess what? This was not the pinnacle of religious symbolism requisitioned in support of the Iran war. That came from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who has institutionalized religious imagery right inside the Pentagon through his monthly prayer service meetings. Listen to this one from this week.
First, a reading from the book of Psalms, chapter 18, verses 37 to 42. King David writes, I pursued my enemies and overtook them, and did not turn back till they were consumed. I thrust them through so that they were not able to rise. They fell under my feet. For you equipped me with strength for the battle. You made those who rise against me sink under me. You made my enemies turn their backs to me, and those who hated me I destroyed. They cried for help, but there was none to save. They cried to the Lord, but he did not answer them. I beat them fine as dust before the wind. I cast them out like the mire of the streets. Almighty God, who trains our hands for war and our fingers for battle, you who stirred the nations from the north against Babylon of old, making her land a desolation where none dwell. Behold now the wicked who rise against your justice and the peace of the righteous. Snap the rod of the oppressor, frustrate the wicked plans, and break the teeth of the ungodly. By the blast of your anger, let the evil perish. Let their bulls go down to slaughter, for their day has come, the time of their punishment. Pour out your wrath upon those who plot vain things and blow them away like chaff before the wind. Grant this task force clear and righteous targets for violence. Surround them as a shield. Protect the innocent and blameless in their midst. Make their arrows like those of a skilled warrior who returned not empty-handed. Let every round find its mark against the enemies of righteousness and our great nation. Give them wisdom in every decision for them. For the wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. We ask these things with bold confidence in the mighty and powerful name of Jesus Christ, King over all kings, and amen.
Whatever Rubio said about religious fanatics running the show in America, Iran, this Christian moral underpinning suggesting that this war is divinely sanctioned got an immediate rebuttal from the top man of God in the Christendom. Pope Leo XIV did not like what Hegseth has been up to. On hearing that the American Defense Secretary had enlisted the support of God and suggested that the war with Iran was protected by God, the Pope issued a sharp rebuke. Speaking to a parish in Rome, he said, and I quote, "Someone presumes to involve the name of God in choices of death, but God cannot be enlisted by darkness," unquote. It was a strong one. The high priest of Christianity did not stop there. In fact, through his statements and posts on social media, Leo XIV broadened the scope of his intervention like no other pope in recent history on war. In the last 25 days, he has condemned the Minabi school attack, hectored those conservative politicians backing the war to go and submit themselves to a confession box, called for a permanent ban on aerial bombing, expressed dismay at the war continuing, and repeatedly called for an immediate ceasefire, even giving camera sound bites like this one, in which he's saying, "Work for peace with dialogue, not weapons."
Are you confident in a peace deal?
Buonasera, solo voglio dire una parola. Buonasera a tutti e grazie per il vostro lavoro. Voglio rinnovare l'appello per il cessato di fuoco, per lavorare per la pace, ma non con le armi, sino con il dialogo, cercando veramente una soluzione per tutti. Adesso aumenta l'odio, la violenza è sempre peggio, più di 1 milione di sfolati, tanti morti. Vogliamo pregare per la pace, ma invito tutte le autorità a lavorare veramente con il dialogo a risolvere i problemi.
Interestingly, as we all know, Pope Leo is the first American pope. We did an entire episode profiling him last year. So I bring my attention back to the crusade-like zeal shown by Trump team. Hegseth, in fact, authored a book called American Crusade in 2020, in which he justified the medieval crusades as the savior of the Christian civilization from the onslaught of Islam. But for the crusades, there would have been no Protestant Reformation or Renaissance. There would have been no Europe and no America. That's the theme of the book. A tattoo on his right biceps has Deus Vult, or God wills it, written along with the image of a cross. Hegseth has framed US military operations as bigger than politics or foreign policy. That fits in nicely with the deep end of the conservative mega constituency that has been central to President Trump's movement. Like in his inauguration speech, Trump mentioned how God saved him to make America great again. It was a reference to the Butler County assassination attempt on him. Just last month, we had Marco Rubio at the Munich Security Conference saying America and Europe were bonded together as civilizations by the Christian faith.
We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir.
Does that make the Iran war a Christian versus Muslim war? The Iranians have been using religious imagery in equal measure. But then Iran is a theocracy. So is Israel a Jewish state. The name of Operation Roaring Lion draws from the book of Genesis in the Bible, where Judah is described as a lion, symbolizing supremacy of the tribe of Judah, or the Jews. A lion is also the official emblem of the city of Jerusalem. What of the countries from Kuwait to Qatar, from Bahrain to Oman? Is it all secular cause for them? Perhaps not, actually not. The reason why the shibboleths of a Muslim Ummah have crashed in this war is because Iran is a Shia power, and the Gulf countries are all Sunni. The mask of Muslim unity that was sought to be created by the formation of the OIC, or the Organization of Islamic Conference, has come off. The Shia-Sunni conflict is so acerbic that reports after reports have suggested how this is not Israel's war, but of Saudi Arabia. Benjamin Netanyahu might be fronting it, and Trump might be providing the firepower, but this is Mohammed bin Salman's war against the Ayatollahs he so hates. The New York Times published on 15th March, citing several US officials, that Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, has been privately urging Trump throughout the war to keep hitting the Iranians hard. This echoes the Washington Post's pre-war reporting that MBS made multiple private calls in February advocating his strikes before Epic Fury launched. The Crown Prince, who publicly maintains neutrality, is privately running the most hawkish back channel in the conflict. And then there is the overlay of Arab versus Persian, the clash of civilizations thesis, the bugbear of all liberals of the world, seemingly coming true. And oh, isn't it about oil? Well, yes, it's about oil and China in equal parts for sure. About oil, reams and reams of paper and petabytes of news has been done since the first oil shock of 1973. On China, I would only say this. If you have observed the deafening silence of Xi Jinping, that's what Napoleon Bonaparte said. Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake. Hope the Americans see that. Moving to the next one.
Balindra Shah.
नेपालको सार्वभौम सत्ता र राजकीय सत्ता
नेपालको सार्वभौम सत्ता र राजकीय सत्ता
नेपाली जनतामा निहित रहेको नेपालको संविधान प्रति पूर्ण वफादार रही सत्यनिष्ठापूर्वक प्रतिज्ञा गर्दै ईश्वर देश र जनताको नाममा शपथ लिन्छु कि प्रधानमन्त्री पदको जिम्मेवारी प्रचलित कानूनको पालना गरी मुलुक र जनताको भलो चिताई कसैको डर नमानी पक्षपात नगरी पूर्वाग्रह वा खराब भावना नलिई ईमानदारीका साथ गर्नेछु.
That civil engineer turned rapper turned politician turned mayor of Kathmandu, taking oath as the Prime Minister of Nepal. Balendra Shah is the youngest leader of Nepal ever. Fittingly so, for he was brought to power by a youth quake of Gen Z protests that rocked Nepal in September last year. It is not just a change of government, it is hope for a new dawn, a new politics, a break from the past, a clean slate for the citizens of Nepal. It is a moment of both a generational shift and a political transformation that's rare in modern history. The entire old crop of leaders stands wiped out. The old guard is decimated. Balen himself defeated former PM Communist leader KP Sharma Oli by a big margin. A young generation has taken center stage in national decision-making, bringing median age of parliament to below 37, exactly that of the Prime Minister who was born in 1990. This shift reflects the aspirations of a generation of Nepalis whose ambitions have long been bigger than what the country under the old guard was able to offer. Such has been the pull of Balen that his party, the Rashtriya Swatantra Party, or RSP, set up by TV journalist turned politician Rabi Lamichhane, had to designate him leader to pull itself into reckoning from a distant fourth spot in the 2022 general elections. To the credit of Lamichhane, he amended the constitution of RSP to accommodate Balin, putting to rest the rumors of two swords in one scabbard in Kathmandu. Set up in 2022 on the eve of general elections, the RSP catapulted to almost two-thirds majority in the snap polls of March 5, cornering 182 seats in the 275-member lower house of Nepal parliament. Balin has sought to live the spirit of the Gen Z movement by limiting the size of his government and wants experts and technocrats to join in key positions. But it's one thing to win elections and another to turn public frustration into stable exercise of power. The first hornet's nest for Balin to handle would be the Karki Commission report into the Gen Z violence. The protests had left 77 dead and property worth billions destroyed. The report makes specific recommendations on action against the 10 Prime Minister Oli, his Home Minister, top police officers, and even some in the Nepal army. The action would not be easy to come by. The report also draws a pattern through the violence of how the rioters followed a template. CCTV cameras were shut or broken, the targeted property had its water and gas supply cut, papers and documents were taken out before the arson. Similar nature of petrol bombs at all places, choice of symbols of power as targets from the Parliament building to the Supreme Court, among others. Essentially, not ruling out a premeditated and hence a conspired revolt. Nepal was struggling to find its voice, smothered by a ruling elite that kept its politics in a vice-like grip for decades. As we have profiled earlier, 6 top leaders, KP Sharma Oli, Pushpa Kumar Dahal, alias Prachanda, Babu Ram Bhattarai, Madhav Kumar Nepal, Chalanath Khanal, and Sher Bahadur Deuba, between themselves, had ruled for a greater part of last 3 decades. Oli had been PM thrice, Prachanda twice, and rest of the 4 once each. The 2022 election marked the end of ideology when arch enemies broke bread and broke parties in a political incest that bred revolt. Online movements like Enough's Enough in 2020 and No Not Again in 2022 had built a nascent youth audience that hissed rebellion. Balin winning as mayor of Kathmandu as an independent was the most visible signal of that revolt. Nepal has seen multiple revolutions since the 1990s. The first in 1990 brought constitutional democracy, with monarchy making way for the parliament. It was followed by the People's Movement of 2006, which sought to dismantle the monarchy completely and achieved it through the 2008 constitution. In each one of them, the foundations were similar: frustration with the establishment, distrust of power, and a compelling desire for change. Yet, while each revolution brought a change of government, regimes got rebranded, and even constitution got rewritten, what never changed was the ruling elite. The faces remained the same. The gerontocracy continued to control. By 2022, it had become a 3-man dictatorship between Oli, Prachanda, and Deuba. The Gen Z protests and Balin as Prime Minister have shut that revolving door. Balin and Lamichhane victory is a complete collapse of the old political architecture of Nepal. It is not just one individual's achievement, but an outburst of the people's aspirations. Ironic and befitting at the same time is the fact that while all the Madhesi parties, the political forces of the plains that closely align with India, stand defeated, like all other parties, Balin himself is a Madhesi. For us in India, there are some trouble spots in Balin's meteoric rise. He is a product of anarchy and courted controversy by putting up a map of Greater Nepal in his office as mayor of Kathmandu in 2023. He also stopped the screening of Indian films briefly before complying with a court order and lifting the ban. There are no signs of an overt China tilt, and there are posts on his social media handles criticizing China and the United States alike. The economic policy of RSP calls for a development-oriented approach, calling for Nepal to act as a bridge between China and India. Only last week, a corruption probe in the Pokhara International Airport charged as many as 20 Chinese nationals. And that shows the limits of China tilt for any Nepali leader. But having managed relationship through the rough and tumble of openly pro-China leaders like Oli and a communist guerrilla like Prachanda, that should be easily handled by India. It's early days, and let Balain settle. May he be good for the people of Nepal, and that's what counts. Thanks for watching.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
हम धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. It's 9 p.m. and ladies and gentlemen, as the war rages, we've completed a month. On the 28th of last month was when Israel launched the first preemptive strikes on Iran. It's been a month today, and as we speak, those strikes continue, except that in the case of Israel and the US, they may have to re-strategize. We have a lot of breaking news updates coming up on the show from Israel as well, where there have been more strikes. Here are the headlines this evening. Trump, speaking to the investor community, makes an insulting remark of the Saudi leadership, humiliates the Saudi crown prince in his address, and warns Gulf nations to better obey him. As the West Asia war escalates, the Houthis have entered the war zone with missile strikes against Israel. Fresh US strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, raising fears of a radiological disaster, even as Trump claimed that there would be a pause.
संकट के इस समय में भी भारत ने अपने तेज विकास को निरंतर जारी रखा है।
Prime Minister Modi, addressing the West Asia war and the situation that we face in India, says domestically we've been resilient, while most other countries are reeling under the impact of the war. Ladies and gentlemen, the war hasn't ended and the war hasn't slowed down. The strikes, in fact, have escalated. A few minutes back, we had another strike being reported from Israel, central Israel, where over 20 people have been injured in another missile strike. And on a day when the Houthis have entered the war officially, Yemen's Houthis, the rebels, have confirmed that they will be taking the side of Iran. They sent out a message. Here's that development today.
The West Asia conflict is widening and a new player has stepped in. The Houthis in Yemen, who have been backed by Iran for a long time, launched a barrage of ballistic missiles towards southern Israel. Sirens blaring across cities like Beersheba and near key strategic sites including sensitive zones. Israel says its air defense systems intercepted the threat. No casualties reported, but the message is loud and clear. This marks the Houthis' first direct strike on Israel since the US-Israel war began on Iran a month ago. The group has now openly declared its entry into the conflict, opening up a new front in the war. Houthi spokesperson Yahya Sari says ballistic missiles targeted key Israeli military sites and claims coordination with Iran and Hezbollah, further warning that strikes will continue till objectives are met.
بيان صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال تعالى يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن تنصروا الله ينصركم ويثبت أقدامكم صدق الله العظيم تنفيذا لما ورد في بيان القوات المسلحة اليمنية السابق بشأن التدخل العسكري المباشر دعما وإسنادا للجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران ولجبهات المقاومة في لبنان والعراق وفلسطين ونظرا لاستمرار التصعيد العسكري واستهداف البنية التحتية وارتكاب الجرائم والمجازر بحق إخواننا في لبنان وإيران والعراق وفلسطين.
Iran's deep ties with Houthis go beyond ideology. From weapon supply to intelligence support, Tehran has played a key role in strengthening the Houthi capabilities in Yemen. The alliance also extends to strategy and politics, with Iran backing the Houthis diplomatically and recognizing their authority in Yemen. And now the Houthis have also signaled possible escalation at sea, with threats to key global shipping routes. The number of players in the Middle East conflict is only increasing with the Houthis stepping in. The war is now nearing 1 month and Tehran remains firm in its intention to face the US threat head-on. With militia groups active across Iraq, the Hezbollah in Lebanon, and now the Houthis in Yemen up in arms, the scale of attacks can only be expected to increase.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the top war videos that came into our newsrooms today. The Israeli Air Force has struck a heavy water plant in a region called Arak in central Iran. The Kundab heavy water complex was targeted in 2 stages and is a key plutonium production site for nuclear weapons. A man was killed and several others wounded by an Iranian ballistic missile fired at central Israel. The attack on central Israel was due to a missile that carried a cluster bomb warhead spreading smaller munitions at an area. This was in central Israel last evening. This video that came in from Tel Aviv, several severe damage seen to buildings, streets and cars in several locations in Tel Aviv due to the fall of shrapnel after a rocket was intercepted.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, نفال فوق. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, نفال فوق. نفل po! نفل po! Wow, 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 wow! Wow, wow, نفل po! نفل po! نفل po! نفل po! Wow, wow!
Hezbollah launched a barrage of rockets towards Israel. This even as Israel continued its operations in Lebanon to dismantle the Hezbollah's terror network. A large fire broke out at the Bapco refinery complex in Bahrain after Iranian missile strikes targeted US positions and bases in the country. The fire broke out after missiles hit areas connected to oil facilities and military installations. A drone attack on one of Oman's main ports wounded one person. 2 drones hit the port of Salalah this morning in the far south of Oman, injuring 1 worker, damaging some infrastructure. A barrage of Iranian missiles targeted Israel earlier today. The salvo of missiles, which was Iran's second set of launches, triggered alarms near Jerusalem and in some parts of central Israel and also West Bank. Iranian army drones struck Haifa's Elta Electronic Warfare Center and the Ben Gurion Air Base fuel storage centers today, disrupting radar facilities, missile tracking, hitting air operations. Rescue workers seen searching for survivors in this particular video after a residential area in the Iranian city of Borujd was hit. 5 citizens who were killed in this attack were identified, confirmed. 35 residents of the affected areas were reportedly injured here. And ladies and gentlemen, as these war videos come into our newsrooms, most often we just report the news without being able to explain in detail the impact or what it means to the layman. We here in India are watching what's unraveling. And I have with us Lieutenant General DP Pandey joining us on the broadcast. Good evening. Good evening, General. And what we will do in the course of the next 40 minutes roughly is make sense of the videos and the different reports that are coming in. Lieutenant General DP Pandey, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, VSM. He's a strategic affairs and security analyst. First up, sir, thank you for joining us here in our studios. I'd like to start with the war losses that we are seeing reported, because we had some more planes that were destroyed today. Just going through the details of what is available, the US military battle damage estimated roughly between 1.5 to 3 billion, could be much more, we don't know. Let's continue and show you what kind of damages they are suffering. 3 US F-15E Strike Eagles shot down, reportedly $1 million each. Iran has claimed shooting down an F-35, roughly costing about $82.5 million, anywhere between $80 and $100 million. 5 KC-135S refuelers that were reportedly damaged, costing upwards of $800 million. Today they claimed that there was an AWACS that was destroyed at the Saudi base. Over 12 MQ-9 Reaper drones lost, roughly about $200 million. Part of the THAAD missile defense system batteries that were hit in the last 1 month, upwards of $300 million. Early warning radar is kind of a setback in the recent past, looking at all the wars that they fought.
Yes, actually when you start, there's such kind of details in terms of expenditure or losses in terms of monetary terms has not been actually truly carried out in great detail. This time's war has been actually fought on a total visual this thing, and especially because people have had time to carry out analysis that each equipment lost has got a ramification or a damage of worth of so much of a money. So yes, I don't think so that this kind of a expression has been done in the recent past. In fact, the Americans have fought the last war technically in terms of going across anywhere was about 2 decades worth. It was in Afghanistan, after which they had to pull out. So yes, when you look at the numbers, these numbers are staggering, and in the contemporary times. But I will rather put it in a different manner. I think these numbers are not, they look staggering.
Yes.
But from the American standpoint of view, is not as much a big loss.
Correct.
So for us, it may look like
Yes.
billions of dollars.
Yes.
But when you look at the American economy and you look at the American military expenditure,
Yeah.
these are not much effect. And of course, when you go for wars, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a one-side win war.
Yes.
And winner takes all kind of a thing.
Yes.
There'll be losses on both sides. But the moment you start putting on the losses, what is happening in Iran,
Yeah.
in terms of infrastructure losses and the damages, the deaths, the loss of leadership, those costs, when you start putting out in terms of money,
Yes.
you will find these losses are not so significant. Then look at the strategic cost or advantages which they are looking. In case the American war is not targeted at Iran, but is targeted at China.
Correct.
It's a retaking, reshaping, reclaiming your strategic space which they had lost for a long time. So these losses, when in long term, when you pair up, they are hardly any.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't, I'm not very sure what's happening in the minds of the Americans.
Yes.
But if I put myself in that place, I will believe that they are strategic players. They look at long-term advantages.
Yes.
They invest into long terms. These will be taken care of in the process. These losses will be taken care of.
Yeah.
They got a huge inventory to back up. You know,
Absolutely, yeah.
when you take out a couple of F-30, F-15s, yes, somebody will say there is a great prestige loss.
Correct.
When an F-35 goes out, which is the most primary advanced fighter, which is with stealth and the state-of-art system fitted in. But then please understand that when you launch thousands of waves of attack,
Yeah.
few will get down. When you are launching thousands of drones and missiles into the American or the Gulf countries, there will be some strikes which will take place on the ground.
Yeah.
So these are part of war, and I don't think so. Americans are going to be very, very worried about it as of now.
Yeah, it brings me to my second point. So before we go across to our other panelists joining us from Washington, D.C., I wanted to also talk about what perhaps the end game could be here, because we are talking about America buying some time, 5 to 10 days. Most war military analysts are looking at it as America perhaps buying time, right? Now, are they also running out of interceptors and missiles? General Pandey, because we saw some reports from very renowned UK and US think tanks that spoke about how interceptors and Tomahawks, key missiles, may be running out, and they say that the replenishment time or the production time of the amount of missiles that are used could take perhaps more than 5 years, right? If we can just take a look at some of those, what the report said, if we can start showing our viewers the kind of missiles that have been fired in the last 1 month. And why are we doing this? Because most of us look at the pictures and we don't really understand the ramification of that. But I'd like to show our viewers a little bit of what that report said. And I'm going to go across to the B wall, and I'll request General Pandey to join me, sir, if you don't mind. Yeah. So these are some of the reports that we have. Roughly 11,294 munitions fired in 16 days, which according to some of these reports say that they've never been fired by America at this scale, the coalition that is US and Israel. Let's look at this other reports, and we'll get General Pandey to put that in context for us on the scale of this war that we are seeing right now. Secondly, 5,000 plus munitions in the first 96 hours itself, and in the first 16 days, roughly about $30 billion spent, and 5,000 munitions in 96 hours, 33 missiles and 94 drones being fired daily. Now, there is a report that was put out of the critical depletion of some of these missiles, which the report by UK-based RUSI said that they could run out of THAAD, for example, soon. They could run out of ATACMS, PRSM, they may run out of this in weeks. Arrow interceptors almost near exhaustion in Israel. And they warned about slow replenishment. The Tomahawk missiles, for example, Switzerland is complaining. They're saying that our Tomahawks are stuck now. And America says that they may not be even delivering that. And do you think this is sustainable, sir? These reports suggest that interceptors and missiles are a key concern for US and Israel.
So look, these are reports, and there'll be a lot of speculations will happen. The key component to see is that how much Iran has the capacity to keep on throwing at them.
Correct.
Right. Where is their industrial base? Where is the military-industrial complex, which will keep on producing those ballistic missiles? Or, yes, drones I understand, but then drones damages are not that hard, right? But when ballistic missiles are thrown or the larger missiles are thrown, they need to be taken out by these high-value interceptors. So, what is the capacity of Iranians to build? So, firstly, the capacity has been reducing in terms of launchers, in terms of ballistic missiles, to fire at variety of various targets. So, firstly that. Second is, frankly, these are reports. We will see what comes out.
Yes.
Because eventually, I think Americans have got enough in this thing, in spite of having given a lot of stuff to Ukrainians who have been fighting against the Russians. They have used a substantive amount of this thing. But look at the number of interceptors are being given to European countries, a part of NATO, right?
Yes.
So if you as a lead country have got reserves which are laid out elsewhere, for example, like Switzerland is crying now that are this thing. What is the threat to Switzerland? They aren't going to war,
don't have a threat,
right? So in extreme circumstances, you will find these inventories pending for various countries, and US will take first measure to fill in their requirement. I don't think so. There's a major challenge. It is a costly war, right?
Yes.
And this puts into a context, Niranjan, the people who are watching Operation Sindoor,
yes,
and they wanted to continue the war for a longer time.
Yes.
Right? If you recall, these numbers which you have mentioned that point of time of terms of losses to the Pakistanis and everything, they lose in not even 1 day effort or an hour effort what the Americans and Israelis have been throwing at Iran. So that is the context of expenditure which comes out in war efforts. The second very important lesson for us is that does China also have enough capacity to do the same when it comes? So a tech-driven war, a long-distance war, you're not adding the cost of USS Ford moving out. You're not taking the cost of Lincoln coming out into the high seas. When you start factoring all these costs, the last point I just want to add up is that these so-called military toys are not meant to be shown. They are supposed to be utilized or spent at some point of time. So the last time they used these kind of stuff was in Iraq war, right? And after that, they have got this opportunity the second time to do this. So I frankly don't think that they are running out of it. They will have enough in their kitty.
Now, brings me to the point that we were trying to get at, and that was on whether the US is trying to get a way out. We had a quote of a report that came in both with the US media and the Israeli media. They reported a call between J.D. Vance and Netanyahu. Obviously, it was a leak. And it appeared like J.D. Vance had confronted Netanyahu, at least going by the reports, on whether the Israelis had misled America in their assessment that they could topple the regime in the first few days. Initially, what they said was a few days, a war that would last a few days, but it didn't. If I have that quote, I'm going to pull out that quote. But that quote said, most of these reports cited J.D. Vance as saying that you were too optimistic in your assessments regarding the overthrow of the regime in Iran. Now, do you get, as a general, as a military general, do you get a sense that perhaps US is also recalibrating, looking for a way out now?
Look, if this is a war which is happening for Israel, right, then these conversations make matter. But for me, these are conversations without the larger text. And the larger text.
That's the quote, yes, sir.
Please,
sir, go ahead. Yes.
So, in the larger text, this for China, for US, is all about China denying credible energy resource by controlling Hormuz or disrupting Hormuz. You please look at it, that they took out Venezuela, 90% of oil crude goes to China. They have now disrupted this entire thing, which goes to China again from Iran. So when you look at that way, I think they have been able to achieve their larger global aims of seeking certain degree of control and through disruption. Now, regime change was part of a Israeli Gulf state political objective. Now, what do you mean by regime change? Regime change does not mean that suddenly you will take out 5 leaders. It's not like Venezuela, where you take out the president and the second lot comes up. They are not monarchies where you take out the king so you can buy off the prince or some other king comes in. This country the regime consists of a clergy, a layered IRGC, bussage. There are a huge number of people. It's got a political establishment which is there. And they're a very, very thriving, well-controlled, established, entrenched regime, right? But in that also, if they have been able to take out the top leadership, the second-rung leadership, I think a major chunk of their objective has been achieved, right? Now it is about playing the devil's advocate that no, 100% should be there. There should be a popular movement. I'm very sure that the Americans should have known. If they did not know, then it's wrong. That without giving weapons, without arming, without having a legitimate on-ground force available to rise against the Iranian regime, the possibility of a popular movement would not take place. And when you start bombing a country, then what happens is that even the ones who were against the regime, they'll bind together as a patriotic countrymen to be together.
Correct.
Right. So I think a larger aim was for disruption. Second was to carry out certain degree of degradation of the nuclear, that entire ecosystem, which was for making nuclear weapon system. And the last very important was the ballistic missile systems needed to be degraded. I think all these parameters, they have been able to achieve a great amount of success. Now, looking about way out, I always thought that will be about a 2 to 3 week war, right? And this is what I have claimed in a variety of other channels. And they came out with an off-ramp, right? But rightly so, Iran is a sovereign country. You may not like the leadership, but the fact of the matter is they are the ones who are ruling. They also have a vote in this entire process. And the vote was that they will keep on fighting and they will not accept your. They have their own conditions to be played out. So therefore, I think what Americans have done, rather than declaring an all-out war, for which they had to go to the Congress to take the sanction, they have been scaling their effort over a period of time.
Correct.
Right. And then war is not a very linear thing which happens. It's got its own mind. And they have been adapting, and they've been adapting pretty well.
Yeah. Brings us to the next story of this evening. The war in West Asia has entered the 1-month mark with the pause for now, and also a direct attack on a US military base in Saudi. We had some satellite images, by the way, which came in. Iran claims several American troops were injured. They're putting that number at over 24, claiming that Iranian missiles and drones attacked the base near Riyadh. Now, this is not the first time. This appears to be bigger than what is being reported. US military aircraft, including early warning system aircraft. America has just about 20 of them. One of them has reportedly been hit. Here's what we know so far.
The conflict in West Asia has now reached the 1-month mark, with the battlefield expanding all across the Gulf. The IRGC announced the launch of the 84th wave of Operation True Promise 4 on Friday, with the US military base in Saudi Arabia among several targets. Following which, Iran launched a missile and drone strike on Prince Sultan Air Base near Riyadh. The attack injured at least 12 American soldiers, with at least 2 reported to be in critical condition. These satellite images released by Iran shows the complete devastation the strikes caused. The attack also reportedly caused damage to a US aerial refueling tanker aircraft and several other aircraft present at the base. Earlier in the conflict, another attack was intercepted by the Saudis' air defense systems after Iran fired missiles near the base. Iran has launched multiple missile and drone attacks on American bases all across the Gulf, including bases in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan. At least 13 US military servicemen have been killed since the conflict with Iran broke out, while at least 300 have been wounded so far. The recent strike on Prince Sultan Air Base highlights the growing risks to American forces as the war enters its second month.
Okay, also joining us on the broadcast this evening is Peter Kuznick. Peter Kuznick is joining us live from Washington, D.C. He's a prominent historian. He's also director of nuclear studies at the American University. Peter, I was just asking General Pandey about what he felt about J.D. Vance's message to Netanyahu on that call. Now, most media houses are putting it as a difficult call with the Israeli Prime Minister, one where Netanyahu was questioned on his predictions and his initial assessment of the war. Given how this entire issue on Netanyahu has blown up, especially in the last 24 hours, we've been following some documentaries, some videos, etc. I'm sure you're aware about it, right? Now, is America looking for a way out? That was my question to General Pandey. Is America looking for a way out? Is Vance entering this war perhaps a face-saver attempt by the Trump administration?
The United States is going both directions at the same time. Typical of Trump. Netanyahu does not want the United States to leave this war. Netanyahu has been trying to get U.S. presidents to declare war on Iran for more than 30 years. He finally found one stupid enough to do it. And now he's got the United States where he wants it. So he's trying to keep the United States in this war. The American people overwhelmingly dislike this war, are opposed to this war. We've never seen a war before in the United States history that began with such a low level of popular support. We've seen the United States lied into war after war after war since World War II, but we've never seen such an unpopular war from the very beginning. So Trump is under pressure. His own coalition, his own base, his own party is beginning to lose support for what Trump is doing. He didn't explain this. He didn't justify it. Americans know it's an illegal war. Most Americans think it's an immoral war. It's hurting the world economy, and it's only getting worse. The fact that the Houthis have now entered means a dramatic expansion, both in terms of the attack on world oil supplies, but also militarily. The general was talking about the depletion of the interceptors and the THAADs. You know how much the THAADs cost? They could cost $12 to $15 million each to shoot down missiles that cost a tiny fraction of that much money. And so it's irrational, and it's being handled poorly. Trump can crow about how we won the war militarily, and yes, the United States can blow things up, but that doesn't mean that we're winning militarily. We saw what happened in Iraq with shock and awe. We saw what happened in Afghanistan. We can send countries back to the Stone Age if we want to, but it's not the same thing as winning in any strategic sense. So this is a stupid war being run by the Stephen Millers and the Pete Hegseths and the Marco Rubios, and with diplomats like Witkoff and Kushner. This would be a clown show if it weren't so serious in terms of what it's doing to the world and the message that it's sending. The message that might makes right, that Trump can go and kidnap the leaders of Venezuela. He can threaten war against Greenland and a lot of other countries. He can begin bombing in Iran. In Trump's first year, he bombed 7 countries. And so this is just an acceleration of that, but he didn't expect to have this much resistance.
Yes, I have a breaking news update coming in. In fact, some more pictures coming in as Brahmachalani also joins us. Professor Brahmachalani also joins us on the broadcast. This video just came in from Israel. I'm going across straight to that video. That's just come into our newsrooms. A missile launched from Iran directly striking a residential area near the city of Beit Shemesh in central Israel following a round of retaliation. several people reportedly injured, damage to several buildings in this area called Beit Shemesh, very close to Jerusalem. So this is another video that came in of a strike that took place this evening. Now, brings me back to that question that I was asking General Pandey, and maybe I'll get an opening comment from Brahma Chalani as well. Welcome, Professor Chalani. Professor Chalani is a geostrategist and a columnist. How do you see Israel dealing with this public pressure? We've seen the Chief of Staff, his comments are public now. He's saying that the forces are depleting. He's warning of a disaster. And the opposition is going after Netanyahu for a war that they claim has no strategy. It's a multi-front war for Israel. Brahma Chalani, how do you see the developments in the last few days, sir?
I'm concerned about Israel's future trajectory because Israel has been waging war on multiple fronts for many years now, and things have only gone from bad to worse. This is not going to work well for Israel's own long-term interests. The way Israel is operating on a war mode continuously. But I think as far as this current war against Iran is concerned, what we are seeing is that Iran, despite having been hit hard by US and Israeli bombing campaigns, still has the ability to strike back at vital installations of the US as well as of Israel. For example, we have to keep in mind that Israel has a military censor, an operational military censor. So to publish any news about an Iranian strike in Israel, you need to first go through the military censor. You need permission before publication. So often what happens is that when there's an Iranian strike inside Israel, most news media organizations only show the damage to civilian buildings, for example, to apartment buildings. They are not allowed to report on any sensitive installation having been struck. For example, when Iran hit the Dimona area a few days back, the only pictures that the world saw were of damaged civilian apartments. We still do not know whether the nuclear facilities in the Dimona area, including the nuclear weapons complex that Israel has in the Dimona area, whether that was hit in any way. So we have to keep that in mind because Israel is very good at trying to control the narrative, but Iran is also trying to control the narrative in different ways, and we are seeing this war pan out in a way that Trump did not expect. He thought it would be an easy victory for him, but what Trump is doing is actually just boasting every day that the US has won or is winning, and that Iran's military capability has been decimated 100%. Yet that 0% capability that Iran has is proving quite lethal for US forces as well as for Israel.
Sir, yeah, General Pandey, I want you to look at one graphic now that I want to show both Brahma Chalani and also Peter Kuznick and General Pandey. I'd like you to put this in context. You know, what we discussed briefly, another report, this is the Rusi analysis, which, put a date to it. And the reason why I'm asking you this, because we had a breaking news update of the video that came in from Israel. When the war broke out, there were interceptors. There was the Iron Dome, right? Missiles were being intercepted. But you're not seeing increasingly Tel Aviv, parts of Israel are being hit, right? Now, is there an answer here? When you look at a report that has just been put out by UK-based Rusi, they say that the Arrow 2, they've put a projection depletion date going by the rate at which missiles are being fired in the last 1 month. And they put a date. They said, according to their own study which was put out yesterday, they said that the Arrow 2, Arrow 3 projected depletion date was yesterday. That's 27th of March, going by the rate at which they were firing these missiles. The third partner operated, they said it won't last beyond April 3rd at the rate at which this war was going. The Blue Sparrow ballistic missile, 5th of April. David Sling Stunner, 6th of April. Rampage supersonic missile, 9th of April. The AT-ACMS PRSM, 12th of April. Third Israel operated 11th April. THAAD, US operated 17th April. Papay, Turbo, Crystal Mace 2, 17th April. Delilah, cruise loitering missiles, 27th of April. So as a military, as a general, when you look at these names of the missiles and the date, and the reason why they're doing this is because obviously these are think tanks that are doing their homework of how much of stockpile has been with Israel, for example. Do you see a concern here for Israel specifically? I'm not talking about the US, but for Israel.
Yeah, so there is a concern. Please understand that during Operation Lion Rise, which is just about 12 days conflict between Israel and Iran, in which they were able to actually control the airspace of Iran for quite a substantive time. Yet the Israelis were hit by multiple ballistic missile strikes which came out, and that's time when drones were not substantially used by the Iranians. So this time there's a paradigm shift from the both sides in terms of application of forces and domination of airspace. But I am also looking at, while this is a concern, right? Yes. This is the near end of air defense cover, which is a concern from Israel. But how much more Iran is going to package to fire at them is also an issue, and what are the damages? So I totally go with what Professor Brahmachalani is saying, that in the fog of war, both sides will not share true damages and what are the true resources which are this thing. You know, these can be all game played. Rusi is a Western origin. They'll throw out something to ensure that the Iranians are encouraged to continue to wage war. And, you know, while we are looking at that Americans are wanting a way out, but the fact is that they may be wanting to prolong the war. So it is very difficult to know exactly what the core teams on either side are thinking and game playing each other. Right? But it is the action on the ground which will make a difference. So second is in terms of the US related equipment, these are central command, combatant command assets which are at display. They are also region specific, right? But I think they got a deep layers which are available to them from other side, which when required will be sidestepped and utilized when required.
I'm getting in some breaking pictures now from London. Let's go across straight to the breaking news updates. In fact, there's a protest on. We are being told that there is a huge protest in London against Trump and against the war in Iran. Thousands of people marching. Look at that visual. That's from London. And people are questioning this war. I see flags, people waving flags there, but from the initial reports that are coming in, it appears to be a pro or anti-war. Let me call it an anti-war protest. Wrong to perhaps say pro-Iran protest, but it's certainly an anti-war protest. Peter Kuznick, you know, when you talk about the narrative, sir, certainly America holds no narrative in this war, isn't it? I mean, looking at the narrative within America, even the right-wing supporters, the so-called MAGA backers of Trump, have turned against him in this war.
Well, his base has not yet turned against him. A lot of commentators have. Tucker Carlson called this war evil and disgusting. Marjorie Taylor Greene called the Trump regime leaders, she said they're evil effing liars. You've got Megyn Kelly. So you've got Candace Owens. You've got a lot of Trump spokespeople who had supported him who are coming out against it. But you talk about the protests in London, wait till you see what's going to happen in the United States today. There are going to be millions and millions and millions of people protesting. It was called the No Kings protest because of what Trump is doing domestically and internationally, but it's turning into an anti-Iran war protest today, and it's going to be huge compared to the Vietnam War protests that I participated in when I was young. But the support in the United States for this war is so low already. We've never seen a war started with such minimal public support. And then everybody knows that Trump has lied us into this war and that he didn't have a strategy. Witkoff had said that he was surprised that the Iranians just didn't capitulate and cave in when we put those troops in the area. They weren't ready for this, but now they're in a desperate position. And that's what scares me. And with the Houthis entering, the Houthis have real capabilities. They've got ballistic missiles, they've got cruise missiles, a lot of different kinds, and they can cut off the oil shipment, which is very crucial for Saudi Arabia. If Saudi Arabia uses that east-west pipeline, and then they pick it up at Yanbu and other places, but it's not going to happen now. So the world energy crisis is only going to get worse, significantly worse, and the military situation for the U.S. and Israel is going to get much more complicated. The other information that's crucial is that Iran was preparing for this war for 2 decades. They've buried so much of their supplies. They've got this complex of tunnels underground where they've hidden a lot of their ships, their planes, their missiles. The Emiratis are reporting that, contrary to what Trump is saying, Iran is increasing the missile and drone attacks on the United Arab Emirates, and we're seeing the results in other areas. So it's going to escalate and get more dangerous unless we get a quick off ramp, which Trump might be desperate to have, because if the U.S. does send in troops on the ground, his support here is going to evaporate even further, and could be disastrous for U.S. forces in the region.
I want to bring in Brahma Chalani at this point, because there was a comment that came in, Mr. Chalani, of Donald Trump insulting the Saudi Crown Prince, saying that he will have to kiss my, that comment. I'm sure you've gone through that comment. I mean, bizarre comments that he's made. I'm sure the Gulf nations are watching. They've been upset. Obviously, the leaders aren't speaking, but the government spokespersons are upset with the way America has handled this war. Do you see things go down?
This war will be a watershed in American foreign policy and national security, because 2 things are happening. One, that a single individual is casting aside well-established international norms and rules to upend the international order and to wage a series of military actions against states. This is the 7th country against which Trump has undertaken military action since he returned to the White House. The second dimension is the fact that the weaker side in this war, by relying on low-cost, unmanned weapons like drones and missiles, is overwhelming expensive defensive systems and reshaping the balance of military power. Iran is now employing drones with a fiber optic wire that can't be jammed with existing electronic countermeasures. Russia pioneered the use of these wire-guided drones to devastating effect in Ukraine. So imagine if US Marines and other commandos were to land on Iranian territory, they would face a drone-dominated environment. That drone-dominated environment would be very different to what US forces faced in the past, whether it was in Iraq or Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, Iraq, and other places, even in Vietnam, the main threat to US forces came from small arms fire, from IEDs, and from guerrilla warfare. But today, if US were to launch a ground offensive in Iran, US forces will face a completely different battlefield. And the way things are unfolding, it appears that through incremental escalation, Trump is getting caught in a situation from which he's finding it difficult to extricate the US. In other words, he faces the specter of a military quagmire. And the coming days are going to be critical. If in the coming days he makes a further military escalation, such as by trying to seize some Iranian islands or landing Marines on Iranian territory on mainland Iran, that would really make a military quagmire a very likely scenario.
Yes, sir. And taking that point forward, General Pandey, there's a map. There are different scenarios. Some calling it the lull before the storm. Some saying that he's perhaps planning a final assault. Let's put that map out of what perhaps the options could be. Even the US media is speculating where that landing could happen. If I can show you the map, let's put that map out. Option 1, Kesham Island strike, located inside the Strait of Hormuz near the choke point, where Iran stores missiles, mines, drones in tunnels. Some calling it as option 1. That the US has. US could possibly seize the island, they say, to control the shipping lane. By the way, he's called it Strait of Trump. He called it Strait of Trump, sir, and some of the US official handles started putting out memes on it, like it was a joke, calling it the Strait of Trump today. So is that one option to neutralize Iran's anti-ship capabilities and also reopen global oil flow route by seizing what is called the Kesham Island strike? Second, the Karg Island, everyone's been talking about it. We've been talking about the hits that Karg Island saw. Handles 90% of Iran's crude exports. It is core to Iran's economic survival. 90% of their exports happen from here, and a seizure would, in all probability, cripple oil revenue instantly. But Iran is ready. I mean, they've fortified Karg, and they say that they're ready for any eventuality, a highly escalatory military move, if at all it happens. And finally, the option number 3, a nuclear raid. Is that really possible? Possible raid to seize 400 kilogram nuclear material, which requires precise intel, quick extraction, most complex, least likely scenario, according to experts, needs larger sustained ground force. Now, these are options, sir. As a military strategist yourself, General Pandey, what would be, the US approach in a situation like this?
Yeah, so, when all these things are talked about in public domain, the way we are discussing, they are being thrown and leaked out from the environment.
Yes.
It clearly means that the operation which we are discussing is not going to happen.
Yes.
Right. So let me just put it into perspective, because please understand, you're talking of Iran, like I think what Peter said very clearly, was they have been preparing for this operation for last 2 decades, 2.5 decades.
Yes.
Right. Americans also have been looking at this option. The only shift which has happened is that Iran has not fought anything for last 15 years. They had the last fight was in 2008 when they fought that 8-year war with Iraq in 2000s. Since then they have not fought. So they have prepared. They are quite fresh on the ground to fight the fight.
Yeah.
Israelis, which is the second partner of the US-Israel alliance, has been fighting for last about 2.5 years. They have really virtually been at the edge when they have got embroiled into this operation. And I think Benjamin Netanyahu must have war-gamed what is going to happen eventually, and knowing fully well that Iranians are not just to roll over. Because please understand, it's about, unlike monarchies, it is for their survival that Iran is going to fight. And Iran is going to fight where they are the best. And they are best in proxy, in asymmetric, in ground forces operation. The challenge which the US and Israel have, they are fighting distant war through ballistic missiles, through air campaigns and this thing. And a lot of people in Indian context also feel that that will achieve results. So, in an 88-hour blitzkrieg or blistering strike, you may achieve certain tactical or strategic objectives. But the real game starts when you start looking at ground to be taken control, or change of government has to take place. And therefore, each of these 3 options are not okay independently, individually. One very critical part you have to see that in this entire operation, Americans and Israelis did strike an oil field, a part of an oil field in southwest, But they have kept the oil intact, while even in Karg Island, they destroyed about 50 plus military installations, but they did not hit any of the oil infrastructure. So this Americans and Israelis have kept as a very, very important off-ramp, because possibly they feel that they need it, or at least the world needs it. The collapsing of all this is going to have a major damage in the oil prices, or else they understand that this is the last resort. Because if this is hit and the Iranians take a call that, okay, it's now fight for finish, do what you want to do, this is what has been done to us.
Yes.
This was our basically an economic off-ramp to actually build the country. 90% of the crude is put from here.
Yes.
It will take decades to build this entire Kug Island project. So then both sides is a lose-lose, not win-win situation for Americans. The other part is by just merely seizing the island for anti-submarine operation or anti-shipping operations, that is not adequate, because eventually there's a large seashore from where these operations can be launched. They are covered by heights, mountains, terrain, from where the drones can be fired, where from number of other activities can be. Yes, this is a storage. Capture or destruction of this island or the storage facilities will enable a certain amount of this thing, but it will not be a paradigm shift or a change in this operation. So all three, and the last one about the nuclear, about the raid for nuclear, they got team, the special forces team, which train, Americans have these teams which train for North Korea, Pakistan and Iran for the same situation. But you know, these are situations when they are launched on the day one. But when the enemy is totally prepared to carry out such a strike where these 440 kgs of uranium, which is kept, is a huge challenge.
Absolutely.
So it's best to bury it by a good strike, or so one has to now see that eventually what else the Americans can do. And you know, while Peter was very, very upset about what the Trump was doing, but you look at the history of Americans, they always go for such wars which doesn't have a backing of the public. Right?
Correct.
And they are caught lying, they force the allies to lie, but eventually they continue to do what they want. This is one of the such operations.
Let me quickly get in 10 seconds, if I can get both Peter Kuznick and Brahmachalari to just, sir, your last takeaway. I've run out of time. Last takeaway of what you see in the week ahead. Peter first and then Brahmachalari. In 15, 20 seconds each.